Azerbaijan Banks Association. Third International Banking Forum. Number of partners 96. Number of total speakers 39. Number of foreign speakers 22. Number of total participants 1000. Number of foreign participants 200.
Hanımlar ve canablar, hürmetli forum iştirakçıları, hürmetli medya nümayendeleri. Sizleri naqdsız iqtisadiyyat, ənənəvi baxışılıqdan rəqəmsal baxışılığa keçib 3-cü baxışılıq forumunda salamlayırıq. Forumu açıq elan edirik.
İlk olaraq forum haqqında kiçik bir məlumatı diqqətinizə çatdırmaq istəyirəm. Forumun keçirilməsində əsas məqsəd iqtisadiyyatın naqdsazlaşdırılması ilə bağlı təşəbbüslərin və qarşıdakı çağırışların rəqəmsallaşma, maliyyə texnologiyalarına dair mövcud vəziyyət, yeni və gələcək trendlərin, müasir bank məhsullarının, mövcud hüquqi çərçivəyə uyğunluğu və adaptasiyası imkanlarının, bu proseslərin bankların maliyyə dayanıqlığının daha da gücləndirilməsinə, təsiri məsələlərinin, eləcə də digər əlaqədar mövzuların müzakirə edildiyi platform olmaqdır. Hörmətli forum iştirakçıları, indi isə açılış nitqi üçün çıxışlara başlayırıq. Çıxış üçün söz verilir Azərbaycan Respublikası Mərkəzi Bankının İdarə Heyətinin sədrinin birinci müavini cənab Alim Quliyevə.
Hörmətli tədbir iştirakçıları, hanımlar və cənablar, hörmətli media nümayəndələri. Mən ilk növbədə Mərkəzi Bankın adından tədbirdə iştirak edən bütün həmkarlarımı ürəkdən salamlayıram. Günün ən aktual mövzusuna həsr olunmuş belə bir yığıncağı təşkil elədiyi üçün təşkilatçıların hamısına, Banklar Assosiasiyasına, xüsusilə Zakir müəllimə dərin təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. Naqdsız iqtisadiyyat, ənənəvi bankçılıqdan rəqəmsal bankçılığa keçid mövzusu bugün bizim cəmiyyətin ən mühüm, aktual mövzularından, məsələlərindən biridir. Rəqəmsallaşma artıq təkcə biznesin deyil, bütövlükdə dövlət idarə etməsinin keyfiyyətcə yeni bir müstəviyə, yeni bir platformaya inqilabi transformasiyasıdır. Uzunmüddətli iqtisadi inkişafın ən mühüm determinantlarından birinə çevrilib rəqəmsallaşma məsələsi. Və bugün biznesin deyil, bütövlükdə dövlət idarə etməsinin strateji rəqabətliyinin magistral istiqamətlərindən biridir. İnkişaf eləməkdə olan ölkələr, inkişaf etmiş ölkələr və müasir cəmiyyət rəqəmsallaşma olmadan özünü təsəvvür eləməsi mümkün deyil. Ona görə də bu mövzu bugün çox aktualdır, həm də bizim üçün, Azərbaycan cəmiyyəti üçün. Naqdsız iqtisadiyyat Azərbaycan dövlətinin, bu dövlətin rəhbəri cənab İlham Əliyevin strateji gündəliyinin ən mühüm tərkib elementlərindən biridir. Bildiyiniz kimi, bugün Azərbaycanda 2016-cı ildən təsdiq olunmuş strateji yol xəritələri icradadır və strateji yol xəritələrinin mühüm tərkib elementlərindən biri də ölkədə rəqəmsal iqtisadiyyatın formalaşdırılması, rəqəmsal ödənişlərin genişləndirilməsi məsələsidir. Təsadüfi deyil ki, cari ilin sentyabr ayında ölkə başçısı özünün müvafiq sərəncamı ilə Azərbaycanda 2018-20-ci illərdə rəqəmsal ödənişlərin genişləndirilməsi üzrə xüsusi bir dövlət proqramını təsdiqləməklə bu proseslərə özünün siyasi dəstəyini bir daha ifadə eləmişdir. Dövlət proqramı Azərbaycan Mərkəzi Bankı ilə Mastercard Beynəlxalq Kart Təşkilatı tərəfindən reallaşdırılan Naqdsız Azərbaycan layihəsinin son məhsuludur. Mən bugün fürsətdən istifadə edib, Mastercard Beynəlxalq Kart Təşkilatının tədbirimizdə təmsil olunan bütün nümayəndələrinə, o cümlədən Mastercard'ın rəhbərliyinə, bütün tədbir iştirakçıları adından və Mərkəzi Bankın adından növbəti dəfə dərin təşəkkürümü və minnətdarlığımı bildirirəm. və bugün tədbirimizdə iştirak edən hörmətli Süleyman bəy, Erdem bəy, səmimi qəlbdən salamlayıram bir dəfə. Dövlət proqramı bütövlükdə Azərbaycan cəmiyyətinin nəqsiz bir cəmiyyətə çevrilməsi yolunda nəzərdə tutulmuş kompleks tədbirləri özündə ihtiva edir. Bu tədbirlər 4 mühüm istiqamətə bölünməklə 60-a yaxın tədbirlər planının özündə ihtiva edir və bu tədbirlər planının konkret icraçıları, icra müddətləri tədbirlər planında, dövlət proqramında çox aydın şəkildə təsbit olunubdur. Ölkədə nəqsiz ödənişlərin genişləndirilməsinə əngəl törədən institusional problemlərin həlli, maliyyə sektorunun yenidən canlandırılması, ödəniş ekosisteminin təkmilləşdirilməsi və bütövlükdə maliyyə savadlılığı, maarifləndirmə tədbirlərini əhatə edən 4 mühüm istiqamətdə 60-a yaxın qeyd elədiyim kimi tədbirlər müəyyənləşir. Və bu tədbirlərin icrası nəticəsində biz hesab edirik ki, 3 illik bir proqramın realizasiyası Azərbaycanda nəqsiz ödənişlərin inkişafına əhəmiyyətli təkan verəcək və müsbət təsirini göstərəcəkdir. Bir çox inkişaf edilmiş ölkələrdə olduğu kimi Azərbaycanda da etiraf eləməliyik ki, ödənişlərdə nəqd ödənişlərin xüsusi çəkisi həddindən artıq böyükdür. Kölgə iqtisadiyyatının həcmi digər ölkələrlə nisbətən müqayisədə əhəmiyyətli dərəcədədir və bütün bu problemlərin aradan qaldırılması üçün çox cəsarətli və ardıcıl tədbirlər nəzərdə tutulur dövlət proqramında və proqramın nəticəsində biz hesab edirik ki, nəqsiz ödənişlərin həcmi hər il 17% artacaq və bütövlükdə hər il 7% artım nəticəsində nəqd ödənişlərin xüsusi çəkisi 74%-dən 40%-ə qədər azalacaqdır. Nəyə görə nəqsiz iqtisadiyyat, nəyə görə rəqəmsallaşma bu qədər aktualdır, bu qədər günün mövzusuna çevrilir? Bildiyimiz kimi, nəqd iqtisadiyyatın həcminin böyük olmağı ölkənin iri həcmli investisiya resurslarından məhrum edir. Bank sektorunun, maliyyə sektorunun vasitəçilik funksiyasını zəiflədir. Pul kütləsi üzərində monetar və fiskal nəzarətə maneçilik törədir. Şəffaflıq, vergi problemləri ortalığa çıxır və bütövlükdə iqtisadi artıma mənfi təsir göstərir. Və belə bir dövlət proqramının reallaşması və bugünkü mövzu ona görə cəmiyyətimiz üçün həddindən artıq aktualdır və bu mövzunun üzərinə gedilməlidir. Rəqəmsal iqtisadiyyatın formalaşdırılması, sadaladığım o problemlərin aradan qaldırılması ilə yanaşı, bütövlükdə ölkədə makroiqtisadi sabitliyin, monetar sabitliyin formalaşmasına da həm bilavasitə, həm dolayı yolla öz təsirini göstərəcəkdir. Makroiqtisadi sabitlik məsələləri günün ən aktual məsələlərindən biri də bildiyiniz kimi makroiqtisadi sabitlik məsələləridir. 2018-ci ildə Azərbaycan dövlətinin və əlaqədar iqtisadi qurumların həyata keçirdikləri ardıcıl tədbirlər ölkədə bu makroiqtisadi sabitliyi təmin edib, həm fürsətdən istifadə edib və auditoriyanın genişliyindən istifadə edib. Bir daha mesaj vermək istəyirəm ki, ilin sonuna qədər bu sabitlik tədbirləri bir mənalı olaraq müsbət xarakterli olacaq, pozitiv xarakterli olacaq və ilin sonuna qədər bu sabitlik, xüsusilə də manatın məzənnəsi məsələləri sabitliyini qoruyub saxlayacaq. 2019-cu ilə də, növbəti ilə də bizim baxışlarımız çox müsbət və pozitivdir. Bildiyiniz kimi, bu günlərdə artıq parlamentdə büdcə müzakirələri davam edir, makroiqtisadi və makrofiskal çərçivə artıq formalaşıbdır. Ölkədə iqtisadi artım prosesləri davam edir, inflyasiya hədəf gözləntilərindən də aşağı səviyyədədir. Neftin dünya bazarında əlverişli qiymətləri, ölkəmizin ixrac potensialının artması 2019-cu ilə də pozitiv baxmağa və bu müsbət meyilləri qoruyub saxlamağa bizə imkan verir. Ona görə də Mərkəzi Bankın mövqeyi və bizim mövqeyimiz növbəti illərdə də sabit, sakit və sabitlik şəraitində yaşamağa davam eləməkdir. Mən çıxışımın sonunda vaxtınızı çox almadan bir daha tədbir iştirakçılarına özlərinin təşəkkürümü bildirirəm.
For participating in our event, and I would like to express different governmental bodies participating here, the MasterCard, the ABA, Association of Banks of Azerbaijan, and this Chamber for Securities. Thank you so much for participating and supporting us. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alim. And now I would like to give floor to Mr. Zakir Nuriyev.
Hörmətli tədbir iştirakçıları, hörmətli qonaqlar, xanımlar və
Dear ladies and
Siz
guests,
Azərbaycan Respublikasının Mərkəzi Bankı, Maliyyə Bazarlarının Nəzarət Palatası, İqtisadi
on
Təşkilatların
behalf
Təhlil
of the
Kommunikasiya Mərkəzi və Azərbaycan
various
Bankları
stakeholders,
Assosiasiyasının birgə
including
təşkilatçılığı ilə
the
keçirilən
ABA's
üçüncü
joint
ənənəvi
third
beynəlxalq
the
bankçılıq
conventional
forumunu salamlayır və hər birinizə
banking
xoş
event that
gəlmisiniz.
we welcome and greet all
Dəvətinizi
of you.
qəbul edib bugünkü
We
müzakirələrə
extend our
qoşulduğunuz üçün
sincere gratitude for cordial accepting and
bu il sadəcə üçüncü
joining
Cumhurbaşqanı
our
Bankçılıq
event.
Forumunun digər ikisindən əsas
Well, this one
xüsusiyyəti
event
bu iki tədbirimizdə
is
yüzə yaxın
different
beynəlxalq təşkilatların
in a way from the previous one that
nümayəndələrinin
were more than 100 prestigious company representatives that makes this forum, this our forum so substantive and substantial. Well, it's dedicated on the cashless banking and the transformation from digital to digital banking. Just this year as well, we have, when it comes to the digitalization of the cashless operations, and there are substantial operations around the way, and hence where he poised at this to seek out various solutions so as to expand the digital solutions, various trend analysis that we reckon that this platform is quite suitable. There are about 30 banks operating in the country, 28 with 28 being private and 2 public banks. Already there are 17 employees with 143 branches that are servicing various enterprises and companies. For both country economy and enterprises, and in both fields, in real and market economies, we are seeing the developments, and with the banking assets that have grown by 5%, and credit portfolio has increased by 5%, reaching exceeding 12 billion manas. The capitalization of the sector has certainly improved by 11%, and the savings account has surged by 9%, and the volume of the savings accounts have reached about 9 billion months. At present, there is a dire need for the new drivers. So digitalization could be one of the important postulates, and hence, that would actually boost the mutual trust between the clients and customers, and hence would enhance transparency. Well, the current banking trends require the acquisition of the more transparent and correct information so as to supply and provide better services, so as to secure the safety and safeguard the security of the clients. And in 2012 to 2017, and for the application of financial technologies, based on the information provided by banks, and about 300,000 million manas have been channeled, and during that, and this accounts for the 8% of the non-banking expenses, and 25% of the revenues have been channeled towards that, and about 96% of the digital service expenses have been certainly spent for the acquisition of services, the program software and mobile services with 2.5% SWIFT and 2% other communication services, and 15% are other costs. In 2010, presently we have 2,005 hotels, a number of the post terminals with 7,800. Now we have 66,000 post terminals. Indeed, digitalization does require lots of expenses. However, on average, banks have been benefiting. I believe that only a couple of numbers to throw is enough to show the developments. 2000 and the interbanking operations have been at around 5 billion. A couple of years ago, it was around 200 million manas, and it is going to reach by 255 billion manas by the end of the year. So in 2010, targets have already been tripled, have been exceeded, and currently there is a 6.3 billion bank cards, and also with 6.2 million of their customers, and with 17.5 million of their clients. In 2010, we had that number 3 million. And at present, we're quite confident that the Azerbaijani society at large, based on the services, we will quite lean and mean to fully operate. I believe that during the next couple of years, we'll see the services doubling. That will certainly boost the competitive environment. The following could be a good example to that. And there's several GPI through the payment systems in order to secure the transactions and in order to actually maintain the tracing system, the tracking system. There's a new services. Presently, only 295 banks have been making the most of it. It's quite remarkable that we are able to join the capital bank in Azerbaijan and also in the Southern Caucasus was the first bank to join the civil services. And other banks have shown a great interest, and various questions are answered, can be easily answered. The SWIFT representatives, that you may address your questions to SWIFT representatives. One more thing, and at present the great majority of the economic battles actually happen over the transactions payment systems. There is restrictions are imposed all around the world, and hence this may certainly compromise the transaction and payments, but this is the matter that is to be shows once again how it's an integral and indispensable and important part of the banking system. So digitalization will certainly allow and prompt all the government agencies and banks to make swift decisions. With President's decision approved 2018 to 2022 digital payments expansion state program, which certainly is aimed at the digital transformation, and high-level state program with its digital institutional improvement, enlivenment of the banking system, the shaping the banking ecosystem, and hence towards very substantial works and serious priorities are combined. And towards the realization, a number of the procedures have been connected and joined through various set of recommendations. We as ABA on the processes, we are jointly taking part, and for the realization, and we are taking all the necessary steps. And today's forum is one of those events that brings together both local and foreign experts to generate interesting and insightful discussions and various ideas and insights will come out from. It will certainly pave the way for this substantial contribution to all of us. Good luck to the forum, and I thank you all for coming. And likewise, we're grateful to you, Mr. Zakir. We still will continue financial market control. Mr. Ibrahim Alishov, Financial Market Control Agency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, forum attendants, welcome every single of you. And at our event on the 3rd International Banking Forum. President of the Republic of Azerbaijan is December 2016 strategic when it comes to the improvement of the financial strategic roadmap and Republic of Azerbaijan telecommunication information technologies development strategic roadmaps, targets and objectives certainly makes the application of the digital banking are going to be the integral part of the financial control market. the duties have been identified, and we quite ambitious. If we were to classify those ambitions and priorities, we could this is existing regulatory mechanisms, and in order to improvement of the financial inclusiveness and expansion of the financial payments and financial services, and hence increasing the knowledge of the financial participants, market players. And it was the President's 2018 September 26 decision. The Republic of Azerbaijan, an improvement of the state program has been adopted, and the adoption of the program was to certainly substantially signify the minimization of the cashless operations and hence improvement of the legal basis and has quality, as well as the expansion of the scope of application. And at present, in the national markets, we are seeing the development of new trends. These are the financial cooperation and banks and strategic digitalization that is being put to the fore. Those mentioned, including regulators, between various important challenges, certainly priorities, ambitions have been set out, and all in all, when it comes to the application of the digitalization, earlier on Mr. Ali mentioned the macroeconomic environment under the President's leadership is a logical consequence of the President's certainly decrees that we are seeing the positive trends all around the country, and reforms certainly are reaping the rewards and benefits. And starting at the last quarter of the last year is still continuing, and at present with the macroeconomic, looking at the macroeconomic numbers, then we can see 0.7% increase for sure, and the non-oil GDP, we realize that there is a 1% growth, and this is no coincidence that and international corporations, including the World Bank as well as the IMF, the forecasts shows that Azerbaijan's current and future forecasts that they actually forecast the potential development, and these certainly the promising numbers prompt us to say that the complex set of actions and measures that are being realized in Azerbaijan will certainly be continued going forward. Well, speaking about the traditional conventional bank, from conventional to the digital bank, to begin with, when to look at the outcomes and 2007, every single bank to look at, we have analyzed the digital banking on each bank, and all the possible reforms have been identified, individual discussions have been made, and their future development prompts have been issued. And from the payment ecosystems new development stage, when it comes to non-banking services providers, certainly requires the formation and payment service. The law has been developed, and that very law at present is aimed at going to improve the competitiveness and the digitals of the transactions and payment systems. At present, this law, so it is a draft of the law, I apologize, it is being agreed in consult with the state agency. We certainly work individually with every single bank that certain methods are expected to be realized, and through the legal framework that continuous changes will be made, and we are certainly in need of taking it with the advantages, but to seize on this opportunity, this actually holds true various agencies as well as international financial corporation, that we are very grateful for their support, and we, by the virtue of the international experts, we're very grateful to our market players for the organization. In regards to the digitalization, presently, I'd like to bring to your attention the statistics that in our country, there are about 30 banks, 2024, that has internet banking and mobile banking solutions are applied. And in 2018, the first 9 months, all in all, on the operations over the current accounts, 5% accounts for the online transactions payments. And when it comes these numbers to compare with the previous years, what we can see, this is the growth by 3.3 times during the present year. And when it comes to new mobile certifications that we have started, and e-banking, including the mobile and internet banking services application, have widened. When it comes to the payment cards and through the money wire transfers, through the various services, through the credit or banking cards have been made available, so new projects have been realized at present. As a result of the successful connection, the activities are underway. In the nearest future, when it comes to the and these projects, the completion of these similar projects, what we are seeing, the formation of the legal framework, as well as when it comes to the operations. We think that this will certainly, I believe that this development will allow us to steer all the bank-related operations and transactions from an online regime. This will allow for the will certainly and substantially contribute to our overall objectives. To seize on this opportunity, I'm very grateful to the organizers and ABA, and I believe that the representatives and foreign guests who will make the most of this event, I welcome them all, and I'm very confident that this third forum will substantially contribute to transformation to digital banking. And I wish good luck to the forum.
Teşekkür ederiz İbrahim Bey'im. İndi ise söz verilir İktisadi Islahatların Təhlili ve Kommunikasiya Mərkəzinin icraçı direktoru Cənab Müsal Qasımlı.
Now, we will give floor to Musar Gasamlı, Executive Director of the Center of the... Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to wish success to our forum, to our event, and I would like to also to express my gratitude to the Executive Board of the Financial Markets and Association of Banks of Azerbaijan. Thank you very much for bringing these issues and to the agenda. And I would like also to mention about the state program. Thank you very much for providing information about the roadmap and supported and adopted also by the President of Azerbaijan. I will not repeat all of those things. I will express my thoughts in regard to the transformation. Of course, I know that it will be widely discussed later on. First of all, there are three groups of factors affecting the non-cash payment. Demographic, technological, and economic factors are there. Demographic factor is this. Starting in 1990s, people who were born in 1990s, they are people of so-called Generation Z or digital generation, and they were born in the age of globalization. Now they start their careers. So this approach in technology. We know that as a result of a fourth industrial revolution, we see the absolutely new approach here. If we take it from this point of view, all studies show that Generation Z prefer using mobile applications, and through mobile apps, nowadays it's possible to pay hands-free payment, non-cash, immediately. And with this, we need to think about our future age and our actions in the future. And Generation Z it expresses absolutely new approach, and we have also the so-called X and Y generation together with them. But all the issues expressed by Generation Z are taken very seriously everywhere in the world, in Japan, in the United States, and in all countries. The another important issue, which is also associated with Generation Z, they demand, they require, they want all banking services to be gathered, to put in one platform, and technically it's called omni-channel. So starting from IP telephony, emails need to gather on one platform, and we can call also one-stop shop approach or one-window approach. But whereas in one-stop, it's being done through the classical regular branches, but digital banking enables the use of all channels 24 hours a day, and all different channels are gathered on one platform with this approach. So we need to find optimal ratio, so so-called classical or regular bank branches at one hand and digital at the other hand. And I would like to say, also to remind you, starting in 2015, before oil prices dropped, and now when we see that some banks can provide the same services with less people, with less staff compared to 2015. And one of the important issues here is this. This is the integration of banks and banking systems themselves, because with this integration, without this integration, we cannot imagine cashless payments. And API approach, so it's important to provide the API approach, API access at all ends. Recently, there was discussions about as expert and other portals availability in Azerbaijan. And at one hand, and Amazon, Alibaba, and global and regional retail platforms with American Express, Visa, and other payment systems. When we talk about all of these things, the opposite side expressed this idea. They said that your state is API nation. Of course, it has its philosophical meaning, because we cannot create the American Express, MasterCard from scratch, because there is an effect of migration. What we can do with API, we can join the systems, but it depends on us how effective it will be, how effectively we can join. This is about the integration, for banks and banking system, and we shouldn't forget also about fintech.
O belediyeki o kar
So very big, huge companies, we see that globally, they even become even bigger. At one hand, fintechs at one hand, and the other hand, banks are emerging. So we have the new paradigm now. And of course, we need to take here in Azerbaijan, we need to take it into consideration, all these trends. And now all the payment systems should be customers centered. Integration between banks and fintechs will help to bring the customer to the center of all services. So this is actually what Generation Z is requiring. Plastic cards nowadays, they hold all the information, all the credentials, and we have the information. In plastic card we can find information about the preferences of customers, and all this information can be viewed as the big data. It gives new opportunities and it opens new horizons. So I think that we need, being the banking sector of Azerbaijan, we need to take all of this very seriously. So now we also hear about the C2C and plastic information for flow of plastic cards creates big data. Some video, even audio materials are placed plastic cards, and it requires a new approach to customers. We need to take it into consideration. And at the end of my speech, I would like to say that, of course, the banking sector of Azerbaijan now is surviving after the financial crisis. It was said by Mr. Zakir also that we successfully resolved many problems. Of course, we still have challenges with expired cards, etc., and we are implementing now state programs. We are sure that they will be implemented very successfully. Another important issue is this. Taking this opportunity, I would like to share these ideas with you. One of the most important things is, along with the use of new technologies, is about the relations, to bring relations between banks on high level, to upgrade it, and so the relations with real sectors. The real sector has its own responsibilities, and the banking sector has its own. Liquidity is there, and we need to be able to transform it. And you know that starting the next year, the budget will increase, and we have positive expectations in terms of economy for the next year. And this is the new advantage, and this is the for the banking sector. So banks shouldn't limit themselves only with giving loans, but they need to comprise all other things and act together with customers and provide all necessary modern services. Another thing I would like to emphasize here is this, that the economic changes and reforms, they now demonstrate their positive effect. And Azerbaijan is between the 25 countries, and of course this is the good, very positive fact for Azerbaijan, and we are very happy with this. According to the World Bank, the business environment of Azerbaijan, in terms of the business environment of Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan is in front ranges. Austria is behind Azerbaijan in this ranking. Germany is one step forward. This is the result of the reforms initiated by the president of Azerbaijan. But again, it is important now for us to upgrade, to bring the relations between the real sector and banking sector to the high level. And once again, I would like to wish success to all of you and wherever. Thank you very much, Mr. Hussain. Now I would like to give floor to the director of the Institute of Economics of Azerbaijan National Academy of Sciences, Professor Nazim Uzaffarli.
Good morning. Those who saw, I just arrived late. There are a couple of reasons for me being late. Reason number one. The forum attendants and people, they just park in front of the hotels, that it totally blocks the entrance. It's way out. It's impossible, out of question, to enter the building. Because why? Why do they park that way? So that it would be in front of my eyes, so that I can see my automobile, my car. There's a, the parking lot right at the basement of this building. Free of charge. You can park right in the basement of this hotel for 350 cars. No one is parking their cars. Why? I want to see my car in front of the building. That's the thinking. So Azerbaijanis want to see everything just in front of their eyes, so that they can feel, they can have a feel, they can have a touch. They're going to touch it. And this is one of the reasons for the ubiquitous, for the, if you will, for the transaction, people prefer the cash operations. When you spend through the card, when you purchase through the debit card, the banking card, you don't feel like you spent when you use your banking card, because it's a card you just give. But although it makes no difference whether you pay by cash or through the banking card, right? But when you get money in cash, when you spend it, you feel it. You get the feel of money, right? That cash in your hands. But now the world is transforming, and it's transforming in a way. Even people understand when there's no cash, they still know they have that, they have money. Well, I think that we should try to get away from our old mentality. We're in dire need of paradigm shift, in other words. The cashless operations, I've mentioned a number of the times, that are way in excess. And the very program that we're talking about is aimed at changing the entire situation so as to expand the cashless operations payments in the country. Is this program going to certainly reach its objectives and make strides? Well, most of the people here know that we have made countless attempts to expand, to certainly the cashless operations. The decisions, the top-level decisions have been made, but problems have yet to be sorted out entirely. But shall we be able to sort out the problems once and for all? The key to this question will depend on who are interested and who are not interested in the realization of this program. These are amongst the questions that we have to go through. Who are interested in the realization of the program? Of course, first and foremost, the head of the state, Mr. President himself, at least because he has approved the program, hence he has shown a genuine interest in the realization, because this is one of the ways to take the country forward, is to take the economy to the next level. It's a tool and instrument, and the head of the state is genuinely interested in the realization of the program. Secondly, those who are indirectly, covertly interested, the banks. No one but the banks are covertly interested in the realization. Why? Because banks, of course, do realize that everything happens, any transactions with cash, would definitely, certainly, will hit their interests, right? Because they're interested in the cashless operation, so they can make their money out of it. Because it's one of the greatest players. The lobbyists should be the banks themselves to lobby the interests. What stake? Which are the stakeholders interested? Those who use the well, those with the white, if you will, the accounting, those who want to sleep safe and sound, those who are genuinely the person who are conscientious clients, the businessmen, who are conscientiously willing to pay their taxes. We still have many of those people who are willing to pay payments. Who else? People. Population. Because the greatest, the biggest benefit of the population at large will be the shrinking of the shadow economy. So in other words, promotions that population will definitely acquire. I'll get back to that in a minute or so. But now, who are not interested? Let's talk about that in the realization of the program. Thieves. Literally, thieves. Those who tax evaders. Those who give bribes and take bribes. They are not interested in the realization of the program. The thieves. Perhaps in the development in abroad and developed countries, I have never seen that someone who has made the payments through the one bank card to another bank. Those who take and give bribes, they want cash operations. Tax evaders prefer the cash operation. Thieves prefer the cash economy, so that they would run entire operations by cash. I don't want to say those who are thieves, but they're interested at least in doing so, because once the economy becomes more transparent, more certainly documented, with less cash operations, when everything transforms into the white economy, so that they will see their ground running from their feet, under their feet. And they certainly will resist, definitely, to the realization of the program. By all means, what does it take to break that resistance? There are a number of the issues entailed on the program that are instrumental from this standpoint. The very substance is quite easy. The economy is steered through the restrictions and promotions all around the world, just like everywhere. When to restrict the cash operations, cash-based operations, even in the most developed countries, certain restrictions are imposed outright, and hence to expand the cashless operations, certain promotional campaigns are certainly afforded for both the persons, the clients, and companies. There are countless operations, also the promotions. In European countries, they claim that if you're going to purchase anything above 2,000 euros, anything, so you are not entitled to make the payment by cash. It has to be transaction has to be made in any other ways. So similar transactions, similar restrictions are imposed in developed countries. If certain purchase exceeds certain amounts, and there are certain promotions, other promotions. Say government claims that if in Hungary, the government states if you have the post terminal, we will give you a subsidy. Will subsidize certain purchases. So I said, you would be interested. There are certain tax holidays, so many other promotions. What makes the situation so odd, so weird? Every single country, through the imposition of a couple of restrictions and 5 or 6 promotions. But other restrictions are imposed by Azerbaijan as well. So in many other countries, promotions are not applied in Azerbaijan, unfortunately. Only restrictions are imposed. At the very essence, the substance is to instill a change and transform the very philosophy of the management, the leadership, from restrictions to promotions. Of course, we need restrictions. By and large, they're quite instrumental, quite pivotal in the economic growth. They will have to remain. However, the very burden will have to be alleviated by the virtue of the promotions. And only after that, only then can you be able to go forward with the clients, with the population, and would only be interested in the realization of the program, because that in the short term will definitely, they will acquire certain dividends, but in the long run in the long run. The economy will reap benefits and rewards by the virtue of the economic growth. And the very philosophy, the core of this program is to shift from restrictions to the promotions. We're in need of substantive and substantial institutional transformations. And both the players of the program and those who will supervise the program, they will certainly lots of responsibilities. They will have to shoulder lots of responsibilities when it comes to the citizens of Azerbaijan. And leadership, it's such a substantial issue that these definitely, and by all means, can we believe in the realization of certain steps to be taken to that effect. As I reiterated, indeed banks will be definitely held accountable because they will be committed to certainly safeguarding their own interests. Towards the realization, they're directly interested in the pursuit of these goals and objectives. And I reckon that the discussions towards the ways of realization will definitely be carried out in this forum, and these discussions will further certainly contribute to the economic as well growth and the cashless operations, and eventually will certainly boosting the welfare of the people of Azerbaijan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, we're going to give floor to Mr. Erdem Çakar, Azerbaijan Country Manager at MasterCard. Please. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to you. First of all, I would like also to express my thanks to Mr. Zakir, to Mr. Alim, to Mr. Ibrahim, to Mr. Usal, and Mr. Nazim. Thank you very much for sharing with us your valuable thoughts. And today, I would like to say that I'm very happy to be here on behalf of the domestic card, this event organized by ABA. And we give the special role to Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has great potential for growth and to be an open society. Recently, Azerbaijan started implementing a special program of cashless economy, and we are participating, supporting this project as consultants. And using this opportunity, I would like to express my thanks to Mr. Alim and his team from the Central Bank of Azerbaijan. And we're very happy to be part of this project. And we are very happy also for another reason, because we are from Turkey and we are implementing the thesis of two nations, two countries and one nation. This has a special meaning for us. Azerbaijan's main resource is the new generation, young generation, developing banking sector. Thank the MasterCard, we will invest to the future of Azerbaijan. Very soon, we will see how the results of how this project is implemented. All relevant governmental bodies are supporting us with this, and we are continuing the process of digitalization. Mr. Nazim before me said that one of the stakeholders of this process, of the most important stakeholders, are banks. But of course, we need also to include the general public in this process. What we did for 2018, we implemented a pilot program in Nakhchivan, for example, to incentivize people to switch from the cashless payment to help them to make this switch easier, especially we did in regions outside of Baku, in order not to be concentrated only in capital city. And with all these campaigns, we supported the switch to the cashless economy. And we also built so-called e-export between bridge between Turkey and Azerbaijan in order to support trade, cashless trade between two countries. With this vision, for this vision, once again, I would like to express thanks to Mr. Ibrahim from the Chamber and to the Central Bank of Azerbaijan. And I think MasterPass is one of the successes globally, and we will present very soon here in Azerbaijan, and you will see that with campaigns we will organize, they will prefer make the payment through the internet with their own cards. We witnessed this transformation in Turkey, and we think that we will see the same here in Azerbaijan. With opportunities, new opportunities, it will be possible to make the contactless payments here in Azerbaijan. Yes, it's still not available in the many other countries, but it will be available here in Azerbaijan. In 2019, we will bring chatbots. Let's say you want to go somewhere, you want to move somewhere, you want to buy a ticket, so you will have alternatives there. With one click, you will be able to make all your payments only with your mobile phone, without the cards. So it will also incentivize and push people to use cashless payments more actively. Yes, goals are really very serious for this switches, and that's why we need all these incentives to bring people on board as much as possible. With campus and with other projects, we see that we will be successful, of course, together with you. What is our concept? To bring latest innovation here in Azerbaijan and to help Azerbaijan to be the leader in this region in terms of the cashless payment. And I'm sure we will be doing it and we will be successful. Thank you so much. Once again, I would like to express my thanks to all presenters. Now, we're going to start our panel discussions, and the first one will be about the transformation of the banking sector. And I would like to also invite other participants of the panel. Hakan Tatlıcı, Mastercard, Kemale Kurbanova, Central Bank of Azerbaijan, Dmitry Khomenko, BPC Banking Technologies, Katarzyna Fatiga, Financial Services, Koray Akın, Kabel Systems, Emre Umut from Citibank, Evgeny Zaitsev, Central Bank of Russia. Thank you very much. I would like to declare this panel opened. All these topics, of course, are very interesting. We have 12 speakers. They will speak with my panel. Of course, the lot is big enough, and the responsibility also is big. According to our program, we will give 15 minutes to all speakers, and I would like you to follow this limitation. Before giving floor, I would like also to voice several facts comparing with the situation we had 10 years before. M1, for example, the share of cash, it was in the economic, it was 60%, and it's 48% in 2007. So the change is not too big. And the second fact I would like to voice here, if you have time, please look at it. I want to enter the Army org site, IMF org site, and please read the speech of Christina Lagarde, the head of the IMF. Very interesting message. You can find very interesting messages there. She addressed to central banks and suggested them to use cryptocurrencies, and also, and among listeners there were fintech companies. I see, by the way, here the representatives of central banks and fintech companies. Interesting. Isn't that so? And now I would like to give floor to the first speaker. You can speak from your seat. Thank you. My name is Hakan Tatlıcı, and I would like to. I'm responsible for the cashless economy in the developing countries. I would like to demonstrate some slides to you. Mr. Ardan before me also mentioned about the role of Azerbaijan in cashless economy, and we believe that Azerbaijan will be the leader country. So what it will give us? Of course, it will help to bring more transparency, and it will give us an opportunity to be closer to our customers. And along with that, of course, we know all the changes in the world, and some countries have already started when we compare to previous periods. In Britain, for example, in the cash economy, the amount of the cash dropped from 52 to 42. In some countries from 35 in 20, and even in Korea and South Africa, they plan not to use cash at all by the year 2020. So we can follow the same trend throughout the globe in all countries. Of course, when we look at the situation we have now, comparing it to the 1990s, at that time we had only the cash and POSs. But in year 2000, for example, everybody started using mobiles and computers. So we started to use what called omni-channel. What's omni-channel? What's happening in the world? We have the 20 banks, and there's no need now for customers of bank to go to the branch of the bank. They can bank a card without going there and to make all the payments. So all technologies now are there and they are developing. So through this omni-channel is helping to bring together virtual and real world. What it will give us, how we will benefit from it from the point of view of users and banking. This is about interactivity. Digitalization helps to support interactivity between the customers and banks. For example, as a user, I'm an owner of the card, and I have an application from the bank. I go to the shop, to the shopping center. I want to buy something. Well, the banking will find out that where I am, my location, and it will it will help me to benefit out of discounts when I'm close to the shop that they have agreement with. So nowadays, when the users are there, we can recognize the customer and to suggest some offers, to bring some offers. So this is one of the important issue for the growing curve banks. What MasterCard is doing in this regard? MasterPass started implementing MasterPass throughout the world. MasterPass. When you go to the shop now, if you see the MasterCard logo and you know, okay, I can pay with my card. This is the MasterPass is a digital version of the same card. So what does it mean? If you see the MasterCard logo, you don't need to enter your data to make your payment. In 41 countries in the world, this system is implemented nowadays. So we are planning to bring it here in Azerbaijan. Thank you, by the way, to the Central Bank of Azerbaijan for being with us, and of course it will be implemented and given to users here in Azerbaijan. So the world is developing very rapidly. So now people not only paying through mobile and through cards, but even they do it through talking to different applications. The user, for example, entering the messenger, and they are searching their friend, and then they enter some page of some country, let's say McDonald's. They see it, and they can talk to the representatives, and no need to enter all other data, or your card data, your credentials. You can buy whatever you need only with these messengers. So digital world is moving to new platforms, to new fields. QR payments, you know, that the new trend is QR payments in the world. QR specifications were developed, and we are supporting it being a MasterCard. We have our own specification developed in this regard. So globally, Starbucks, for example, are doing it. We help them to accept the payments to QR, and it really works in many countries. We've mentioned about the chatbot, we've mentioned about the QR payments, and now the payment experience is absolutely different. What users are doing, they are calling a taxi, and with the watch they have, the smartwatch they have, they can make the payment. So the transformation is horrendous. It's absolutely different. So all different gadgets now become the payment gadgets. Even maybe refrigerators tomorrow, or televisions will have this function. Being MasterCard, our vision is this: whatever the platform is this, whether it's in physical world or in digital world, or like in omnichannel, we, being a MasterCard, we're developing our solutions and we're suggesting them. Apple Pay, Samsung Pay examples. In these examples, we have MDA's support from MasterCard, and we hope that these innovations, new technologies will be available here in Azerbaijan, and it will be given to all customers here. When we say Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, people normally think about contactless payment. But actually, this is the global transformation, how people started to pay. And one of the fields where this transformation will be more visible is transportation. in New York, San Francisco, soon in Moscow, in Turkey, in Ankara, big cities, Ankara and Turkey, this opportunity was implemented, and we really see benefits out of it. For example, transport operators in these countries, when we look at their costs, before EMV system, they paid for the chip was very high, so more than 10%, and now it's around 6%. Of course, it helped them to bring costs down. From the point of view users, let's look from this point of view. Everybody probably experienced that. You touch, for example, your card, but it's run out, it's finished, and we say our users, do you want it? Do you want it to experience it? And 30% during the study said that it's, I don't want to hear this sound. Your card is empty. I'd rather prefer to walk rather than to ask from someone. And other people would rather prefer walking under the rain rather than to hear this sound. Your card is empty sound. So I think this also helps us to understand how important is this transformation. Actually, we will see all these changes, new trends very soon. We will see massive rates in physical payments. We'll be able to make payments with our mobiles, and soon IoT. We will see how IoT technologies are rapidly entering our life. 3D printing, etc. With all this digital transformation, we will see changes in our life till the year 2020. And being a MasterCard, we want to bring cashless Azerbaijan at a high level. Once again, I would like to emphasize that we will support this transformation. Thank you.
Well, what's your take on the application? Do you think its time has ripened to apply on its payment system in Azerbaijan? Second, the mobile operators. Do you think it will generate the competition? And both sides, both parties, supportive system setting will be engendered. Actually, these are two separate things, with two mobile operators, and what we do is separate. But I want to explain it from the different prism. At present, look at the smartphone rate. It's about 160%, the mobile, usage. And we see, look at the internet usage. About 65%. We have the 65% online internet using penetration. So people are quite ready to make online purchases, and we, through our technologies, be it the mobile operators and banks, we are the ones, every single one that is using the technologies, we're quite ready to reach out. Basically, they're speaking of the competition. It's not a competition amongst themselves, it's a cash-based operation. Actually, this is actually we aimed at improving, strengthening cashless operations. This is what I wanted to hear at the end of the day. Well, if there are no further questions, could we please ask Ms. Kamala, are you ready to make your speech? She'll take us through on the state program, strategic targets, priorities, objectives. Thank you very much. I thank you all for coming. Actually, Mr. Alim, Mr. Wissal, and Mr. Ibrahim took us through the philosophy and the essence of the state program. and expectations. And of course, however, once again, in my own speech, I'd like to take it in the strategic targets and priorities. And speaking of the state program, before we move to the state program part, I'd like to share with you the impacts of this, the consequences of the digitalization of this competitive economy in the various researches on the impact of the digitalization. Said lots of analysis are being made, and those analyses show that digitalization certainly plays a substantial role in the surge and the hike of the GDPs, and then the slashing unemployment and driving the competition. Well, digitalization, on the other hand, has a positive impact on the livelihood of the people, where the rate of the welfare is much higher with digitalization. It is about the enhancing, increasing the services to infrastructures, and so improving their welfares and the wages and salaries. Digitalization also enhances the efficiency of the governance. As digitalization also minimizes the physical contact and hence improving the contacts, and hence improving the efficiency and effectiveness of the control and relations between government, and hence certainly paves the way for the betterment of the relations in the countries, where this also increases the financial literacy. With digitalization, social economic, which translate into the numbers, there are a number of the sources, if you will. We can definitely talk about the developing countries. With the 1% increase in those countries with digitalization, and increases the surges GDP by 0.4%. Yet another source shows that a digital ecosystem's growth rate with 1% increase, and so that translates into 0.13% of GDP. Yet another source shows that 10% hike in digitalization slashes unemployment by 0.84%. So, due to these very facts, the overwhelming majority of the country's development agenda is overridden by the digital development, digital growth, and also with the presidentially endorsed state program, once again, this is yet another political support, and this also digitalization is yet another strategic roadmap, as a detailed set of actions. When drafting the state programs, we certainly cooperated with Mastercard team. Also, we engaged through the field experts, trying to eradicate and rectify, if you will, the bottlenecks. We did our due diligence. We scrutinized macro and macro, the elements and parameters, and certainly impediments. About 600 various, the business meetings were held. Then we studied their motives. About 700. We met with 700 people, and also we certainly actually sought out their views, whether they still use cashes or not. Well, all in all, speaking of the cashless operations, and the very pillar is the very sustainable, favorable condition and setting. So any country may bring certainly import and, if you will, the innovative tools, but if the setting is not susceptible for that, the volume of the cashless operations will decline. And therefore, Therefore, if we are certainly poised and geared to improving and bringing about the cashless settings, so we should do that. Secondly, the development, the growth of the financial markets, where the banking sector's enlivenment and, of course, restoring the trust of the people to banks will certainly. Yet another, we have financial inclusiveness, and therefore increasing the availability of these financial services that has to be within the reach for customers, for clients, through the expansion of the lineups of the services. And hence it's a financial literacy, the awareness raising campaigns that are amongst the key pillars of the cashless market, cashless economy. When drafting the state program, more than 30 countries' best practices were scrutinized, including their country impact and other impacts were analyzed, and as a result, and 4 streams in 4 directions, and 16 priorities, and about 60 set of actions entailing state program was drafted. And one of the key lines was to engendering institutional setting for and increasing, certainly improving the system as availability. There are 3 priorities, which is favorable improvement, development of this business, improve business conditions, and improvement of the social protection system alongside the tax and environment. And this set of actions, such as improving of the taxation, optimization of the tax burden, hence improvement of the tax administration, set of actions alongside social burden, the sharing the social burden between the employer and employees, optimization, and strengthening the social protection system. Then when also there are a set of actions to make the employee-employee relations rather transparent. The second model line is to enlighten in the reinvigoration of the banking system, and hence improvement of the banks, the mediatory system. And there are a couple of priorities: is the completion of the restructurization of the banking systems, and hence, of course, improve the development of the active the banking system, because the conventional systems, the volume of this the cashless operations, where the online operations are much higher than cash operations. And secondly, it's the second actions of the development of the cashless ecosystem. Of course, the central bank is quite interested and carries out a diverse set of actions to that effect, and national programs have been signed off. As I mentioned by Mr. Rufat, at present, the current global trends shows that the modern challenges require a new generation of the payment tools and the penetration of the new payment instruments into the market. And he talked about the demands of to meet the demands of the Generation Z. There are a series of works they lay in store to be carried out, and banking sector certainly is not devoid of that through the expansion of the system, and hence making this increasing the reach out to the remote rural areas. Of course, we're talking about the services. The banks certainly are charged with lots of and instructed to tackle these issues. I don't want to drill down into details. The fourth stream is the financial literacy and awareness raising campaigns. And once again, within the countries with the high financial literacy, we see the high and overwhelming, certainly, dominance of online transactions and digital payments. Yet we also it's public trust boosting, and the public trust is quite critical. Hence, banking system is charged to prioritizing these particular areas. So banks should definitely improve their relations with banks, and they should definitely be interested in informing, and certainly they need to do their best to generate that kind of trust between the clients and the banks. All in all, speaking of this state program, it's meant for 3 years. It's tagged for 3 years, which isn't a big, long period. And it would be very much naive and ambitious to claim we'll definitely will have developed the digital planned economy within 3 years' time. But at least we are aimed at certainly setting up the very pillars to found set of laying the ground, hence trying to certainly instill the traditions and conventions of the cashless operations. We will try to tide over institutional problems, but after 3 years, our priority will definitely be set out to become a regional leader, to emulate Azerbaijan, our country, as a good example for other countries vis-à-vis the cashless digital economy. What are the expectations from the state program? This state program entails both digital results and quality changes transferred. Quality assessments have been carried out on the outcomes. When it comes to speaking of the digital outcomes, the implementation of the state program set of actions general for this within 5-year period will try to is expected to increase the $500 billion. So on priorities, our key streams and our key areas, of course, the implementation that its impact to the cashless operations has been evaluated. The state program also have certainly increased the cashless operations, and we'll try to reduce it by 70%. When it comes to the quality indicators, I don't want to reiterate, we talked about that already. When it comes strategic objective is to definitely to expand the cashless environment, certainly, and hence trying to improving the investment opportunities of the capacity of the bank. And what we expect that the tax-based foundation will further be increased, improved, and hence loan and borrowing and investment portfolios of the banks will definitely be expanded and enlarged, which will eventually increase the access of the population of clients to banks and various services, and hence will improve and will this safeguarding the availability and accessibility. And last but not the least, it's all about certainly enhancing and improving of the social economic welfare of the population at large. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Ms. Kamada. I have a question. Speaking about the new generations that we referred, they're quite aware of the latest technologies through their handheld gadgets. They're tapping away on their handheld gadgets, but they don't have money. They're too young, don't have money in their pockets. Well, they're basically the source of income in older generations and in companies, right? It's collected in companies. What about financial? What do you think? Maybe we should put the financial literacy, we should prioritize financial literacy on top of everything. Well, speaking of the generations that probably, when it comes to financial literacy and digital payments, there is no big need for dire need for that, because that generation itself, because we can see from our own offspring, our children, they are certainly self-learners, right? Because speaking of the raising financial literacy, it's rather very much applicable to the middle generation. For instance, in our region, as a result of these surveys in the regions show that even people, those with people who still hold on to their banking cards, debit cards, the checking cards. They still don't know about the services, whether they don't even, they simply think that if they withdraw money from the ATM, they're not even sure they will be commissioned for that or not, because they are not quite fully aware of the various diverse opportunities of the banking cards that they can use. Topic number 3, omni-channel digital banking as a key. Dmitry Khamenko, please.
May I speak Russian because it's very, for me it will be much more easy to make my presentation. That's why sorry for sound.
So, today I witnessed that with a lot of attention paid to omnichannels. That's why I have decided to change my view to omnichannels. Normally we think that omnichannels actually represent this picture. This is the set of services, and this is the set of services giving us opportunity to unite all the clients to one unit. So clients can go through all the channels and benefits the different services. But what kind of services from the point of view of digital economy? Of course, we need to take them on board to give them opportunity to use more services and to pay more accordingly based on our practice. For example, the transport Troika card, actually it was designed for Metropolitan, Moscow Metro Underground. And the next step, they have decided to expand it, to expand services to other modes of transport. Yeah, this is the transporting card, but I find very interesting thing. What you can pay with this card. You can pay to Tretyakovsky Museum, for example, with this card, Museum Lunarium, VDNH, and other exhibition halls. So this is the transportation card originally started, but it's not anymore. So what we have at the end, we have the one ID, one united ID, including which is from transportation card, it fills your omnichannels with additional services. It may be with public transportation, for example, then it will be transferred to the IT services, so public services. Insurance companies also will join it, so municipalities, etc. So all other services can be used. So this is some kind of ID card to fill in your channels. But the question is this: how we can connect channels and banks? Okay, let's look back to history. So in the bank, for example, everything. 10 years it could be possible only, but 10 years ago we started giving them internet banking, but we then experienced the gap. What was the reason? Because the concept changed. Because nowadays customers, we financing the needs of the customers, and we realize that. So what's happened between the customer and the bank? So guys from the Silicon Valley started filling these gaps. Netflix and Uber and others, they are attracted to our channels and they are using their channels. So if we fail to use these channels, they are entering these channels. Startup companies. What banks are doing? Normally, they've decided to fight against everybody. They said, do not work with IT, so business against startup, and they said, you're taking our shares, you're biting our cheese, and now banks are in defense, and all around defense. And they started some actions. We see the online banking in 2018 in Europe. Banks spent 25 billion pounds since 1990. And what we have at the end, this is the online banking in 1990. And in fact, for 25 billion pounds, we made very small steps. So we just give new opportunity, new channels, and we connected the telephone. And we said we provide the same operation, but the problem is this: we do not change our structure. We do not go forward to the client. So at the moment, this sector is weak enough. At the moment, Russia advanced in this field, and what we have, yeah, of course, we have examples of the channeling, but they're limited. Some movements from marketplace point of view are there, so something is wrong here, I think. Something is wrong here, in my view. This is the Russian, the eternal Russian question: who is to be blamed for and what to do? First of all, we shouldn't forget that banks actually have the core, and nobody can replace it. Goldman Sachs said very important things, and he said that yet we are in risk like the Google and search. So you can do payments, you can keep their money, and you can give loans. This is your core function. All the other things, like Zach said, this is around the open API. We are filling our channels with APIs. So what we have at the end? What strategic directions we have for the movement? First of all, the digital transformation of everything, literally everything. Everything should be digitalized. So United ID is there, and as soon as you go digital, your clients will be interested in paying through digital environments. They will use it as much as possible, or maximum level. And the next story is this. This is the AI. So we need to profile our clients. Important thing is this from the point of view of omnichannels. Omnichannels doesn't ship when it's needed. So meaning that all omnichannel will be adapted to the profile of the customer, to the pattern, to the behavioral pattern of the client, and we need to study all the time. In the speed is too high, maybe sometimes we do not see it. Why fintech companies are winning now? Because every time when they do the suggestion, they adapt themselves to the behavior, to changing behavior of the client. And now about the ecosystem, creation ecosystem. I would like to dwell on this issue a little bit more. So how it should be built on? First of all, we have the platform on Open SDK. This is the SDK. To make it more clear, maybe this is an open platform, so for everybody can design a system on this platform. Maybe this is about the identification of the clients or everything, all other things. So this is the first thing, this is the first platform, and then the IP, the open IP. It needed this is not to be compared with startups. Bank as itself is not to be active IT fragile. So you need to have the developers, all the big army of developers, programmers, coders, etc. So it's more simpler to create a platform and to invite everybody, and they will in their turn invite their clients. So you through this you decrease the cost, but clients anyway come to you and use your services. And the next story is the version for settlement. The number one trend in the world are clouds, and you can move it flexibly. And again, it's about, at the end of the day, decreasing costs. Partners, this is also an important issue. I've said that all banks altogether spent 25 billion pounds, but actually they got nothing. They tried to bite each other, but although they have another enemy, not enemy, but competitor, which can do it easier and in more flexible way and quickly. And if partners are sitting, they use the common platform they want to use, platform, it will be a benefit for everybody, for all participants in the community, in ecosystem. And here we should understand very simple thing. We need to fill it in. We need to bring interest there to the community. The digital economy, also the insurance companies, and the healthcare, transportation, all of these things should be done through one identification. And when you're filling in your platform with all the services, it will be full-scale marketplace. And when it's needed to the client, when the client needs it, he or she will be able to benefit it. This is actually our eco platform. Once again, it is crucial. It's important for all members of the community. One of the examples, think of Russian bank, for example. They are considered as innovative bank, but the core product is credit cards. But they invite all other players, and they in their turn can invite their own clients. So in fact, they invest zero there to operational processes. CapEx is zero there, and OpEx is zero. This is what they pay. How it can work out, how it may look like. When consortium bank or one bank is creating the fintech hub with a platform, and these platforms gives SDK and IP outside, and you invite people, guys from fintechs, young people who want to be coders, who want to be in future Steve Jobs. And they start to design based on your platform new ideas, new transformations. They transform your business, and they submit it in different way to their clients, and all it come together, and at the end of that you have the cross-sell, synergic cross-sell. In my view, this is the basis that the digital economy of the future will be built on. So fintech companies, etc., and developers will be there. Once again, this is the goal. Let's help people from the garages, all the guys from the garage, guys who are sitting and writing their codes on their knees, and make them providers of services. And when I read this presentation, all people are asking about ATMs. Just a moment. ATMs. What to do with ATMs? Think of Bank was one of the best. It was considered one of the best, but they purchased the network of ATMs. Of course, we say that we will switch to the new things, but it also can be used for omnichannel models, one of the major players. But that's it. Thank you very much. Dimitri, I have a very small question to you. If I got it right from your presentation, we can think that banks are competing with their platforms, not, let's say, front offices, let's say. Yeah. Front offices of the bank, I think that this is the near future. And it looks like this all daily operations, daily of the branch, onboarding of clients will be placed on platforms. So banks will show their services for platforms. Branches will left only for heavy services. When you have the circulation of document, you need to check the lot. Even there, the agencies also will be active. And I'm pretty well aware that during the upcoming 5-10 years, banks will be as a big office, will be standing, but at the same time, everything will be sold through external services. Okay, I got it. The traditional front office will be active in customization. Yeah, it will be more personalized approach to the client. And I can say that basically ATMs actually are robots in some way. Thank you so much. Now, let's switch to another item. And now I would like to invite
Financial services and dynamics of international. It's an honor for me that I can represent to you the contribution of Discover Financial Services in the development of cashless societies and economies around the world. So the topic of my today's presentation is Discover Global Network, enabling a cashless society. Discover Financial Services is a direct banking and payment services company with one of the most recognized brands in the U.S. financial services. Since its inception in 1986, Discover has become one of the largest cards issuer in the United States. The company issues Discover cards, America's cash rewards premier, and also offers a wide range of direct banking products and services like loans,
diyet müxtəlif xidmətlər, klons və s. ortaya çıxarmışdır. Və Discover Global şəbəkəsi ki, nəticəsi ödəmə şəbəkəni daxil edir. Discover International satın almışdır və eyni zamanda bir çox müxtəlif şəbəkələrdə, dünyadakı şəbəkələrdə əməkdaşlıq edir və öz partnyorlarını artırmışdır. 110 lisenziya vermişdir dünyada və müxtəlif yerlərdə dünya müxtəlif yerlərindəki partnyorlarına əməkdaşlıq etmişdir. JCB, UnionPay, BM, Türkiyədəki, Nigeriyada və Braziliyadakı şəbəkələrdə əlaqələr yaratmışdır. Nəqdsiz iqtisadiyyatı və cəmiyyətin nə cür dəstəkliyinə gəldikdə biz burada bilməliyik ki, ümumiyyətlə bu nə deməkdir? Yəni hansı narahatlıqlar bununla əlaqədar vardır? Əksəriyyəti digital məlumatı, tərəflər arasında digital, yəni rəqəmsal məlumatın ötürülməsi ilə əlaqədar və iqtisadi məlumatlar, məsəl üçün kölgə iqtisadiyyatının azalması məsələsi də və vergilərdən qaçma məsələsi də bununla əlaqədardır və məqsədlərdən birisi doğrudur və ümumiyyətlə nəyətlərin azalması və sosial bunun üstünlükləri də vardır və kimi vətəndaşlar banklardan, bank xidmətlərindən daha çox yararlana biləcəklər və eyni zamanda ümumiyyətlə maliyyə xidmətlərindən daha çox yararlanacaq və eyni zamanda müəyyən narahatlıqlar da yaradır. Çünki burada məxfilik məsələsi ortaya çıxır. Çünki bilirsiniz ki, ümumiyyətlə kiber cinayətlər mövcuddur və əlbəttə ki, banklar daha çox müştərini cəlb etmək istəyir, amma yenə də bu narahatlıqlar mövcuddur. Amma bütün bunlara baxmayaraq bu yolda, yəni bu istiqaməti irələmə gedir nəqdsiz iqtisadiyyat üçün və burada ən vacib məsələ əməkdaşlıqdır. Müxtəlif satıcı şirkətlər, istehsalatçı və eyni zamanda müştərilər. Yəni bunları tənzimləyicilər də, dövlət təmsilciləri də bu prosesi idarə etməlidir və təmsilləməlidir. Burada müvafiq məhsullar tələb olunur, həm yerli, həm də ki, beynəlxalq bazar üçün və eyni zamanda qəbul etmə şəbəkəsi olması, effektiv, nəqdsiz cəmiyyət üçün infrastruktur, müvafiq infrastruktur da lazımdır. Və o, eyni zamanda müstəqil olmalıdır və xərclərin aşağı olması da tələb olmaqdadır. Yeni texnologiyalarda rahat şəkildə həyata keçilə bilmə, tətbiq oluna bilməlidir. Və ən uyğun strategiyalardan və müvəkkil strategiyalardan birisi bir fonddur. yerli sxemalar, yəni ki, ölkə daxili sxemaların yaradılması və onların işlənməsidir. Gəlin son 10 ilə nəzər yetirək, Kanadada biz bilirik ki, nə qədər Kanadada vardı və Braziliyada biz 150 milyon kartlar vardı. Kartdan Fransa'da vardı. 60 milyon ve Rupee Hindistan'da 65 milyon kart vermiştir. Türkiye'ni demirəm çünkü sizin Türkiye'nin hakkında demirəm çünkü siz özünüz bu barədə danışmırsınız. Həcmə gəldikdə ölkə daxili sxemlər nöqtə nəzərindən və biz baxdıqda görürük ki, müxtəlif burada rəqiblər vardır. Bu sxemaların üstünlükləri nələrdir ki, bu həqiqətən də alternatifdir. Global şəbəkəsinin yaradılması. Onların xərcləri çox aşağıdır. Və həmçinin gəlirlər, bu sxemlərdə əldə edilən gəlirlər də yerli bazara daxil olur. Bundan başqa ölkə daxili sxemlər daha çeviktir və eyni zamanda yerli bazara daha rahat uyğunluğu təmin edə bilər. Və çox vaxtı dövlətlər onları dəstəkləyir, onlar genişləndirə bilər ödəmələr başqa ölkələrdə, onlar maliyyə, inklüziyaya yönələ bilərlər ki, bu halda digər sxemalar məsələn bu qədər uyğun olmaya bilər. En büyük ihtiyaçlardan mesela birisi de global seviyede rəqabətli olmaq. Bu da müştərinin istədiyi vaxt ödəmələrin keçirilməsinə imkan vermək və bunların məqbul olmasını, hər yerdə qəbul olmasını təmin etməkdən keçir. Və burada çox çevik münasibətlərin yaradılması imkanlı sxemalar, bu ölkə daxili sxemalar verir. Bu sizin brendiniz, öz bazarınızdır, öz şəbəkənizdir və siz özünüz tənzimləyirsiniz, həmbiçimini və qaydalarını müəyyənləşdirirsiniz. Və müxtəlif ödəmələr və ödəmələrin həm təmaslı, həm də təmassız da mümkün edilməlidir və beynəlxalq şəbəkə tərəfindən də qəbul oluna bilməlidir. Diners Clubs və digərləri vardır və digər şəbəkə, yəni partner şəbəkələrin vasitəsilə bu xidmətlərin verilməsi imkan olmalıdır. Burada müxtəlif texnologiyalar və təcrübələr istifadə olmalıdır və ən vacib şərtlərdən birisi ölkə daxili sxemlər üçün və ümumiyyətlə nəqdsiz ödəmələrin texnologiyalardır. Bu sxemalar hazırlamaq üçün və yeni texnoloji genişlənməsi üçün partnerlik müxtəlif oyuncularda partnerlik yaratmaq lazımdır və onların vasitəsilə bu texnologiyanın vasitəsilə global olaraq xidmətlərin istifadə edilməsi mümkündür. Müxtəlif digital portmanlar istifadə ola bilər və digər servislərdən birisi Alipay və digər QR-ların ödəməsi və müxtəlif vasitələr də saxtakarlığın qarşısına alınması üçün istifadə olmalıdır. Yeni texnologiyalar daima araşdırılır, biometriya kimi, məsəl səsin tanınması və yeni identifikasiya metodları istifadə edilməyə başlanmışdır. Yeni ödəmə faktorları da var, intrans və s. Bundan başqa daha əvvəl də qeyd etmişdim ki, qəbul etmənin səviyyəsi həddindən artıq vacibdir ki, effektiv nəqdsiz iqtisadiyyatı və cəmiyyəti yaratmaq üçün bu həddindən artıq vacib bir məsələdir. Və birçok iştirakçı görmüştür ki bu ödemeler artık sadece ülke dahili yok, yani ki diğer ülkelerde edilir. Emitentler bu skemaları araştırmaya başlamışlar, onları nece istifade edeceklerini dikkat getirmişler. Ve müxtəlif ATM'lerin istifadəsi bütün dünya üzrə, dünyanın demək olar ki, bütün ölkələrində istifadəsi məsələsinə baxmışdı. Airbnb-ə uyğun olaraq global olaraq araştırma göstermiş ki bütün bu skemlere nispeten bu domestik dediğimiz skemi daha geniş bir şebeke maliktir. Böylelikle domestik skemin desteklenmesi ve ümumiyyətlə nəticsiz iqtisadi desteklenmesi üçün müxtəlif stratejik həllər istifadə olunur. Müxtəlif növ biznes əlaqələr desteklenir ve bunların çeşitleri daha geniştir. Ve her taraf için bunlar maraqlı münasibetler. Global bir kart eli karttır ki bir emitentler tarafından domestik skem için hazırlanır ve global teknolojilerin vasıtasıyla karta hem ülke dahilinde dahil olunur ve beynəlxalq olarak da qəbul olunur ve partner şebekeler de bunlara qəbul edir ve istifade edebilir. Rupey mesajı Hindistan'da var ve Kore'de, Troika ve Nigerya'da müxtəlif şəbəkələrdə istifadə olunur. UAE'də, Birləşmiş Əmirliklərdə bunlar mövcuddur. Və o global kart hakkında danışmıştı. Bu tamamen Brezilya skemidir. 2017 yılda ortaya çıkarılmıştır. Brezilya'da Bradesco and Caixa ve Brezilya domestik ülke dahili skemasını onlar temsil edilir. Ve onlar müxtəlif xidmətləri hem ülke dahilinde hem de ki hırcında teklif edirlər. 2015 yılda ELO partnerlik kontrakta bağlamış ki Discovery'le ve 16. yılda ülkeden harici transaksiyalarına hayata geçirilmesi mümkün olmuştu. Ve 17. yılın sonunda ELO'nun 150'ye yakın milyon istifadəçi var idi ve çok büyük paya Brezilya'da malik idi. ELO global kartını ile alakadar bir filmde çekilmiştir. Ben burada bütün gün ərzində olacağım. Eğer suallarınız varsa indi ve daha sonra bunları verebilirsiniz.
Bir təklifim var. Biz Orta-Amerika'dan imtina bizim açıq danışıq konferansımız bütün dəqiqələri
to skip the coffee break because we are a little bit late and we have a lot of now speakers waiting. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Koray Arakan from Kabul Systems. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to ABA Azerbaijan Banks Association and all other bodies in Azerbaijan supporting the event. And thank you very much for participating here in this forum. And I would like to talk today about moments of trust. What do I mean by saying moments of trust? This is about the relation between banks and customers, with the people. And actually this is the truth also for the history, for the historical when we look back. Because people are coming to the bank and they give their monies to the bank and they trust that they do and everything, the relations are built on the trust. So, Kobil want to continue and expand this trust into the digital world, the new platforms, and we are developing. So Kobil is the company which is active 30 years. This is the Turkish company established in Germany, and it providing its services in more than 50 countries in the world. So we're providing services in all these countries. I've mentioned about the establishment of the company, and this trust is extremely important, as you know, because you can easily lose your trust. And especially this is true for digital environment, because in digital environment it can be built immediately, but with this attack, with cyber attack, for example, it can be vanished, it can be destroyed at the moment. With technologies we have, we need to provide the trust and to prevent all the fraudulences and violation with new technologies. We talk about the banking today, we're discussing different aspects, and everything is about the relation between the customers and the banks. In the near future, everything is changed. We are talking about IoTs and the role of IoTs in financial sector. In near future, all things will be able to order, for example, your fridge, etc. will be able to make purchases and to place orders. All documents, to make it possible for all the documents to be there in the near future, we need to support it technologically. And technology is important for maintaining trust, to make all transactions safe and secure. When we talk about digital banking, we should take into consideration all the different regulations. PSD is one of the most important discussed here, and it is designed to place obsolete technologies and bring us with the new technologies to the future. Under Open API, see fintechs, and it is important for them to work together, meaning fintech and banks, and they should create a united platform to work together. We are mentioning different regulations, so it is secure, and this is the technology providing all necessary things. And why all these regulations are important for us today? Because all these regulations, of course, they help us, but when you invest in new technologies for creating the cashless economy, we want all these regulations to help us in creating and building all the necessary platforms. We are discussing digital banking. This is, of course, a very good thing for our customers. We provide and develop the new solutions for our customers, but at the same time, in parallel with that, they bring also other dangers. And
So they have high expectations. So the Facebook and WhatsApp users, and on the top of the digital banking, expectations are quite normal. Yes, we'll have to safeguard securities, but even doing so through the user experiences will definitely be taken into board. We'll have to come up with something optimum for the clients to. And this, where does this trust come from? In digital banking, that we reach out to clients through their handheld gadgets. We're not at the mercy of banking. So it could be the mobile device, kind of the laptop, the PC, these telephones, mobiles. Since they're outside of our control, they do carry with themselves there could be malware, so kind of threats can be definitely out there. But when it comes for us to provide these solutions, we need to secure some kind of safeguard securities, so that we can easily actually make our services available to our clients. So therefore we have to make sure that their devices, mobile devices, are secure, so that they can operate, they can run the operations as securely, as safely as possible. For them to operate in the trusted environment, the clients' solutions will have to be reached out as safely as possible. So to begin with, once these devices are trusted and reliable, but the lack of trust, lack of security, safety in the transactions. So the various authentications, methods, safety security measures, so that we try to do as much as possible. But if it's not the system, the operations are not secure, there's no trust, so we may have difficult problems. Yes, at the end of the day, when it comes to KYC, when it comes to the digital onboarding I'm talking about, so the number of the regulations doesn't authorize digital onboarding, but the solutions to offer, to provide, so as to use the services, technologies. So regulations by all means will have to be followed through, and this is something that we use in hard mobile technologies, and easily, and the immediate future, both in Azerbaijan and in Turkey, that I think that it will be easily applicable. So we certainly support it through our technologies. When it comes to authentication of the client, is an important step to be taken for the digital banking solutions. And of course, behind that, to make it viable, yes, we're talking about digital signatures, SMS or OPTs, but generally, this has the negatively affecting factors. They're not quite user-friendly for the clients. We have to ensure that when they tap into the banking system, they can get the login within seconds, they can do their operations as soon as possible, and certainly sign out. So for the login, to give them a minute or 2-minute time would definitely. Well, talking about the digital onboarding, and speaking of the regulations, they want the fundamental usage, such as payment authorization usage, is one of them. As of now, this is an optional technology. Some banks do, some banks do not use it, but in the immediate future, once it was mandatory regulations, the number of the payments, all the payments, I reckon, will have to be authorized by the end users. And when doing so, again, and even one simple SMS, text message, OPT won't do it. So it will definitely require the e-signature technologies will have to be used, and those kind of COBE solutions will have to be out there. Of course, speaking of the digital banking, what is left to be there? Open APIs we're talking about. with the mobile or any desktop computer, banking operations won't be enough. On the backstage, various solutions in a larger spectrum will have to be availed. They will have to pursue the versatile multiple cooperative schemes. So various initiatives been launched in Europe. What they're trying to, so the open API, have every bank within its own API. The integration with fintechs becomes quite complicated. For this kind of initiatives, through the open API standards, when it comes to APIs and certain standards under this framework security, these initiatives, right? And we as COBE, we're supportive of these initiatives for this open API. When it comes to transmitting the knowledge from bank to fintech, and amongst the various stakeholders and parties, through which will be secured through the customer's e-signature that underlies our entire work. Well, now, speaking of COBE technologies, when trying to set them into motion, there are certain features that let me talk about those features. First of all, one of the most distinguishing features, the entire security operations are carried out through the e-signature. What makes it so unique, secondly, out-of-band authentication authorization technology, the secure chamber. And for the COBE, sometimes it has its own out-of-band authentication solutions that can easily be secured by our side. From this standpoint, if you operate in this fashion, and of course if you're aiming to make it as secure as possible, and in other digital banking systems, those ones, in terms of the adaptation, you'll get a leverage, you'll gain an upper hand. I talked about the PSD2 technologies. We as technologists, generally, we made an effort, and of course, we as the first bander, we were authorized as the first bander. And on top of that, about PSD, it's not about over-analyzing PSD2. When initiating, launching some kind of technologies, beyond that, we'll have to make more stringent efforts to secure more fundamental and certainly overarching systems and infrastructures. And in the list of the referenced vendors, well, there are a number of the clients, as you can see on the screen. We're providing various services that includes very large banks, small banks, and in 2012, these technologies we've come up with, we have been working with the zero fraud rate, and I think we are here to support Azerbaijani banks as well, and altogether we will willing to help you out to shift Azerbaijan into the cashless freeze. For the following speech, Citibank representative, and on innovation, bank operations innovation.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. I will do this in English if you want, the native language of the presentation. And first of all, we have been hearing about change since the morning. I think we all know what's going on.
Biz hamımız çox gözəl bilirik, ətrafımızda nəzərə çarpan dəyişikliklər baş verməkdədir. Sadəcə nəyi necə görməyimizlə bağlı deyil, eləcə də sadəcə məsələlər maliyyələşmə, rəqəmsallaşdırma deyil, elə bizim ətrafımızda olan hər bir şeylə bağlıdır. Yəni bütün sənayilər, müəssisələri fərqli səviyyələrdə təsir edir. Bu həyat bir tərzimizdə çevrilir. Davranışlar dəyişir, seçimlər dəyişir, yollar dəyişir. Məsələn, mən özüm götürüm. Mən daha gənc oğlan olanda, sürücü vəsiqəsini alanda, həyatımın ən vacib məsələlərindən biri idi ki, mənim sürücülük vəsiqəm olmalıdır, sürməyə bacarmalıyam.
Mənim uşaqlarım bəlkə də sürücülük vəsiqəsi olmayacaq. Onların maşınları özləri sürəcəklər. Digər prioritetləri olacaq. Və bank dünyasına gəldikdə isə mənim anam kimlənsə təbii öz bankı ilə nəsə danışmaqdan, söhbət etmək xoş deyirdi ki, kimsə barədə ona danışsın. Həmişə filiala gedib kimlənsə danışmaq istəyirdi. Hətta həmin o vaxt xərclədiyi balansı öyrənmək üçün kimsə söhbət edib məlumat almaq istəyirdi, çətə-çət. Və təbii ki, yenə də bunu edə biləcək. Amma necə özünün konkret kompüterindən Amazon Alexa ilə. Çünki yeni innovasiyaların rəqəmsal dünyada baş verən disrupsiya ucbatından səs tanınma rejimi ilə, mexanizmi ilə də bu xidmətləri ona çatdıra biləcək. Yəni, bu faktdır ki, dünyamız dəyişir. Rəqəmsal təbii ki, pozuntu ətrafımızdadır. Amma biz nə edirik? Bu konkret olaraq nədir maneələr? Banklar, firmalar, sənayilər 100 illər boyunca nələr edirdilər? Sadə cavab odur ki, onlar nə mümkünsə onları edirlər. Bizim hamımız bütün fərqli opsiyalara, variantlara investisiya edirik. Biz akseleratorlarla, inkubatorlarla da işləyirik ki, görək ki, bizim startup dünyamızda və biz təbii ki, nə edirik? Venture capital şirkətləri müxtəlif portfellərə investisiya qoyurlar. Onlar konkret öncül təbii ki, innovasiyaları müəyyənləşdirmək istəyir və bizim də həmçinin yeni bir konsepsiya, innovasiya konsepsiyaları çərçivəsində də bizim mədəniyyətimizə onları təlqin edirik ki, biz oradan konkret olaraq inkişaf edə bilər. Bu barədə danışmaq istəyirdim biraz daha çox. İnnovasiya laboratoriyaları günümüzün getdikcə ayrılmaz həyatımıza çevrilir. Çünki onlar konkret olaraq bizə akselerasiya sürətləndirilmiş bir sürətlə konkret işlərimizi, innovasiyalara səbəb olacaq. Nədir bu? Incumbentlar nədir? Böyük düşmənlərdir. Onlar strukturlardır. O isə deməkdir ki, astadır, proqramlar var. Onlar qlobaldır. İnnovasiya laboratoriyalarının isə çox ciddi, çox aydın bir hədəf və məqsədləri olacaq ki, həll yolları sürətlə təmin edilsin ekosistemə. Yəni, bu da əsas funksiyadır ki, bu incumbentda nədir və konkret olaraq onun mandatı nədən ibarətdir? Eləcə də ki, onlar bir arada istedadları da özü ilə gətirib, barədə orasından danışacağım. Və bankda sizin məhsulunuz var. Eləcə mi? Satıcılar var, funksiyalar var, əməliyyatla məşğul olanlar var. Yəni, fərqli təbii üsullar var, amma innovasiya üçün də yəni bu sayılar lazımdır. İnnovasiya laboratoriyaları nə edir? Fərqli insanları çox fərqli sahələrdən bir araya gətirirlər ki, onlar nəsə unikal bir şeyi çatırsınlar. Və təbii ki, onların aydın mandatı olmalıdır, aydın şəkildə bildirməliyik. Bu kiçik bir, hansısa bir böyük bir düşmənin yanında oturan bir balı kiçik bacı öz bacına nəsə etmək istəyən deyil. Aydın mandat, aydın səlahiyyət çərçivəsi, mümkün, ən əlverişli məhsullar bazara çatdırılmalıdır. Və bunun təbii ki də qlobal bir coğrafi şəkildə sürəti, əlçatarlığı təmin ediləcəkdir. Beləliklə, bir misal olaraq da öz firmamla, öz şəhərimdən bizim 9 fərqli innovasiya laboratoriyalarımız var. Fərqli bizneslərin də öz fərqli innovasiya laboratoriyaları ki, bunlar da nəinki onların biznes rejimdə digər innovasiya laboratoriyalarında da işləyir. Mənim biznesimdə isə xəzinədarlıq xidmətlərində isə biz öz innovasiya laboratoriyamızı 2009-da təsis etmişik. Maliyyə böhranından dərhal sonra. Yəni, bu isə nəyi göstərir ki, biz nə dərəcədə bunun əhəmiyyətinə inanmağımızdır. Yəni, bankların gələcəyi kontekstindən ki, biz innovasiya mədəniyyətini, kültürünü daxildən gətirə bilək. Və mən istedadlardan artsın. İnnovasiya laboratoriyası çox maraqlı bir mühitdir. Yəni anturaj olaraq məlumat analitikləri var, yəni mütəxəssislər var, dizaynerlər, blockchain mütəxəssisləri də var. Amma eyni zamanda biznesmenlər də var. Yəni məhsulla bağlı biliyi olan insanlardır, funksional biliyi, əməliyyat bilgisi olan, hüquqi təcrübəsi olan insanlar var. Yəni, onların hamısı çox mədəni, bir araya həll yollarını kollegial şəkildə araya gətirmək istəyirlər. Və bu da təbii ki, yenə də nəyə çatdırmağa çalışırlar? Ən yaxşı müştərilərinə çatdırmaq istəyirlər. Və onlar da müştərilərlə yerində istəyirlər ki, onlar rahatlıqla gedib daha sərbəst ola bilsinlər. Yəni, ona görə də onların imkanları, onların düşüncə tərzi, onların əməlləri, fəaliyyətləri daha əsnəkdir, daha rahat, daha çevikdir. Ki, onlar da öz növbəsində məhz bunlar sayəsində mümkün olacaqdır. Və sonuncu məsələ də bu bir ekosistemdir. Biz nə etməyə çalışırıq? Bizim və müxtəlif nəsillər fərqini bir araya gətirmək. Bizim firmada 3 fərqli nəsillər bir-birlə yanaşı işləyirlər. Biz necə və hansı şəkildə və bu ən yaxşılarını, analogu gətirə biləcək? Təbii ki, biz müxtəlif müştərilərimiz var və biz də hər bir şey ətrafında formalaşdırırıq. Venture capital var, normal məhsullarımız var, faktiki olaraq innovasiyalar olaraq. İnnovasiya laboratoriyaları var, cəmi ekosistem var ki, müştəri ətrafında formalaşıb ki, təbii ki, bu da öz növbəsində müxtəlif insanlar tərəfindən ərsəyə gətirilir, formalaşdırılır.
Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья, большое спасибо за приглашение. Моя презентация будет краткой и посвящена системе быстрых платежей Банка России.
So we're going to talk about the system of SWIFT payment of the Bank of Russia. And we see that during the last 10 years, we see how this sector is developing, and initiators are not only central banks, but also participants that place in the market. The Bank of Russia, following this trend, also is a driver of the SWIFT payment systems. And first of all, SWIFT payment systems are oriented on our people, on our citizens, to give them opportunity, accessible and very secure way of payment. And as you can see, 73%, around 70% of all countries, drivers are central banks. The SWIFT payment, creation of the SWIFT payment systems, one of the reasons why it was created that it was about the popularity of mobile gadgets and at the same time unbelievable growth of cashless remittances from person to person. For the regulator of the economy, the cost of participants need to be brought low to make it more acceptable. The system will have the following features: the simplicity of initiation of the payment. As an authenticated, the number of the mobile phone can be used, for example, and then the ID in such social network or email can be used. And also, SWIFT payment system will be available 24/7, 365 days a year, and the cost of the payment is the key driver. The Bank of Russia, as an operator, doesn't have the goal to earn money, to generate money out of it, and only the transaction fee will be collected from participants. So, for connection of the use of services, the services used fee will not be demanded. At the first stage, when these systems are implemented, the C2C opportunity will be given, and then we plan to implement it also for legal legal entities, and very secure channel will be provided, and then we'll use a QR code to start providing for QR codes, and at the end of the day, clients will be able to use messengers, social networks, network accounts, and all other options to make their payments. The Bank of Russia is proactive, is acting proactively in defining the national payment system, and we do all the things that we build this system together with all stakeholders in the market, and to meet all the demands of our customers. Thank you very much. I have one question for you. Do you think the development of such a payment system, so we have the variety of them, to decrease at the end of the day the share of SWIFT? Of what? Of SWIFT? Do you think that with the development of new type payment system, the role of the SWIFT will be decreased? But the system of the SWIFT payment, first of all, are designed the payments between physical persons or physical and legal persons. SWIFT is rather in another field. It should be taken another field. Thank you very much. The participants of the forum. And now we have also the ceremony for awards. Awards will be presented. Thank you very much, Mr. Murat. And now we are starting this part. We will praise our partners, MasterCard. Representatives of the MasterCard, please. We congratulate once again. Your applauses, please. BTC Banking Technologies. We are welcoming our partners. Closing them. The next partner, Discovery Financial Services, Dynasties Group Club International. Congratulations, applauses. And Kobil Systems. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Yunus. Dear participants of the forum, now we can enjoy a coffee break, and just in order to save time, we have the limitation. We will continue our panel discussions, and I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Ramin Mahmudov, and I would like to invite Mr. Andrei Spiridonov. Please, Mr. Andrei. Stanislav Umnikovsky. Please have a seat. Mr. Cenk Temiz, Interbank Card Center. Mr. Daniel Fuchsen, BS2, and Pavel Shost, Russian Electronic Money and Money Transfer Association, to continue our activities. And I would like to give floor to Mr. Andrei. And he's going to talk about spot banking.
Hello, thank you. I hope English is okay.
Ki siz rahat başa düşeceksiniz çünkü tercüme edilir. Benim adım Andrei Spiridon'dur ve mən öz kollegalarımın adından, Raiffeisen Bank International adından mən təşəkkürlərimi bildirirəm burayı dəvət etdiyiniz üçün və ümid edirəm ki bizim prezentasiyası üçün maraqlı olacaqdır. Beləliklə, başlamazdan əvvəl bir neçə söz demək istəyirəm ay haqqında. Biz Avstriya Korporativ və İnvestisiya Bankıyıq, amma bizim qanımız, belə deyək, mərkəzi və şərqi Avropadadır. 14 banklar, ən qabaqcı banklar arasındayıq bu regionda və 47.000 işimiz var bizim qrupda təxminən. 6 milyon bizim müştərimiz var və 2000'e yaxın business outlet xidmət göstəririk. Bu bizim xəritəmizdir, bizim yerləşdiyimiz və fəaliyyət göstərmiş yerlər. Bizim filialımız olan ölkələri biz sarı rəngli göstərmişdir və eyni zamanda bizim təmsilci ofislərimiz də var. Belə. Smart banking, yəni ağlı banking və müştərinin mərkəzdə olması mövzusu ilə əlaqədar biz nə edirik? Bunun üçün nə edə bilərik? Mərkəzə gətirmək ki, biz öz müştərimizə daha yaxın olaq. Biz əməkdaşlıq etdiyimiz üsulu təkmilləşdirməyə, adaptasiya etməyə başladıq və fintechlər haqqında biz danışırıq. Fintech bizi vadar edir ki, bank olaraq bizi vadar edir ki, biz özümüzü tamamen kökdən dəyişdirək. Hansı kateqoriyada? Digital, məsəl üçün, ödəmələr kateqoriyasında və həmçinin kreditdən verilməsi və eyni şəkildə bu da investisiyalara aiddir və xidmətlər, dəyər arttıran xidmətlər və həmçinin kapitalın artırılması. Bununla əlaqədar biz nə edirik? Biz hər kəsi dəvət edirik ki, kimin ideyası vardır, bizimlə işləmək istəyən hər kəsi bizim banka dəvət edirik və biz öz məhsulları onlara veririk, öz biznes ideyaları bölüşürük onlarla və bizim Elevator Lab adında bir programımız var. Ki bu elə bir şeydir ki, biz xahiş edirik ki, fintechlər bizə gəlsinlər və öz ideyalarını bizimlə bölüşsünlər ki, onlar nə cür fikirləşirlər, bizim əməkdaşlar nə cür olmalıdır. Bizim filial banklarımız da vardır və əməkdaşlar etdiyimiz banklar vardır. Və bizim üçün maraqlı olduqda, hətta layihələr olduqda biz investisiya edə bilərik, venture kapital şəklində bunu edə bilərik və yeni, inovativ fintech və startuplara biz investisiya edə bilərik. Bizim əsas diqqət yetirimiz sahələr bunlardır ki, burada biz yeni fintechlərlə əməkdaşlıq edirik ki, bu ikinci ildə, birinci ilində əməkdaşlıq etdiyimiz ən qabaqda gələn fintechləri bunlardır. Adları göstərilmişdir ekranda. Və biz nə şəkildə bunu edirik? Yəni, əslində yüzlərcə bütün dünyadan müraciətlər olur. Bizim xüsusi sistemimiz var, onun vasitəsilə biz seçirik, seçim sistemimiz vardır və Elevator Lab'ın qazanan partnerlarımızı seçirik, konsepsiyonu desteklerle biz təsdiq edirik və bundan sonra biz onlarla ticari bir müqavilə bağlaya bilərik. Bundan başqa biz işi qurduğumuz şəkli də adaptasiya edirik. Hər şey ideyadan başlayır. Bir çox bank əlbəttə ki, burada bu məsələdə keçmişdə qalmışdır. Böyük banklar və digər şirkətlər, məsəl üçün, hardansa ideyaları götürürlər və nəsə qururlar üzərində. Bizim yanaşmamız belə deyil, bu prosesə yanaşmamız belə deyil. Biz hiçbir şey qurmuruq, biz hipotez dediyimiz hipotezini qururuq və bunu qurduğumuz zaman biz çalışırıq ki, bunu test edək, yoxlayaq, görək ki, bu həqiqətən də işləyirmi, faydalıdırmı? Və sonra baxırıq ki, bu müştəriyə lazımdırmı, yoxsa yox? Yəni ki, biz hələ də ki, müştəri bəyənənə qədər bu ancaq hipotezdir. Biz onu yoxlayırıq. Bunu etmək üçün biz prototip qururuq. Prototipin qurulması ideyası nədir? Biz elə bir şey qururuq ki, bunu biz öz müştərimizə rahatlıqla verə bilərik. Onlardan rəy ala bilərik və ondan sonra prototipi qururuq. Yəni, çox pul buna xərcləmirik əvvəlcədən. Yeni məhsulun necə olacağına dair biz fikirlər qoruruq. Yəni, onları göstərir, applicationları göstərir. Hələ ki, back office bağlı olmayan applicationları təqdim edir onlara və kifayət qədər müştəridən biz rəy aldıqdan sonra biz minimal viable, yəni həyatda qalan bir məhsulu MVP qururuq. Yəni, biz bilirik ki, müştərimiz nə istəyirik? İnvestisiya, çoxlu pulu investisiya etmədən biz bilirik ki, bizə müştərimizin xoşuna gəlirmi? Yəni, ideyanı biz test edirik və məsəl üçün deyirik ki, müştəri ki, məsəl üçün filan funksiyaları açıqdır, məsəl üçün bir aylıqdır tutaq ki, amma bu real puldur, yəni real bir məhsul kimi işləyir. Və bu işlədikdən sonra öz faydasını göstərdikdən sonra biz sistemi qurmağa başlayırıq. Yəni, ideyadan son ideyaya qədər hərəkət edirik. Və bunu biz yeni xidmətləri hazırlamaq üçün bu prosesdən keçirik. Və başqa biz nə edirik? Çalışma üsulumuzu biz dəyişdiririk. Biz müştərimizi diqqət mərkəzinə yerləşdiririk. Biz həmişə çalışırıq ki, düşünək ki, müştəri üçün əlavə dəyər nədən ibarət ola bilər? Biz nə edə bilərik ki, bizim müştərimiz daha çox dəyər əldə edə bilsin bizdən. İkincisi, çox prototip hazırlama prosesindən keçirərək biz bu işi davam edirik. Məsəl üçün, əgər keçən illik qalırsa, inovativ olmursunuz. Bundan sonra biz daha çox əməkdaşlıq şəraitini yaratmağa çalışırıq. Yəni, işçi şəraiti yaratmağa çalışırıq ki, burada sizin gördüyünüz iş çox vacibdir və biz əlavə dəyər verə biləcək işlərə diqqət yedirik. Və sonunda ideya ondan ibarətdir ki, böyük təşkilatlarda belə, yəni əlbəttə ki, bürokratik proseslər vardır. Yəni, ideya ondan ibarətdir ki, bütün bizim işçilər bir antreprenör olaraq, yəni biznes adamı olaraq fəaliyyət göstərməyə bilməlidirlər. Təşkilatı adaptiv edən amillər nələrdir? Şirkət haqqında və bank haqqında düşünürsünüzsə, işlədiyiniz bank haqqında, əgər siz prosesi gözünüzü qabağına getirirsünüzsə və bunun başdan sonuna qədər nə şəkildə olacağı haqqında düşünürsünüzsə, yəni, belə mi olacaq, yoxsa sağdakı kimi olacaq? İdeya ondan ibarətdir ki, siz məsəl üçün, bəlkə uğurlu olmaya bilərsiniz bu işi gördükdə, amma dərsi alırsınız. Yəni, təşkilatı adaptiv edən nədir? O, təşkilatın qeyri-müəyyənliklərin öhdəsindən necə gəlməsi ilə əlaqədardır. Değişiklikləri hiss etmək, strategiyanı yenidən yaratmaq və çevik qalaraq özünü değiştirə bilməklə əlaqədar. Bu qədər. Təşəkkür ederim. Çox sağ olun Andrey. İndi isə test sistemi. Test Stanislav bir söz veririk. My presentation, please. Good day, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my thanks. My thanks will go to the Association of Banks of Azerbaijan for very good organizing this event. Everything is very comfortable, it's very good. We feel at home. And of course, we are happy with that. And of course, I would like to express my thanks to our local partner, MBA Technologies, for the supporting organizing this forum for us. And now I would like to switch to my presentation. And today I'm going to talk about the processing solutions of our company, developed by our company, through the prism, the topic of this forum. This is the digital transformation and a switch from the regular banking to digital. And I would like also to talk about my company. I'd like to brief about. We are not presented here at the market of Azerbaijan. That's why we would like to dwell on this issue, to give more information about solutions we have developed and to hear some kind of a feedback from you. This company is a world brand. This is the world brand in processing solutions. This is one of the biggest companies in this field in the world. And the circulation of around more than 5 billion, the income capitalization is 12 billion, and we have 12,000 offices throughout the world. The experience of more than 400 clients throughout the world is collected in our company. We have centers in the United States and Brazil, in Great Britain, and we're also on the co-owners of China UnionPay data center. We are the representatives of the company responsible for CIS countries, and I'm responsible for the development of business. And we have the office from 1989. The first visa was issued based on our solution. In our Moscow office, we have around 80 experts. Most of them are technical experts. We signed this year the contract about the expansion of our team by 40 people, and we're going to have more than 100 people. We are the international company. The structure is distributed. And the software is developers of the software are in different parts of the world. In Moscow, in Nicosia, in Cyprus, and part of the developers are based in Malaysia. From the point of view supported products, you can see all this international payment system, Visa, GCB, MasterCard, American Express are supported by us, and we have an opportunity to issue new products like simple debit cards up to very complicated debit card, it's a credit card, etc., etc., including very complicated schemes. Geographically, we are present in all regions, practically in all points of the world. And in addition, I would like also to mention about our clients, because at the moment, our clientele help us with a fast development, especially in digital banking. We have the trend in our company related with startups and new banks who have the philosophy of digital banking. They are using our digital solutions. And I would like to also to mention about some cases implemented during the last period of time, and I think they're relevant to the topic of our discussions today. One of the innovative banks, Russian market, is a Tinkoff Bank. Our colleagues actually mentioned about it today. This is a really unique case when bank is starting from the strategy about the monoliner, credit monoliner, but they have managed to diversify themselves, and now these guys are doing not only by issuing cards, they're doing with the bank ATMs, electronic exchange offices, and they are business oriented. These cards are business oriented, and our colleagues actually mentioned that CAPEX, OPEX are zero of them. Probably they do not deal too much. They are not in context. Actually, they invest a lot of money in technology, and they are creating a technological platform for their services. And these services, these solutions are like Zebel, etc. They are costly enough, and they also invest in their developing teams, because shareholders oriented to the business, they realize that presently IT company is much more, the price of that company is much higher compared to this regular bank. So, and it has more perspective for the future. So, it was mentioned today actually that we have the new world now. At least it's more complicated compared to what we had before. We have the new share of forces. We have the fintechs and startups, and they're in and out now from banks, and of course banks are in a position of defense. How they can do it? They are using new strategies, flexible and rapid strategies, so-called agile, which is used not only in IT but also banking. So it means that dynamically all demands conditions can be changed. And of course, this is about the open IP to be. It is the wish to be digital, to use clouds actively, and it's supported by the payment system. And at the moment, they are available here in Azerbaijan. How we respond to new challenges and new needs of the market? Of course, there are standard things like being flexible to rapid responses, and we actually are one of the big vendors who invest around 20 in hour for this development. So we have this innovation. We own this innovation, one of the first. We have more than 400 clients throughout the world, and we also accumulated their experience on our platform. I would like also to pay attention to this service model processing. At the moment, there are two absolutely different models: licensing model, enabling to build in-house processing in a bank based on the software from the vendor, and there's an opportunity to use also outsourcing-based solution. You can use that and third-party processor, but in reality, there are clients who come with more customized requests to this processing. And for them, we have developed a hybrid model, enabling to use licenses, software licenses. You can get benefits out of it, for example, flexibility, and strictly get into the market. But this model also enables to place processing on some independent data center platform using the hosting model. And we even went further. The company has an opportunity to provide the full operations of our system, so banks do not need to increase their competencies to develop their own experts in processing. So from the operation point of view, we can do everything. So It's about the everyday operations and rolling out releases and monitoring, real-time monitoring, and up to end of day. We can do it with our own capabilities. From the product point of view, I would like to mention about the architecture. There is a core where you have all the logics in inquiring card products are there, the support of all payment system, different payment system. Around it, we have the integration layer. This is the set of open IP. You can easily integrate them with banking system like mobile banking, internet banking, including IBS. So we want in new age all interfaces to be real-time, fast, and to reject the file exchange when it's possible. Transfer 2018, and where we are finishing with this year, of course, these are about mobile technologies and a switch of clients from conventional visits to branches to mobile, and all communication with clients is being done through the interface of a mobile phone. This is actually the digital banking, and one of the brightest cases is this. This is the Rocket Bank, quite innovative, not bank actually, but the financial organization. They have developed their own mobile application, their own ABS, and they interact with their clients through the application. You can order your card, open your account. You don't visit the branch for doing this. You can do everything to the interface of the mobile application. This is the analysis of the data for 2018 based on the big data solutions. You can get some kind of analytics from different systems, and accordingly you can develop customized proposals for your clients. This is also about the being omni-channel. This is another trend supported by our system. Real-time interfaces, payment integration, support of the different integrations. You can do it, the recurrent payments, B2B payments. All of these are different trends. Also will be visible and active in the future, of course. Also, I would like to mention about these very interesting opportunities. We are ready to propose it to you here in Azerbaijan, this opportunity to issue cards for installment. We do a lot in this field. For example, in Brazil, one of the biggest retailers, Carrefour company, they have processes in our system, and they are issuing this type of cards, and you can get it not only from the eminent part, but from the acquirer also. But it should be supported with the payment system, of course. The other systems are ready, and they can be suggested. This is the portal for merchants, also for the platform for acquirers, enable and accumulate everything needed for the merchandise activities. And also we have very big experience. We have successful cases with working with non-card system. At the moment, very interesting projects are available in terms of the creating like Yandex company, Lange's Money. They have this system. We are successful. We did integration with them through the specially designed interface. You can keep the balance not here with that system, but with Yandex. And this you can combine your payment. Part of the funds can be taken from the card, another part can be taken if necessary from the Yandex. Loyalty model. The history is very interesting. You can pay bound with that in real time. You can do it in real time if the standard format. Everything, all points are calculated after the clearing, but it's possible also to calculate it based on the authorization, based on non-confirmed transactions. And this approach has its own advantages, of course. So clients can pay in real time immediately after getting items. This is shortly, we are running out of time, I understand. And actually, these are major things we wanted to share with you. And at the end, I would like to say that we have the experience in terms of building solutions in digital banking, and that's why we are here in Baku, in Azerbaijan. Thank you. So now regular or conventional banks can become digital banks with your help based on your solutions. Yeah. Now we have the trend in our industry. Actually, we implemented one of the projects. Unfortunately, I cannot voice the name of the company, but it is very interesting. Logically, it's registered and established in Great Britain. It's active in Russia, but they do their business in Europe, and through our platform, they can run all of these things.
Good afternoon, I thank all for the invitation, dear Azerbaijani Union, and all the attendants, and I'm here on behalf of the Interbank Center. But for the first time, it's my first visit trip to Azerbaijan, and I'm very happy to be speaking in Turkish. The first time that during the final last conferences, generally, I've been places in the Spanish-speaking language. So I told them how lucky you are that wherever you go, you speak in your own language. So simply this happened to me that I'm able to speak my own language. Today, generally, I'd like to take you through the Turkish market, about the payment systems, but to begin with, I was told that we were going to be talking about the cashless operations. Well, indirectly speaking, in Turkey, what have we done in regards to cashless operations? Well, but before that, I'll take you. Advertisement of Turkey. Very briefly, to look at the Turkish economy and developed economies, and it's reckoned as the largest 12th economy. What really draws attention is the young Turkish population. To compare with, it's very young. It's about 30-35 on average, and very serious. As I mentioned earlier on, mentioned by MasterCard representatives, very serious mobile internet penetration is very high in Turkey. In the banking sector, to look at about 50 banks with 12,000 branches in Turkey, with 210,000 bank employees personnel, with $400 billion credit line, with 300 the system, with 160 billion US dollar assets, banking assets, and the net profit with 9-10 billion US dollar worth, that with the banking system is certainly making profits. When it comes to the payments, especially unlike what makes it different from Europe, is that we have a large credit card market. You know, the debit card is rather on the heavy side. As you can see how it's in numbers, there's a huge credit card volume. Alan will take you through on the one important issues. What makes it so unique is that its payments are made in incremental installments, which is credit card payments 960 with 124 increase. But from our standpoint, what is really remarkable that we are seeing the by 120 is quite high. The checking account, the debit card payments are also increasing. When looking at the numbers, what we can see in total, close to we have 200 billion cards. It's a serious number, with 65 million, 140 million the debit cards. But in Europe, the developed markets, to compare with, what we can see, the Turkey number of it during the last 5 years has been number one, followed with England and UK. So there are serious, if you will, developed penetration, over 250 plus terminals. So briefly about ATM markets to look at, with 152,000 ATMs in Turkish market. Once again, what makes it different from Turkey? So it's a number of it's not, ATMs are not only to withdraw but also to actually insert the money, to invest. You can actually put money into the ATMs. To look at the per million persons, there are 600 ATMs per 1 million persons in Turkey. Speaking of these installments, incremental installments are quite substantial and very dynamic. Every fourth person makes their payments in incremental installments with $160 billion worth. The installments are important because certain sectors, up to 9 at some 12 months, without any interest rates, people can definitely, card users, instead of credit loan, they make their purchases of credit cards. First, if you go somewhere, if you want to purchase the TV set, you can purchase it through installments, with the installments on your card, which is a market growing, influencing factor. And we see the number of the installments have gone about 20 to 40% during the last couple of years. We're talking about the cashless operations. We'll talk about it per a KPI factor. So now we say about 40%, 50%, which is quite important when going towards a cashless, masses and crowds. And a rate in Turkey, as I mentioned, about 38% developed, to compare with developed countries. In some it may seem quite close to developed countries. So we, as Turkey, there is a long way to go. As Turkey, for instance, China with 1.3 billion population, the large volume of the operations are done through the cards, and Nordic countries are rather developed the high tech and the card usage. In terms of the card usage, with Turkey, we've come to 38%. We have to even go further. Why it's so important? And is to increase the once it's registered via recorded. That's quite important. In particular, in the cashless operations, this is the main reasons. To mention, as card center, we have been built, and all the card issuing, as well as 28 banks are our members, and next to that, we have the certain with the various agencies have been authorized to issue money. So it's not only banks, but also the the e-money establishments are also amongst our members. When it comes to clearing, entire processing, and it's not just the one, all the entire card operations, they're all done through it. What is done next to it, basically, it's not just that. And also, international in operation, there is a one payment gateway. The payment banks want, they can directly, indirectly can be hooked. So, MasterCard, and so it is for them, the banks can easily be used. And next to that, all the ecosystem support cashless operations. So we have educational programs, if you will, number of reports, analytical operations, and are carried out with us. And one of the most important during the last couple of years, I will take you through on that, is alongside the digitalization related was the first international e-wallet that is supporting. On the other hand, the domestic card payments related about 150 operations account for the bank operations when it comes to total expenses and total payments. And this slide very briefly, since it clearly explains, it's self-explanatory. When it comes to general card payments, traditional card payments, the first credit card was issued in 1990. Interbank agencies was established in 2006 for the first time ever. The first contactless card was issued in Turkey. In 2007, very important, about a cheap PIN system has been used in England. After England and France, the third chip and PIN migration of 100% was completed in Turkey. So until 2010, the traditional card payments prevailed, and they used to come. Even the dimension and the digitalization part starts. But by 2012, international e-wallet, so the e-government payments technical platform was established. And in terms of the outreach, all the Turkey is the fifth largest. In 2005, we tested in terms of the contactless operations and micropayments. That is quite important for banks. We as banks, we support fully the and certainly contactless operations. Then we actually transferred it into the mobiles. So the most importantly in 2016, speaking, was the international choice system that we launched. A bit later about that, because our vision in 2010 and the cashless operation target that was quite important to reach together with us. So instant payment operations worked. We completed our QR. And now let's speaking about the cashless operations. In our journey, there are four major the topics, chapters that we concentrated on. When it comes to the payments, the rate of acceptance, increasing the rate of acceptance, and secondly, to take into account the the records that are about where thousands of people without banking records, and supporting digital platforms. And we have developed in a high rate of the penetration countries, which is micropayments, and such as taxi payments or micropayments that are very much available, including through the contactless payments, card payments. And of course, the public utility and government payments are quite critical. Likewise, and in order we need to increase the acceptance rate. We're working on that, and together with the regulators. So now, having said all of this, I think there's a one. We remove the choice because payments, it's finances, cost, and so can we do something about it? So basically, it's digital payments that play a significant role. I'm trying to speed up to look at the payments about close to 6 billion operations. 97% of operations are account for the domestic ones. Only 3% account for the international transactions. So in other words, domestic transactions actually account for the overwhelming part of the operations. So we do the operations anyway, since entire banking operations are done it's quite important system. So international payment scheme, and why shouldn't we build our international payment umbrella? Hence, we came up with the TROY. So this is the history of TROY. In 2015, the brand actually was put out. In 2016, 100% acceptance target was to. We saw the 100% acceptance in all the ATMs, and in May we developed a 2017 also together with the Discover international acceptance was secured, and for the first time, and Choice international acceptance was also equally secured in the years to come. This entire Android payments, the contactless operations will be in through the iPhone and QR operations together with the Choice. What will be done will be shared with the public. Until now, briefly to mention, I won't go over all the numbers. For every 12th of 100 cards have been provided through the TROY. So we reached 5 billion, but once again, 255 billion markets, a card market. We still have only restricted, limited number of the cards. Yet another important topic is the cashless operations, card operations supporting the public. So very serious payments through the internet and with the card operations that have reached a very serious number. And so big. So I will say it will be much more streamlined and very easily done. So I'd like to go over so what I can say is that interbanking and the card center, when reaching the cashless crowd, both technologies as well as when it comes to contactless operations, and together with the regulators and our access, we continued our work. And the most important topic to look at is the investments into the innovations through the support by the central system is certainly inevitable, and therefore without unconditionally we're willing and ready to support Azerbaijan. Thank you very much for interesting presentation.
Dövlət biliyorsunuz, stratejilərin roluna yeni baxış, gəlirləri ötürmək kanalının yeni forması.
First of all, I would like to express my thanks. Thank you very much for inviting me to this great event. And I hope that you will not be shocked with this topic. We are talking about the cashless, but at the middle of the event, the issue of ATMs comes. But the other speakers also said that they mentioned that they draw attention that money will be there and ATMs will be still valid, and we will live with them for quite a long period of time. And I would like to talk a little bit about our company, BS2. Probably most of you know us. We are more than 25 years are in banking, and we're presenting a solution for banks, including retail. And we are providing the end-to-end solutions for software, for hardware, and different types of equipment. We work throughout the world, but as a group of companies, we are in the group called Five Continents. We are focused on the market of the former Soviet Union, in Caucasus, Central Asia, Moldova, Belarus. And in many countries we have also our departments, including Azerbaijan. We have the Bestcom company here representing who are our partners. They are providing equipment. Probably you know this company well. In wider context, our clients are major banks in Azerbaijan. We are selling and maintaining ATMs, pay points and kiosks. We have qualified engineers here. We have the centers that they are here to support you anytime you like and you need. And now, let's talk about the major topic of my presentation. And I would like to start with this. How ATMs are connected with the digital economics. So we talked about the omni-channel. What does it mean? Well, let's just think that we are users. We have the mobile banking, internet banking, and we would like to start, let's say, initiate the operation like just withdrawing cash from ATM. We can start it with our application, with our app. We prepare the transaction. We say that we want to withdraw this amount of money. Let's say this is quite a big amount. And when we go to the ATM, closest ATM, we start with that, the transactions, and we see that, for example, it exceeds our daily limit. The bank officer gets this message, and it confirms it online and gives us an opportunity to execute this operation, this transaction. So at the end of the day, we can get the cash, and we have the check sent through SMS or to our email. So we see that many channels are connected in the scheme. Internet banking, ATM channel. This is the communication with the client. Maybe this is also the branch of the bank. The electronic email, like the feedback, also can be present here. So again, the bank is in the center. ATM of the bank is in the center of all process, because at the end we get our money, and nowadays we cannot imagine our life without it. Let's look at the evolution of ATM and ATM network, and you remember that ATMs now have they turned 50. And during the 40-year period, they did all the simple operations like giving cash and showing your balance. But with the development of technologies, lately ATMs turned from just cash machines to devices which can also take cash. Several years ago, the changing of PIN codes, etc., can be made, and we now can do a lot of many other operations. So with this, we can unload our branches. It means that it can help us generate more money. Further on, what's happening during the last 35 years? ATMs now is turning into the mini branch. We can do a lot of tons of different transactions through it. It can be done in self-service mode or operator-assisted mode. And we realized that the ATM itself should develop and provide more services compared to what we had before. That's why we add the, for example, currency exchange omni-channel interaction, and we are adding new functions to it. I'm going to talk in details about what I've mentioned before. Our vision is this. So let me start with this, with simple but very necessary operation like the transaction, like the currency exchange. To unload bank branches from this function, we proposing to do it through ATMs. You can do it from local currency to foreign and vice versa with ATM. Actually, we are adapting the scenario we have now to the scenario of currency exchange. Commission can be flexibly calculated for this operation, and I think this moment is interesting for the bank. They can trace what kind of money they can generate out of this operation through the ATM. The next functionality is this. This is the making payment through ATM, so like self-service. With this functionality, we think that we can bring a part of some patterns now executed in the branch to ATM. Through this, you can give your customers an opportunity to pay different payments, like utility payment or for mobile services, migration, for example, fees, education, everything actually, up to insurance, etc. You can do it with the ATM. We also propose to make it automatic, and through this we can redirect the floats from the cash machines, from cashier machines to ATMs. Of course, we always need to think about our clients, what they feel when they are in a bank. The next functionality, I think, will be this. This is the additional opportunity. This is the recognition of the face when making some transactions. We can use the two-factor authorization, and at the second step, the face control can be used. Technologically, it's an innovation, of course, and you can expand this functionality to all channels you own. For example, to mobile or internet channel, and you can expand it also the face recognition for entering of your experts to the computers of the bank. How it works and what functionality does it have? We have the service with all the data about the scripts of faces. We do not actually keep photographs of these people. After photograph is made of your client or your officer, the descriptors of the face will be kept in database, and then when you use through any channel, you can identify this person and use this method as the secondary or additional method for identification. You can use it for mobile banking and other functions. And I've mentioned that ATM itself can be used not only for taking and giving cash for the currency exchange, but also we can use as a tool for direct marketing, because we know whom we are talking with, we know who the person is, we know his or her history, and we can give relevant advertisement important and interesting for this person. We can model it in a very flexible way, and we can flexibly act for different geographic locations. So it means that we can communicate with our clients, but at the same time, the advertisement itself shouldn't be so pressing. So they can reject this type of advertisement at a time. So we ask them whether they like it or not. And then our marketing department can analyze and redirect this or other type of advertisement. Actually, we discussed a lot the concept of customer centering. When developing any system, we need to think what our customers are feeling and what they are doing in our channels. We propose to suggest that many of the screens to be the same, to be like what he can see in his or her mobile application. So it should be intuitive and attractive. We need to have the unified platform for all channels. So I think that the experience with the mobiles can be transferred to ATMs. We should think not only about clients utilizing ATMs, but also about people with special needs. For example, for those who cannot normally move, or they have experienced a problem with vision. So that's it from my side. If you have questions, please. Thank you, Daniel. You really convinced us that bankomats and ATMs do not want to die. Probably the fight will be continued, but yeah, really, I agree that in this or other form, we need still cash and we need banknotes, but we do not, I think, to pressurize too much. Maybe, yeah, still small payments will be done with cash. In our next presentation will be the following. This is about the distant bank account opening, and the presentation will be made by Pavel Shos. Good day. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I will speak Russian. My Azerbaijani is not so good now. It's difficult, of course, to make the presentation immediately before the lunch. I hope this is a joke, but it's not. But my presentation, by the way, is a little bit boring because it will be about the remote opening of the bank. But without this boring thing, all other things will not work. That's why I will start with this a little bit survey. Who believe that anonymity in the bank is not die? Does it die or not? So you believe that it's dying and some not. But anonymity probably will die very soon in banking. But we will talk about pseudonymity, because anonymity is not there. When we come to with our passport, our ID, it's not a personification in the bank actually. And in this event, we have the illustration. We have now 6 presenters. Anybody asked for our IDs here? No, nobody. But we cannot say that we do it anonymously. Maybe I'm just a waiter and I just dropped in to make the presentation. But the remote interaction, it is also the derivative of electronic communication. So we bring different vegans to this platform. The state payments, you have the services, so-called state services website in your country. So nothing wonderful here. Identification is made for different purposes. One of the most important things is the fight against the fraudulency and the fight against the financing of terrorism. Regulation in this field is changing a little bit slowly, I must say. And I actually started with anonymity. It goes away. Regulation is more tight. It applies to all countries, from China, the United States to Russia. But to compensate, some jurisdictions implement more simple ways of identification. And I would like to dwell on some of them. There are two modes to remote KYC when it's not visible, and then the so-called outsourcing or agent scheme, and the total reliance on a third party. And I will talk a little bit about all of them, all three. Normally, when we talk about the distant identification, someone is asking, so what FATF is thinking about this? Because this is the international group defining the international standards about money laundering. Some 7 years ago, when we participated in FATF meetings, there's an informal requirement, so they said that it's not non-face-to-face is not accepted. Everybody said, no, forget about that, the risk is too high with that. But when you come to meetings with FATF, they are discussing in a normal way, because regulators realize this is something new and we need to adapt ourselves to this. In 2017, FATF issued special addition to recommendations about acceptability and accessibility for financial services. Several years ago, in China, they organized a special event for fintechs, and they've decided to issue new amendments to recommendations regarding the remote identification. The World Bank and international IFC made a special study which jurisdictions are using this, and it turned out that 30% of jurisdictions now give this opportunity, and 50% they provide the simplified method, and sometimes they also help sometimes it can be available in a very simplified form. And it's good for Azerbaijan, for example. This is like the supermarket. You can choose different ways of identification, whatever you like, and whatever fits you better. Regarding the agents, this is the agencies. It's very simple. So financial organization is finding the agencies. They are located remotely and on behalf of the financial organization, they carry out the identification of the customs. FATF is not regulating the scheme, and that's why they can rely on their civil codes. Of course, there are several key points. The agent, for example, the seller in the shop, in somewhere in a village, do they really check for IDs, passports, or maybe they do not do that? They believe all of them. This is the serious issue, but there are instruments to check these agents, starting from control purchases, and they can use also other tools. Another interesting thing is reliance on third parties. When you hire the agents, they behave on your behalf, and they have, for example, the clients. For example, MNOs, mobile operators. They have their agreement with their clients, and sometimes they said, can you take the information from the operator? So this is the classical reliance on third parties. Scandinavian model is very interesting, and you can understand it works in Norway, Denmark, and Finland. In some other countries, banks there provide the third-party identification service. For example, if I open somewhere a bank account and they come to insurance company and they say that this identification Nordic bank is made, you can retrieve the information about me from them. And they really check it, and they ask whether I really want to share information, and then they take this information. It works not only in banking sector, but also when selling cigarettes. You go to the shop, you buy the alcohol or cigarettes, then the sellers need to check whether you are 18 or not. You show the ID, but the information is too much there in ID, because they don't need the information. Where do you live, and what is your name? The only thing they want to know that you turned 18. Here, the same scheme is used in Scandinavia. They're asking the bank, and they ask this simple question: whether this person is turned 18 or not, yes or not. And they don't send the number of your passport, your ID, etc. But Scandinavian model doesn't work in countries where banks are very conservative. So that's why we have the Belarusian model, which is maybe more closer to us. In this model, all information about the client is accumulated in one sentence, so banks do not have and this scheme is realized and implemented in Belarus successfully. What other methods are used? This is the verification via database, and you send some information about the clients into the database, and they check whether they coincide or not. The major question is this: what kind of database should be used? In Europe, they use private databases, but in our region, state-owned banks are more present. For example, the Ministry of Interior can hold this type of databases. With this, you don't need to share. You just send, and they just check whether they coincide or not. So bank itself cannot retrieve all the information about the client without their consent. For example, it works in Russia, so-called simplified verification. To do this, for example, with Yandex Money, you can present your ID and other types of ID, for example, your tax number. It will be checked with a database, with state-owned database, and people just sitting at home can be verified. This is the classical method of verification using standard methods. Very interesting story now is rolling out in some European countries. It's about the video identification, and it's strange that we have it only now, because Skype is available for many, many years now. So you are connected with your clients through Skype. You're talking you are asking questions. In Switzerland, for example, the client need to demonstrate the passport or ID to the camera, showing the hologram it's there, and it's considered that it's fully identified. Validity of the additional validity of ID is checked also through the database in Spain. And many countries like Russia now thinking about implementing this method. The another field is biometric. And first of all, many countries, they ask about the biometric. It's a very rapidly developing segment, and my colleagues mentioned about this in terms of the ATMs. You can collect information, not only photos, not only footprint, but also the voice imprint can be collected, all this stuff. The problem is this: unfortunately, there are not so many successful cases globally. India, Pakistan maybe are one of the successful. Alternate in India is available, and in 2000 until 2015, nobody knew how many citizens they have. Okay, they live there, but there was no method of identification, and they have decided to make the biometric system for identification starting from scratch. In distant regions, in distant villages, they started collecting footprints and also other information, photographs. And you can see on this photograph how biometry is collected in one of the villages in India. It works pretty well for opening the account, the bank account. You go to the branch of the bank. You show nothing. They just take your fingerprints and they send this information to the database. And if everything fine, it's like an old Soviet cartoon. This. The cat there said that my tail is my document, is my passport. It's something like that. Of course, it's too costly to give away this footprint collecting and footprint scanning equipment, but on the internet we do not have the reliable statistic regarding how it may affect to the risk of informational security. Biometric system is not crashed yet, is not hacked yet, but it may be happen. With IDs and logins and passwords, it's simple. You renew them, but you can't give new eyes and new fingers to your citizens. The same applies to electronic signatures. This is very interesting and perspective tool, but it doesn't work well for identification of people. It's difficult to use it because you can hardly find USB slot everywhere. You can't do it with all your gadgets. You have to pay for that. That's why most of the people are very skeptical about. The only countries who managed to do it is Estonia, but Estonian case is very specific. They issue it for free, and the country is small by itself. And the third issue is this, and it now doesn't give an opportunity to identify it only with this. So that's why they are adding now the biometric identification. So this is not the panacea. So the last slide. Identification without the face-to-face presentation is a normal situation. FATFA is discussing how the proportional measures can be implemented, and I hope all these discussions, which will be carried out everywhere, including Azerbaijan, will come to the practical results, and it will help to the widening of financial services. Thank you.
Pavel.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Actually, we're finished with this panel. We worked hard. We had 12 speakers here discussing a very wide range of issues. We've discussed issues to transfer from cash model to a cashless. Of course, the process will not be simple. Regulational organs, the regulational bodies have their responsibility. Banks have their responsibilities to carry. And it's important that our population also need to join this process actively. Through this, the range of services provided will be widened. We need to incentivize people to use new technologies, and the role of banks, of course, is very crucial in this process. I would like to express my thanks to all participants, to all sponsors, to all companies, and I believe that very good opportunity is provided, is created. My special thanks will go to all participants here in this salon. Thank you so much.
Teşekkürler Ferhat Müəllim. Biz de bir daha bütün spikerlere teşekkürümüzü bildiririk. Hörmətli forum iştirakçıları, yeniden mükafatlandırma mərasimine başlayırıq.
The participants of the forum, we're going to have also the new prizes will be presented here. Thesis. Applauses, please. Congratulations.
PS2.
PS2. Congratulations. Congratulations. Antares. Applauses, please. Congratulations.
Altair.
And Altair.
Alqışlarınızı rica edirəm. Sağ olun.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Yunus. Dear participants of the forum, and now we'll enjoy our lunch. We have our lunch in greenhouse of this hotel. We have only 1 hour for the hotel. At 14:20, we need to be back here again. Thank you so much.
Azerbaijan Banks Association. Third International Banking Forum. Number of partners 96. Number of total speakers 39. Number of foreign speakers 22. Number of total participants 1000. Number of foreign participants 200.
Hörmətli forum iştirakçıları, panel müzakirələrimiz davam edir. Və panel müzakirələri davam etmək.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the panel discussions to continue, the Ramil Mahmudov that I invite over, he is Central Bank Payment Department, National Payment System Development.
Və digər iştirakçılar. Fərid Osmanov, Azərbaycan Respublikası Mərkəzi.
Fərid Osmanov, National Central Bank. Ekaterina Valent, Samsung Pay. Piotr Parklin, Medicine Invest Servers. And Valery Tkhanovich, Golix System. And Olga Karatkova, Yandex Money. Thank you very much. We will continue with the forum. And the morning we did touch upon quite an interesting issues, and today current session is a continuation in regards to digitalization and banks. Well, as a matter of fact, we can go on and on about the digitalization in banks, but simply Bill Gates once quoted that I need no bank, I need banking, unquote. Actually, it's a short phrase, but it was a huge meaning, because people, instead of physically attending banks, what people would rather see and accept services remotely. And we can say that banks have shrinked as small as they can fit in our palms, because pretty much the cell phones, mobile, digital gadgets are quite enough for us to run all of our operations. Well, it's a big topic. We have various sector representatives. We heard lots of speeches. Speaking of the innovative solutions, especially on fintechs, we need to talk about fintechs, because as far as we know, there's according to the EU adopted EU payment directives, based on the requirements, payment companies are predominantly preferred, with the main objective of providing, in order to secure the accessibility of the services. The latest trends, one of the latest trends is blockchain technologies, is the application, broad application of blood. And the first keynote speaker in his own speech, who is blockchain technologies of the central bank, the project driven activities that he will take us through. The first speaker is Farid Osman of Azerbaijan Central Bank, Chief Information Administrator. Please, Mr. Farid. Thank you very much for passing me the floor. All in all, with the President's September 26, 2018 decision, the cashless payments, in order to broaden the operation of the cashless operations, the relevant state program has been adopted that includes the realization of a number of the tasks that were set out to carry out, one of which is the application of the various innovative technologies, hence the shaping and formation of the digital services, and as an ultimate goal is a incentivization of this cashless operations. To that effect, we as central bank, my colleagues will inform me the second project that we have started in parallel, which is the establishment of the digital identification system. It's about a digital identification system that basically, all in all, why we as blockchain technologists, we preferred, and what blockchain is to begin with. It's obvious that starting to 1995 until 2001, information communication technologies that have lived the internet boom, and as a result, internet society has been formed. And when internet was formed, and it was introduced as an unusual product to the customers, and at present, in 2009, Bitcoin and many other cryptocurrencies, and alongside they have certainly formed a boom, and at present, and in our day and age, can be reckoned as the growing and booming crypto technologies. And we as central bank has always been, and we've been always on the forefront as vanguards of the application, of the development of the modern technologies. And I believe, and I'm quite confident that, well, most of you already know what blockchain is. As you can see from the title, it's the network consisting of the chain of blocks that it's not the traditionally, but through we use the the registry, and one of the key elements that clients, so the network players, basically they're not dependent from the central point. There's a peer-to-peer connections are maintained, and one of the advantages of the technologies will be displayed on the following slide. Well, on the information technology, there are basic three features of technologies. Protection is important. That's securing the integrity and the confidentiality of the data, and let's say accessibility. These three aspects, parameters, certainly constitute the underlying attributes. We as blockchain technology, we've chosen blockchain technology. What will it give us in a modern day? Its underlying components are the consensus algorithm, and that the participants of markets, once agreed, entire data will be transferred, will be recorded. So when it comes to any participant to change that system information without the prior authorization of the other place will be out of question. So it's obvious that this entire processes have been carried out through the crypto work, and the change and modification of data is by all means is impossible. As I have mentioned, it's a shared basis, the shared registry technology, that when it comes to the data, the central and the activity overall will lead to the disruption of the entire system. Yet another system, and because of which number of the agencies using blockchain technologies, every single node working in this system works independently, so that the suspension of disruption of that node will be translated in the suspension of the entire system. So there's yet another component that we as central bank prefer particularly will definitely use, which is smart contracts, will definitely reuse. Perhaps in many societies or in agencies and commerce agencies, companies, there could be different, diverse business processes that the optimization and efficiency would be required. So in the automatization of the process, the smart contracts will be quite handy, and all the entire processes are developed virtually automated, and those business process changing of the system will be out of question, will be impossible. As a general slide, we would like to bring to your attention the generalization that how these technologies lately have been globalized by the end of 2017. As a result of the survey of Korea, we have found out that 300 central banks and international agencies, international certainly the surveys have shown that about more than 80% of the banks have certainly been thinking about applying these systems, and out of them about 1.34 US dollar worth investments have been made to certain infrastructures, blockchain application of blockchain technologies, and more than 2,500 prototype projects have been developed that the patenting requests have been made, and more than 24 states and governments are certainly have integrated the blockchains into the thing, contemplating incorporating it into their systems, and central banks certainly actually heed to the system, and about more than 90 central banks, international central banks, internationally and globally, are trying to automate, to incorporate the blockchain system and technologies into the automated central system. Well, all to make an introductory remarks about our system, I'd like to take you through the identification process. It's quite obvious that it is based on the authorized documents, that the relevant for it is provided to agencies, and in order to secure the identity, to secure the veracity or identification of a person. And currently, there are a number of the e-signature centers. There are also electronic portals and information systems that there are certain the logins and usernames are provided. They have shaped formed certain ecosystems, but sometimes what happens that the provision of the certain requirements and through certain means are used when there are multiple signatures are required, which minimizes efficiency of the services, and certainly compromising the level of the customer satisfaction. So this is very much applicable, salient in our banking system. For every person to apply, they submit all their documents to credit agents, credit bureaus. So immediately they identify that person, having collected that data, they archive those collected documents. To be more laconic, to be in a nutshell, I'd like to inform you on the central bank system. So in order to tackle this problem, first of all, the central bank has started the realization of as a pilot project. This is identification. These pilot projects, objective is the automatization of the system. So persons, in other words, when it comes to when appeal to a number more than one agencies, so they have to apply the same set of documents, which leads to certain bureaucracies that unfortunately with that forces to provide a number of the documents such as traveling, so forth, back and forth. And the main objective of the project is the electronization of the service, and second, based the credit, learning, and many other similar automatization of the services. And as well, central bank, has started three parallel projects. First of all, this was been the engagement of this, involvement of the expert services, the prototype. I'll have you know that we have started this with IBM company with more than 500. They have realized a company that have realized more than 500 blockchain technologies, and we've decided to build it over Fabric, where the optimization of the procurement documents are very simplified. So we have chosen that company. So of course, as far as the deadlines are concerned, by the end of this year, the first the identification of the concept and its demonstration is expected for sure, and by the end of this year, the digital transformation plan is expected to be carried out, and through that plan, what we will do, we're planning to move to the blockchain technologies, and as a one document that was definitely seen as means. And the third part will be the development of this system that which is expected to be done by August. I'll have you know that this technology is planned to be based on Innova technologies, and for the first time ever in Innova, for the Innova company, it's the first time that blockchain technologies will be based over their technologies, and over that technology, for the first time ever worldwide, Intel x86 processors will install the Lenovo products, and Hyperledger will be installed over. And I'll have you know, on the project we've involved 8 commercial banks, and we have commercial banks included, and pretty much once a month we come together. We identify the needs and business processes, various scenarios, context models are developed, and as I mentioned earlier, and these working groups and the establishment of the working group is very much to secure either the formulation of this plan, and through this plan, the owner of the data, so the proprietary data will be certainly managed directly through him and is strengthened once the authorization is granted through the e-signatures, so that data will be on the opening the account. So video identification and many other technologies are expected to be planned. Definitely, this is very important aspect as far as in terms of the protection of the privacy. We have the set of regulation that according to which when a person must only provide the transmission of the data of the third party only by the prior authorization. And we also try to follow through those standards that we are planning to carry out. And when it comes to the system optimization, for sure, with central bank, we will have blockchain technologies for other agencies. Will be kind of a lab on these technologies implementation purposes. We at present cooperating with those agencies. And the final slide of ours would like to say that, and we have new generation, if you will, IDs, identification cards. So we're planning the identification and the fingerprints and mobile applications. This kind of services will be further expanded, and we'll definitely planning to use this kind of technologies going forward. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Farid, for your interesting presentation.
I think it will be also interesting for banks. This is one of the important factors in transition to digital banking. As far as I know, it's required for go through the the additional procedure. And in this regard, I would like to ask you whether this platform is designed for physical persons and actually the mobile residency, and I think it may interest also for foreign investors. Is it open for physical entities or not? Thank you very much for your question. As I've told, the system is comprehensive enough and we can expand it furthermore. In our pilot project, it was designed also to include both legal and physical entities, and in parallel with the official recognition of electronic signatures in other countries, it would be possible to automate the process of using it in connection in regard with relations with other countries. Taken into consideration, I would like to ask you, maybe you have questions, you are listening to it, the audience. No questions as far as I see? Okay, now let's invite our next speaker from Samsung Pay, Mrs. Ekaterina. Samsung Pay, Apple Pay, Alipay, and other similar companies now, they are in front of even banks, and in some cases they are very advanced compared to banks. And we would like now to learn what Mrs. Yekaterina thinks in this regard. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me well? I will speak in English.
Rusça başa düşmeyenler için asanlaştırmak için salam hanımlar ve cenaplar. Benim için burada çok hoştur. Samsung Pay'i burada temsil etmek. Bu çok vacip bir toplantıda olmaktan çok memnunum. Çok memnunum ki ben burada çıkış edebilirim ve sözü gelmişken bu birinci defedir ki ben Bakı'ya gelmişim ve bunu da itiraf etmek lazımdır ki hakikaten de çok güzel bir şehirdir. Samsung Pay'e gelirik. Samsung Pay Rusya'da iki ilini artık ikinci ilini qeydetti. Bu elə bir xidmətdir ki, Mastercard ve Mir sahipleri için nəzərdə tutulur. Citibanks, yani Rusya'daki bütün qabaqcıl ve Bakıdaki bütün qabaqcıl banklar buna sahipler ve bu hizmet çok tehlikesiz ve çok rahattır. Kartınızla virtual olarak demek olar ki her yerde mevcuttur. Niye göre sadedir? Yani ekranda da bunu görebiliriz. İdentifikasiya biyometri ile elebilirik. Pin kod, xüsusi pin kod çıxır bu aplikasiyalarla kadar ve sonra da ödeme terminalına yaxınlaşdırırsınız ve beləliklə siz bir çek de alacaksınız. Yani kartla ödeme ettiğiniz gibi, Mastercard'la tutaq ki ettiğiniz gibi yeni şekilde bunu hayata geçireceksiniz. Hizmet çok tehlikesizdir. Ve bir neçə səviyyədə bu yoxlama ve ödeme şebekesi burada istifade olunur ve bundan başka burada təhlükəsizlik platforması da mevcuttur ki onun vasıtasıyla biz emin oluruq ki məlumatlar bölünməzdir ve qorunur ve bu sistem daima hər hansı bir cəhdi yoxlayır, müdaxilə cəhdini bu cihaz vasıtasıyla icazəsi monitoring edir ve bütün hüquqları yoxlayır. Ve bunlar tarafından da müdafiə olacaq. Yani ki bu cihaz belə bir şey varsa korunacaktır ve lazım geldiğinde yeniden ortaya çıkacaktır. Çünkü belki olabilir ki hiç ümumiyyətlə sahibi bilmesin ki belə bir müdaxilə olabilir, mövcuddur. Ona göre autentifikasiya, istifadəçinin identifikasiyası her transaksiyası için istifade olunur. Ve bunu geçtikten sonra indi artık ödeme həyata keçirilə. Yani çok büyük fark var. Oxşar sistemlərdə burada fark var. Məsəl üçün, eğer bardasınızsa, akşamdırsa siz oturursunuz ve rahatsınız, dostlarınızla rahat şəraitdə oturursunuz. Belki hiç bilmirsiniz ki belki kimse post terminalın mesela toxunur bu sizin cihazla. Ama burada siz bütün transaksiyaları idare edebilirsiniz ve yoxlayabilirsiniz. Ve hizmet her bir terminalda istifade olunabilir ve bu bir azadlık verir istifadəçiyə. Yani burada işləyir mi, işləmir artıq dərdi qalmır istifadəçinin. Sadece post terminala dokundurarak istifade edebilir ve bu iki teknolojisi sayesinde mümkündür. NFC ki kontaksız, temassız bir teknolojidir ve bundan başka Samsung'un özünün MST adında, Magnetic Security Transmission adında bir teknolojisi de vardı. Ve bunun vasıtasıyla TOKİ məlumatları post terminala MaxTrack formatında ötürülebilir. Halbuki bu ənənəvi MaxTrack teknolojisi değil. Çünkü verifikasya kıymeti ki statiktir, MaxTrack'da statiktir. Burada Samsung Pay vasıtasıyla kriptograma çevrilir ve bu da her bir transaksiyon için unikaldır. Yani daha ucuz, MaxTrack'a nispeten daha ucuz bir teknolojini elde etmiş olur. Herhangi bir kart ki Samsung Pay ile ödülürse 7'ye kadar istifade etmekler ve 100'e yakın loyalty kartlar da istifade olunabilir, loyallık kartları. Barkod vasıtasıyla bunları identifikasyon etmek olar ve ama bu birinci adımdır. Hizmet aynı zamanda internette vasıtasıyla ve mobil aplikasyonlar için istifadesi için açıktır. Web browser vasıtasıyla ödenişler hayata geçirmek lazımdır. Herhangi bir cihazda. Samsung cihazı olmayabilir sözü gelen cihaz. Ve satıcıya ödemek için sadece e-mail olmalı sizde Samsung hesabı açmak için ve daha sonra notifikasyon məlumatı gelir ki siz qeydiyyatdan keçirsiniz ve bir neçə saniye sonra artık transaksiyalara geçmek olar. 2016 yılda Rusya'da Samsung bu hizmetleri açmıştı. Diğer rakiplerine nispeten daha tez etmiştir. Bu yıl Samsung inovatif bir həlli de başlatmıştır. Pulların köçürmesi için. Bu da çok geniş, əhatəli işin neticesidir ve aynı zamanda Rusya'daki partnerlerle emektaşlığın neticesidir. Samsung etibar edilir ve onlar da Samsung'a etibar edirlər ki pulun ötürülmesinin yeni bir neslidir aslında bu. Niye göre? Çünkü hizmet çok sade ve etibarlıdır. Bunun vasıtasıyla pul alıp göndermek mümkündür saniyeler arasında ve unikal xüsusiyyətlere sahiptir. Swipe vasıtasıyla bunu etmek mümkündür. Ve müxtəlif platformalar vardır. Autentifikasiya tələb olunur. Tokenizasiya xidmətinin sayesinde bunu etmek mümkündür. Kart datalarda təhlükəsizdir ve telefon nömrəsini, yəni lokal partner tərəfindən verilən telefon nömrəsi istifadə edilərək pulları göndərib almaq mümkündür. Necə işləyir bu? Pul köçürülməsi Transfer Pay-də hər hansı bir kartla, Samsung Pay-də hər hansı bir kartla həyata keçirilə bilər. Ehtiyac yoxdur ki, əvvəlcədən neysə tələb edəsin, neysə daxil edəsin, kartın məlumatları daxil edəsiniz. Sadəcə bunu manuel olaraq siz o adam göndərdiyiniz anın datalar, məlumatlar daxil etməlisiniz və ya sizin kontakt listədə olmalıdır. Password istənilir və token aplikasiyalara da əlavə edilməsi sayəsində bu mümkün olur. Siz sadəcə təsdiq edirsiniz və biometrik olaraq autentikasiyadan keçirsiniz. Və göndərilənlər həmişə Samsung 100 istifadəçilərdir və fakt ondan ibarətdir ki, insan, istifadəçi əlavə olaraq kart məlumatı tələb olunmur və nəticədə qəbul edən tərəf də öz məlumatları heç kimlə bölüşmür və beləliklə təhlükəsiz olaraq bu məlumatlar qalır. Transaksiyalar internet vasitəsilə beləliklə köçürülə bilər, həyata keçilə bilər. Plastik kartlar texnologiyası əlbəttə ki, yaxşıdır, amma təhlükəsiz şəkildə istifadəsində əlbəttə ki, bu texnologiya, Samsung texnologiyaları kömək edə bilər. Notifikasiya alırlar qəbul edənlər və razılığını bildirirlər o barmağını toxundurmaqla və əgər qəbul edən tərəf Samsung Pay yoxdursa, onun cihazında yoxdursa və Samsung cihazını istifadə etmirsə, SMS notifikasiyası alır ki, onunla web səhifəsinə əlaqəlidir və orada öz telefon nömrəsini və kodu daxil edə bilər. 5 gün ərzində qəbul edən tərəf təsdiq edə bilər və ona qədər göndərən onlayn bu müddət ərzində cancel eləyə bilər, iptal eləyə bilər. Çünki onlayn olaraq bunun statusunu, bunun göndərilmə statusunu yoxlaya bilir. Və öz çıxışımı təqdimatını bitirmədən əvvəl mən istərdim sizinlə bununla da bölüşüm. Bu 2 il ərzində Rusiyadakı fəaliyyətimiz Samsung Pay mobil texnologiya ümumiyyətlə klientlərin, müştərilərin davranışını dəyişdirdi. Və siz məni görürsünüz burada, banking forumuna biz materiallara baxırıq və siz məni görürsünüz və əlbəttə ki, fərqi görə biz bunu zarafat edir. Amma Samsung özü bir Rusiyada araşdırma aparmışdı və neyi müşahidə etdik? Samsung Pay xidmətlərindən yararlanan, ona istifadə edən insanlar əksər hallarda gündəlik ödəmələri üçün istifadə edir. Və Samsung'un Pay istifadəçiləri adi ruslardır, Rusiya vətəndaşlarıdır və onlar bu tip transaksiyaları asanlıqla həyata keçirirlər. 13 öz alışverişinin 13%'ni indi bununla ödəyirlər və bəziləri eğer Samsung Pay yoxdursa, məsəl üçün onlar post terminal yoxdursa, məsəl üçün heç ümumiyyətlə ödəmədən vaz keçirlər, ondan imtina edirlər. Samsung Pay bankçılara da kömək edir ki, onlar öz müştəriləri daha yaxşı başa düşsünlər. Məsələn, çox maraqlı faktı ondan ibarətdir və bu da müşahidə olunmuşdur. O müştərilər ki, bankalar tərəfindən birinci növ, yəni premium müştərilər olaraq kategorizasiya etmişlər, sinifləndirmişlər. Onlar supermarketlərdə, Oşan kimi supermarketlərdə alışveriş edirlər və görmüşler ki onlar o demektir ki o şan bir premiumdir veya kategorizasyon düzgün edilmiştir ama müəyyən şeyler var. Yani ki sizin müşterinizin kim olduğuna dair məlumatları siz görebilirsiniz. Ve sonunda Samsung onu görmüştü ki Samsung Pay hizmeti müşteriler tarafından çok yaxşı karşılanır. 73% bütün respondentler 73% araştırmada aparılan araştırmada demiştir ki onlar hatta bu hizmetle uygun olmayan herhangi bir şey almak istemirler. 90% demişler ki gelen defa onlar da mürekkep ve daha pahalı cihazlar da almaya hazırdılar. Böylelikle Samsung baxımından bu yaxşı bir ənənədir. Yaxşı bir ənənə olmuştur. Maliyyə trendlerini müəyyənləşdirməkdə, yeni trendleri hazırlamaq ve böylelikle biz səbirsizliklə gözləyirik ki, Rusya'da ve diğer ülkelerde, geçmiş eser ülkelerinde partner tapar ve biz ümid edirik ki biz ne varsa burada bu barədə yeni haberler öğrenecek, okuyacağız. Çok sağ olun, teşekkürler. Çok sağ olun Yekaterina. Benim sadece bir sualım var Yekaterina size. Sizin təqdimatınızla əlaqədar olarak. Zəhmət olmazsa Azərbaycandakı gelecek planlarınızla əlaqədar vererdiniz. Yani bizim yeni programımız var bilirsiniz. Devlet programı nəqdsiz ödemeyle alakadar. Sizin bununla alakadar düşünceniz nelerdir ve siz bizim pazar hakkında, onun geleceği hakkında ne düşünürsünüz? Böyle Samsung Pay hal-hazırda Azerbaycan'da mevcut değil. Bu hakikattir. Ama Samsung yeni müvaffakiyet tarihçesini hakkında düşünür ve Rusya ve diğer ülkelerdeki muvaffakiyetten sonra biz başka ülkelerde olmak için de işledik ki sadece düşünürüm ki haberlere baksanız bu değişiklikleri göreceksiniz.
O zaman devam ettirerek teşekkür ederim. Üçüncü spikerimiz Geleceğin Bankı Global Bakış ve Rusya Bankalarının tecrübesiyle Moody Investor Service Vice-Prezidenti Müşavir Analitik
Piotr Bagrin, please. I'm welcoming all of you, dear colleagues. We're going to talk about the Bank of the Future. And I work in Moody Agency. We traditionally come here in summer, but this time I'm invited even in summer, but normally I come in summer, but now I came in this season. Of course, everything is changing. We adapt ourselves to new services, the better services, and they define new standards of quality. The same applies to financial technologies and products and services provided by bank and financial sectors. Yes, they change our behavior. Yekaterina told about that, about new technologies. And we can see that they also affect the business models of banks. So let's discuss how Bank of the Future should look like to be comparable with fintechs, with technological companies, and with other competitors, other competitor banks. Let's start globally. which fields will be affected by financial technologies and will define the landscape of the future. And later on, we will talk about developments in Russia, because we have another big number of cases worth talking about. Before continuing with the presentation, I would like to run a survey here, how you interact with banks. And I would like to ask you the following question. How long ago have you been to a bank branch? 3 months or more than 3 months, and we do not have the gadgets here to vote, so let's vote manually. I think you can now define A. The answer A. Please raise your hands. So not so many. Okay. 3 months before, who visited the bank a branch? A little bit more. More than 3 months. Be brave, please. Who do not go to banks at all? Excellent, super. Okay, we will now remember the distribution. The next question. When you interact with a bank, what method of interaction would you prefer? You're going to a branch, your feet, this is the e-vision. You do it via the internet banking. C, via the mobile gadget, and your version. The answer D is your version. So, who would rather prefer the first version? First answer. Okay, still some people go there by the internet. Okay, good, excellent. Mobile applications, or majority here. So no doubt about that. And the other version of interacting with banks. And by the way, I will later on I will come to you and ask, how do you do it? So here you can see two citations from banking community. One of them was cited here. Bill Gates said that actually we do not need banking services, because these are dinosaurs and they can be bypassed soon. But still we are using banking services, and we go to offices and we visit bank branches still. From global point of view, we see 4 segments, major segments, which will be affected by the financial technologies, and they will define the future landscape of banking business. The first one is about the expectation of customers. The second one, the competition. The third is the cost of the structure and infrastructure. And the fourth is regulation. Let's talk about all of them separately. Customer expectations. Now, a lot of bankers now understand that the banking services need to be customer services, not around the product or some group of products. And the demand for customer services is gradually increasing. Our behavior is changing. And another reason was mentioned here is demography. The young generation of customers, they are technologically very advanced. They actively use their devices, gadgets. They love interact rapidly, and they're ready to use remote services. For an example, I can say that in the United States, half of the mortgage demands are submitted remotely. Generation Y or Y or Z, they want to do it remotely from the distance. And we think the technological companies, the experience showed that the technological company now learn how to collect and process client information in order to understand their real needs. And we think that banks need to follow the same way. They can do it separately, individually, or in cooperation with fintechs. Competition and business models. There are four business niches where the non-banking sectors like payment systems now they're compatible. Non-banking creating of physical entities. It's about the small checks, for example. In China, for example, they have more than $150 billion of such loans, actually. And also the trade on global markets with robots and with other things, and management of the capital, the so-called robo advisory. The cost structure, it is clear that investment in financial technologies, in banking technologies, gives certain benefits. Through this, you can save costs, you can decrease costs in terms of the branches, number of offices, and officers working with you. In Northern Europe, we can see that the number of offices is decreasing. This is about the developed markets. In developing markets, trends are a little bit different. The still number of branches are still increasing, but probably the market itself is not saturated enough. And now coming to regulations. Until recently, regulators tried to protect the banking sectors from technological companies, fintechs, etc., etc. At least for this purpose, you need to have the licensing, banking licensing, in order to provide certain banking services. And until recently, banks had enjoyed some kind of a monopoly on the data about clients they collected for many years. In EU, recently, rules of the game have changed, and moderator actually told about that. Actually, it forced banks to share information with the service providers if their clients want it. And we see that regulators now are stimulating increase of the competition and also the technological development. Now let's talk about the developments in Russia. Experiences in Russia we've accumulated during several years. We can say that financial technologies in Russia are moving and developing and produce mainly exclusively in banking sector, not by fintechs, not by technology companies. Only banks are doing it. And we can see the small number of participants who do digitalization, they are investing in IT. And here you can hear from several active participants of the market. Transformation of the banking sector to the new technological is unavoidable if you want to preserve your presence there in this sector. The second one is about the penetration of internet, and figures are good. They are better compared to China and several Asian countries. More than 50% of all young people have the access to the internet. And 50% are using e-commerce services, and 28% of them do it regularly. Electronic gadgets are cheap enough in Russia. The basic version, Android version, the price is about 20%, and internet services are also cheap enough. With $5, you can start using the using internet services. Another interesting curve is this, representing the share of banking account with remote access to the internet. Starting the last year, 20% of all banking accounts now can be managed remotely. 10 years ago, it was only 1%, even less. This trend is about the penetration of internet and also with smartphones and their popularity among the population of Russia. Number of independent players, the lawyers, the bank, they say that Russia is among several countries which are developed financially. Cost structure and infrastructure. Of course, in order to benefit information technologies, you need to invest in IT, and this amount can be huge. We Raiffeisen and think we evaluate Raiffeisen and think of how much they invest to IT and what IT staffing do they have, excluding Sberbank, which is different in this list. You'll see that leaders are investing tens of millions of dollars in IT technologies. Here we explored innovative products and services, and among most advanced ones, I would like to mention marketplaces and ecosystems, which are built not only by banks but the regulator itself, Russian regulator. It also plays the active role. Ecosystems is built by Sberbank, Tinkoff, and others. These are quite advanced systems, and actually they will enable banks to diversify their incomes and go out from the banking to the field where technological companies now ruling. Another curve is about the cashless payments. Here we can see the dynamics of circulation of different types of cards, debit and credit. We excluded the cash withdrawal for the clearness of the experiments, and we can see that the share of cashless payment is increasing gradually. The number of active cards has increased by 2 times, and circulation is increased by more than 16 times, and it shows the behavior of people is changing. It's more convenient for them now to pay like without cash rather than to carry cash in their pocket. Regulation. The Central Bank of Russia is actively involved in this process. Starting this year, in the beginning of this year, they issued very serious documents, the major directions for the financial technology development in 2018-2020, which includes the roadmap about all the different developments, and it includes all different advancement in this field. And at the end of the day, it will help to increase the capabilities of Russian economy. Who won and who lost now? Let's look at it. Winners and losers. We looked at companies rated by Moody. We divided in conditionally into 2 groups, so-called weak and strong. So strong players, where they enjoy high places, and weak players, relatively with weaker ranking and with less income and profitability. Of course, we understand they need to have proper investments in this field in order to get in this field, and those who are strong now they will have probably more opportunities to get even stronger, and vice versa. And this gap between strong and weak will probably increase in upcoming years. This is the key point in my presentation, that strongs will be even stronger and weaks weaker. Unfortunately, it's an inevitable development. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Right now, questions will continue. The next is digital banking, digital channels development strategy. Vladimir Tikhnovich system to director deputy. I represent company Philips Sisters, and the topic is strategy development of digital channels. And our company handles special platforms since 2012. As of today, more than 20 applications have been carried out. With the accumulated experience allows us to make certain generalizations and make recommendations to banks, avoiding major mistakes during planning and moving to more digital level. The first, what we need to understand, that we quite frequently faced at the management level, that move to the, it's not an ad hoc project vis-à-vis the application of the digital service. It's a long-term strategy that incorporates the hybrid of system, the new processes, so also the new staff. So with this definition, understanding, everything will be smooth and everybody will get the results. So unfortunately, there is no clear understanding. So therefore, what we need to do, I can come up with clarify the strategy. If it's quite generally, strategy must be broken down into two major aspects. So bank's position, we do not want to go after the market, internet channel isn't our profile, but basically we can content with what we have. So this product is not very expensive, it's easy to install, there's no headache. But there is another category of banks that would like to become a leader, who wants to grow actively, and so they simply think how to do it. All the banks we work with belong to this category, they fall into this category with this classification, with their business logics, and basically working with the clients. The major criteria that banks choose during the moving the new stage of services, the new stage of development. We want to provide new services quickly, often, flexibly, and individually, for sure. Definitely concentrating on the segments. That's it. These are the indicators that can all be achieved indirectly, changing the approaches and platforms that will secure services through the internet. Generally speaking, and we suggest divide the problem into the three major steps, 1, 2, 3. The first and the most, if you will, energy effective one, that we refer to it, the system, current system. Under the framework of this project, banks are challenged with very difficult task. Say, all in all, and quite often very frequent, that there are zoo of this system, the special web of internet bank, iOS presentation, Android, the special systems and weekly device system that's with certain functionalities. Moreover, as a result of the business logic based on this system and enhanced decision making and the realization of new functions, actually fall behind a set of issues to do with how can we modify that or not, should we touch other system, and this all ties banks hands. So what we suggest to do in the first, to begin with, are the application of the new system, the local components, or the utilizing the business logic, updating the current core. All in all could be seen in the following ways. So there's a component, a front server, and attaching frontal application with internet banking, mobile application of Android, the key aspects entirely concentrating and focusing on the front-end services. What does it allow? Substantially, it actually reduce the chain, actually costs, and they're growing this logic, the algorithm, as a result of which most of the banks collect entire data under one umbrella. May sound quite funny, ridiculous, but half of the banks lack clear, certainly explicit systems. So simply they have to break it down into such documents. The first step to go forward, we shouldn't be after new functionalities to gain the market. The first step is to concentrate in the one place. So therefore, we need to minimize systems, provide a graphical interface that is, since given that entire everything. And at Android, finding in the other frontal. This takes about a year and a half, depending on the levels of readiness. So the cards, the payments, the transfers, so forth, so on. As of today, all the banks provide that functionality. Results of the first steps. We need to understand that there should be quality documentation on the platforms collecting all the data. And the second most important, that we need to come up with a team without which banks cannot go forward. Everything must be concentrated, and plus technical teams. If this is done, it pursued through the vendor must interact with the vendor. Half of the success lies within the proper arrangement with the vendor. So this is practically done. And after that, since the bank having undergone that serious challenging step, then we can move forward and grow and cultivate functionality on existing channels. Then we can add new frontal components. The portal, front office, we may grow the data management, including digital marketing, that you can certainly cultivate, and the business online, so forth, so on. So what is it good for? We've already localized the system. The other components are grown under the single interface, single protocol designed there. The team is fully equipped to do so. Through our experience, this step when banks goes out and brings all the functionalities that were previously planned online about for a year or two. So the maximum online transfer as a result of the minimum costs and switching clients to the minimal digital channels. Step number 3, that here where the digital banking starts, when we put out the infrastructure, the team, we put out the services online, then we can focus on the business and start earning at the expense of own functionality and start involving external companies, including fintech. And the following step is the opening of its own IP and engagement, involvement of the other servers and integration, including with other fields. Well, we may also grow the other channels, such as SMS banking and so forth, so on. From our experience, for the banks to move forward, quite often we run into quite typical set of problems. The underqualified staff members, the lack of the knowledge, or the low level of the IT knowledge. There's no clear, explicit strategy. Decisions are made ad hoc. We decided one decision, tomorrow we may enjoy a different decision, or we said an interesting decision in another bank. So as a result, neither team nor supplier contractor has a clear strategy, and we get the chaotic decisions. So therefore, from the very beginning, we need to be quite clear on where we're going to, the direction. Once again, outdated technologies. Step number one allows us to get rid of the outdated systems and make a consolidated decisions over a single platform. There's no targeting. Indeed, according to our experience, 9 out of 10 banks have no systems, chances to clearly address the products, targeting interface, targeting content of the systems under certain segments, which is one of the key objectives that needs to be carried out through the new platform. It's quite clear that as a result of this system, once all the problems, where all problems sorted out, that don't even require lots of money, that indeed a bank has concrete specifically and in line with the, in terms of the management, well, generally there are 3 major options. From the experience, we see 3 major options of development. A realization of this transfer strategy through own means, which means that own team, own expertise, but that under its ownership and time. You can give it to a vendor. There is the dependence on the vendor. Well, the very next day, vendor may ask for more money where you don't have an own expertise, so your hands are tied. So we offer more optimum, more consolidated option. The first stage, the most difficult one, with the transfer the realization of the frontal components is carried out by the virtue of the vendor. Is carried out and realized, and on that step, the banking team is taught how to work with that, the absolute requirements, which is quite clear. And only after that team is ready, there's an experienced working system, and the step 2 and 3, then can do it independently. The problems are sorted out individually. But to briefly sum up, digital bank is not a system, it's not a specific realization. It is generally, it's a process, properly arranged, and those who will follow through entire all the steps will be quite successful at the end of the day. These are the clients and our team members. Thank you. Thank you, Valeri, for the informative, insightful presentation. Well, I have a question. I think that we saw various slides, and basically all the information in terms of the IT information technologies, how banks are ready, so forth. So on. I think that from our experience, I can say that as we quite often talk with banks, sometimes they have a psychological barrier because certain questions arise vis-a-vis money. It's not about making investments into the project. So main question is how to do everything smooth without the psychological fear, without fearing the management. What would be your take? And I've been talking throughout my speech. It's a process of a team. It's not only a system. And properly managed system, properly chosen team the priority through the management is a must. Because what happens that there are certain enthusiasts who have come to the bank, the people who are very much passionate enough to, but if there was no help, so the bureaucracy will eat them out and they'll be burned out and they'll totally lose their interest in a year from that period. So this is number one. This is a very optimum requirement that requires very intensive support, banking management. It requires motivated team, which is key. If we talk about not IT, but talking about the business management as such and psychologically, by all means, we need to have a motivated team that really is willing to achieve something. And it's also a partner, for instance, who knows what to begin with, how to continue, where to pass it to the bank. The bank fully understands and is taking care of all these aspects, and there won't be problems. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have international experience, Olga Korotkina, Yandex Money.
I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you very much for being here with us. And I would like to talk about the world experience in this field, because different countries have different experiences. For some countries, this is the innovation and breakthrough of fintech. For other countries, it can be used for several years already, and it will not be required maybe in third country. So we're going to talk about the payment services in the world, available in the world. Let's start with China. And if we think that we should orient ourselves to the West first, let's first look to China. How they do this. They have the two major giants, WeChat Pay and Alipay. And Alipay started with Taobao, and WeChat actually derived from the messenger, and they are now ecosystem, one of them, and they actually replace many other applications. We can call them wallets, electronic wallets, but it's not only the wallet itself. Along with payment, there are different types of services. For example, reservation of tickets and payment for education. So these are big ecosystem, and they are competitors for Google Store, Apple Store. Recently, WeChat and Apply finished their conflict, and now they can do it within the application, because Chinese users were acting only within this application without going out. Alipay, it's interestingly, KPI is the time spent by the user within the application itself. How do they pay with this application? They widely use QR code payments. Why it's so popular? Because initially the audience, they were ready for QR codes, because WeChat was very popular from the very beginning, including one of the QR code scanner. And for quite a long period, for 2 years, a company taught its users how to use it. And to follow someone else, you could scan the QR code. Alipay took this idea, borrowed this idea, and added with the payment functionality. And to transfer money from one person to another, you can you need only to scan his her QR code. You can order the goods from the small shop, and the seller puts the cashier the QR code. Alipay a little bit later introduce this opportunity for bigger businesses, how it looks like now. The client in the shop brings his or her gadget to the scanner. Scanner is reading and getting all the necessary information. This is the scenario we are using with banking cards when we put our cards to POS. And at the same time, it's not enough to have the only functionalities. This system won't be available for the clients. They want to be, for example, electronic ID card. You can identify to yourself in terms of the public services and other services. And for the government of China, it's a good opportunity to control everything. In Africa, there are many different views. Actually, this is the unique continent. In many countries, there were no electricity and water, and now they find themselves in the era of electronic payments. What's the uniqueness of Africa? Banking system is weakly developed, the educational level is low enough, and the involvement in banking system is low, and actually there's a problem with this. The client of the bank cannot go to the bank to take cash and go home. This is even dangerous. It may be dangerous for his life. And the high penetration of mobile operator. Maybe this person doesn't have home walls, but everybody there has its mobile phones. And the cellular phone is very widespread in Africa. That's why mobile operators are drivers in African continent. M-Pesa, electronic wallet project, was developed by Safaricom, and actually the functionality was about the keeping and sending money, and the agents were just small shops where they collected money and paid money. Later on, operators started widening the functionality. Merchants now can also receive money offline. They could pay not with the card, but through the wallet offline. Later on, operator also added transfers from M-Pesa to other wallets. The operator, for quite a long time, they raised the monopolist as a Safaricom without any limitation for this company. The other operators developed their own wallets, electronic wallets, but they haven't had the opportunity to transfer money to M-Pesa. That's why the speed of the M-Pesa development was much higher. And later on, with the regulatory involvement, the situation became more balanced. In Tanzania, for example, it is possible now to transfer money from wallets of one holder to another. Now about Europe. Sweden is the small Scandinavian country which is defining fintech throughout the Europe. Practically, it's fully cashless. Only 2% of all payments are made the use of cash money. So 98% of all payments are made without cash. When they pay in the shop, only 20% are paid with cash. But the average for the world is 75%. The state itself is supporting the transparency and the cashless economy. People are paying with Visa and MasterCard. Shops are using apples like Zettel integrated with POS terminals. Users also widely use applications like Klarna. I will talk a little bit more about Klarna. This is the instrumental instrument. With this, shops can get the payments, and buyers get the installments. They can, for example, buy within 1 month in different shops, and by the end of the month, they can fill in the Klarna account. They have mobile application since 2017 where they can share, for example, their account when they pay for the lunch. Klarna works not only in Sweden, but also it goes to market of other countries. But the cashless payment is not too much developed in all countries. We are limited in time here, but just for comparison, I'd like to talk about Germany. The most popular method in Germany is the payment with the open pro forma. So the shop is sending pro forma, and the buyer is deciding whether he or she want to pay or not from the debit card. And 60% of all purchases are done through this way, and half of the all orders are returns. This is the widespread situation when in Europe you cannot pay with a credit or debit card, or there are limits for minimum amount, or in Germany, for example, limitation in terms of the cards, euro cards. Let's a bit about Russian experience, how people are paying, and everybody knows this pay points. For foreigners do not understand whatever when they say it. Even when you translate pay point into English, it's not understood because they never had this. And approximately, you can tell that this is ATM, which you can collect the money. But in Russia, this type of payment was number one, was most popular among others. How it first came up. In the year 2000, mobile telephones started to develop very rapidly, and you have to charge them. The scratch cards at that time were very popular, and the network where scratch cards started this network started to sell. Also, the other methods started implementing other methods, and there are now 300,000 in Russian. The terminal itself developed the market. In the beginning, you could charge your mobile phone. Later on, it became possible to buy some content, some game. With the terminal, electronic wallets started to develop, like Yandex Money, Kiwi, and Web Money. Electronic wallet is a balance you can pay services from the wallet or based on a checkout scheme. It is possible to fill in this your wallet with the terminal, but now the situation is different. You can attach it to your bank card. You don't need to do it separately through some, let's say, some form of gadget. You select the service from the internet, and you pay the payment system, and the payment will be done through your card. They also provide all other functions. They want to be closer to customers. Financial services are available now, installments payment with installments, etc., etc. Mobile commerce is also available, though it's smaller in scale. This is good for impulsive, so-called impulsive purchases. You are on the internet, you are drawn by something, you want to buy something, you have your phone with you, you can easily do it with your mobile phone. It's very popular for online games, for social networks. Online bankings are very developed in Russia, and they have their own services. You can sell new products with that, and it helps also banks to earn extra money. Sberbank is most popular bank still in Russia, and when you look at trends, you can see that cashless is developing with very high the rate, and in order to help people to be accustomed to pay without the cash, we simplify the scenario of card payments with card. Here you can see the payment with Yandex wallet online. The payment is done from the bank card, but the customer don't need to enter credentials. He enters his telephone number, he gets SMS, he responds it, confirming the payment, and the money will be wiped out. No other additional actions, no need to get out the payment card, everything can be done through the phone. So electronic payments are very popular. You can attach your wallet to your card only once. Solution at that time before was only one. If you have no money, you can go to the shop, but Yandex has now resolved this problem, and now you can buy some items online without the prepayment. You don't need to go to the bank, and identification is being done fully online. And you get the confirmation in 1 minute. You can select the scheme most the best for you, and so this is not only the payment. Before, everybody started to the new method and to the new payment method, but now all the companies are trying to simplify the payment schemes. In Russia, there are many cameras looking the traffic, and they can register. You can register the violation of traffic rules. The Yandex Pay can detect that. They will pay the information. To pay this, you can just confirm. You need to confirm this, and the money, the fee, will be wiped out from the card. Even sometimes it will happen before you get the notification by standard mail, regular mail. And it also can help you, the system can help you to go whatever you want to your destination. It may help to find the parking lot and to pay for it online. Another transportation case called Yandex Filling. How it works: you go to the petrol station, you take the amount of petrol you need. You just pay for it, get it. The only thing you need to do is to put the hose to the inlet of your vehicle. Now we're gonna have vehicles capable to do parking by themselves. You can hire the Porsche vehicle but some people don't want to know that this is the car sharing. And one of the rules in Moscow is that you can this type of luxury cars can park for free. The onboard computer understands that you are a free parking lot. They understand what parking is it, and it identifies, and the money will be automatically wiped out. Very simple scenario. You don't need to do anything. That's it. If you have questions, please, you can address them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Olga, for your excellent presentation. Of course, the world experience is very beneficial for everybody. We're also studying it. We are following all different trends in the world. But unfortunately, still, our legislation doesn't allow about electronic money. But together with our colleagues from the chamber, we work together. And we think until the end of the year, maybe the next year, we're going to have a project helping us to legalize electronic wallets. Thank you very much. If you have questions, please, you can address them now.
Есть вопрос. Микрофон, пожалуйста.
Добрый день. Можно быть вопрос на русском?
May I ask in English?
Я помню, приблизительно лет...
As far as I remember, some 5 years ago, you made a presentation, and at that time it was even before the electronic signature. It was said there that the United System will be created with a code, and actually we have this code in our IDs, in the public IDs, and it doesn't matter in which banks you have the account, everything will be visible. If I'm not wrong, this presentation was made by you in Central Bank. Do you address it to Mr. Farid? I don't know, if maybe after electronic signature you just rejected. Frankly, I don't remember this presentation. I will put it this way. We're going to use electronic signature in our project. In the beginning of this event, it was said about these things, and I think it can be convenient also for Azerbaijan. Thank you very much. We agree. Other questions? Microphone, please. Hello. May I ask in Russian? Thank you. I have my question addressed to Olga. I want to ask the Yandex Money what Yandex Money have to do in common with all other electronic services. This is not only the electronic wallet for physical persons. We also provide Yandex Kassa service, and we are an aggregator providing all possible payment methods for business payments. Meaning that all the scenarios I demonstrated for Russia, all these methods are available with our system. So we work both with local Russian and other merchants. So Kiwi is there, bank cards are there, also included. So we can add that today we have announced our solution, our payment solution.
Вопросы?
Other questions? If you have no other questions, I would like to... Oh, questions. There are questions. Okay. I would like to express my thanks to all speakers. Now we have finished with the first part of our panel. We will continue in 15 minutes. Thank you so much to everybody. We're going to enjoy our 15 minutes coffee break and we will continue after that. Thank you.
Təşəkkürlər. Hörmətli iştirakçılar, Rami müəllim qeyd etdiyim kimi panel müzakirələri davam edəcək, amma indi yenə də mükafatlandırma mərasimimiz var. İlk olaraq tərəfdaşlarımızı biz yenə də mükafatlandırırıq. İlk olaraq Azərbaycan Kredit Bürosu. Alqışlarınız zəhmət olmasa. Elçin müəllim Həbibov, buyurun. Alqışlarınız. Milli Kart. Alqışlarınızla. Alqışlarınızı rica ederek. Fiko Tombeller. Alqışlarınızla. Təbriklər. Erdetex. Alqışlarınızı rica edək. Təbrik edirik. Golix. MBA Technologies. Alqışlarınız. Gür alqışlar. Hörmətli forum iştirakçıları, bir daha yenə də təşəkkür edirik hər birinizə. İndi 15 dəqiqəlik qəhvə, çay fasiləsinə ayrılırıq. Daha sonra isə forum öz işini davam etdirəcək. Təşəkkürlər.
Mr. Yunus, Merhaba Times Systems.
Təbriklər. Növbəti tərəfdaşımız PSFIF. Alqışlarınızı rica edək. Təbriklər. Və biznes birləşim. Alqışlarınızı rica edək. Təşəkkür edirik. Hörmətli forum iştirakçıları, forum davam edir. Növbəti panel müzakirələridir. Mən təkrar bura Ramil Mahmudovu dəvət edirəm. Qeyd edim ki, Ramil Mahmudov Azərbaycan Respublikası Mərkəzi Bankının Ödəniş Sistemləri və Hesablaşmalar Departamentinin Milli Ödəniş Sistemlərinin İnkişaf Şöbəsinin rəisidir. Buyurun Ramin müəllim. Və icazənizlə mən digər iştirakçıları da istəyərdim dəvət edeyim. Sefa Karabulut, Business Bilişim. Torsten Tsim, Pricewaterhouse.
Pricewaterhouse, and Emin Abbasov, Republic of Azerbaijan Central Bank. There are going to be 3 topics: compliance and security, open banking, and instant payment systems. Ayten Mehmedova from Enterprise Azerbaijan. Dear forum attendants, thank you all. Thank you all. We feel that those who persevered and stayed till the end are those the most enthusiasts. I wish you good luck as a continuation to carry on the digital banking session. The first speaker is compliance and the enemy, or the business the shame, audit, and company managers. I welcome you all. Allow me to continue in Turkish. Hello Baku, I welcome you from Istanbul. About I have a 9-minute speech. Well, I'd like you to tell you about myself so that we could get to know each other much better. I'm Sefa Karaburuk. I'm the consultant. I've had about 10 years of experience. Then I worked in the financial sector for quite some time. There's the company was 18 years, and on cybersecurity. And starting 2018 in Netherlands, on the other hand, we have been working in Turkey with 85 personnel staff in Turkey, and alongside being the Turkish consultancy company providing services in Turkish language, that we've been providing this 3D security control agency. And now, let's make a smooth transition, Kitchid, into our topic. There are a couple of buzzwords. Let's take a look at those buzzwords. What are those? Those that you can see on the screen. Or buzzwords. So compliance-related certain phrases. There are a number of the frameworks, and there are certain standards that all you can see on the left side of my presentation. Plus, we have certain very famous firewall. Janam said this, an antivirus, hardening, encryption, and other famous words. And yes, so there are certain similar phrases. So PCI, DSS for the encryption, have been a base, and all for the starting from the GDPR. With the compliance and security parts are intertwined with each other. But we shouldn't be really overwhelmed with these phrases. Why? What will be our sticking point in terms of what we've got to do? This should be our main point. What is the goal that we're thriving for?
Now let me take you through about our battle in 2014 in Home Depot. Do you remember the Home Depot, the lawsuit? No? So PCI DSS with 60 billion debit credit cards been stolen, although it was quite a reliable company, having greater breach companies. A Home Depot, we have found out that there have been lots of lack of compliance, breaches. There are certain standards. There are hundreds, thousands of unnecessary entries that simply we have no choice to go for. But are we doing the justice? Are we really doing it in the right way? So when pursuing this, whether the security is our main, on the one hand, security, where's the security? Or whether can we do both? So we gotta ask these questions. In the previous slide, we shouldn't really be embraced with these words. But alongside these standards, if you can maintain the security, then do we have to worry about these breaches? To be compliant, does it really necessarily mean that we are liable? This we need to question. Then, when looking at the equation, as a matter of fact, they're not really alien to each other, distant to each other. Simply, they have different scopes, although they entail the same notions. Then, well, since they are not too far from each other, so why should we worry about compliance? Earlier I gave example from Home Depot, but there are a number of the examples, so the G-Portal, Target company, or recently the Equifax company. You remember that it wasn't on the PC, but there could be HIPAA, GDPR, and the ISO 2001. But at least companies undergo certain scrutiny. 2000 SaaS, most expected top 7 analysts to look at when it comes to the data breaches were very high, and it would be ranked as second and after the industrial breaches. So data breach would be the second. When doing so, when digitalizing our entire life, when we moving everything from offline to our digital platform, we've got to safeguard the security. And when doing so, there are a number of the compliance-related standards that are applicable to various platforms, such as GDPR standards that we faced with. Compliance and security, when to look at its definitions, they're actually two separate things, but at the root, both at the root is the same. They service the same. As I mentioned from the very beginning, we need to seize this point very correctly, and we need to precondition ourselves towards that. But what we should focus on, if we asked ourselves, cyber resilience. Cyber resilience, indeed, is the notion that we have come up with. But as a matter of fact, all the frameworks, actually, all the compliance and regulations are very much susceptible to enhancing our security. But taking our entirely, when doing so, we want to increase our cyber resilience. And nowadays, the word threat changed its meaning. In the past, if it was easily used, but nowadays, we see lives with everything, with all of our work poured into the cache. We understand that people try to build up more sophisticated system. Talk about AI. On the other hand, we see that various attacks are forged. So basically, when it comes to the diversity, complexity of the threats,
Hence, we need to ensure the security and safety. So, in other words, the compliance and security over resilience, cyber resilience, we need to combine. We talked about it, but how are we going to do that? So the approach is, if we look at the check system, because at the root, indeed, stands the imagine when you're monitored, so a certain compliance after monitoring will be afforded, and after the compliance, you would certainly fail to do certain compliances. If you would discontinue to do so, then you will not make any contributions towards the security. So, in other words, when it comes to compliance, any standards under that compliance, once they are applied in our establishments, entities, so we'll have to incorporate into a business as usual. So there are two separate definitions, but at the root, when speaking about the compliance and securities, are two points that complete each other. When doing data breach, and after that compliance, if they would continue doing so, but perhaps they would not have been experienced if they had followed through the compliance. Well, what about at the end of our presentation? What do we have to keep in mind? Actually, as I have mentioned, what I have said earlier, executives could not be compliant. On top of doing certain things, we need to secure the safety. So both at the same time can never be followed through. Once again, speaking about the regulation, when pursuing the compliance program, so that we need to actually measure the effectiveness. As I mentioned earlier, we should use it as a checkbox, then analyze firewall, no problem, checkbox. But after the 1 hour from monitoring, gone, but you didn't actually live it up to expectations, or along the lines, we finished, we completed, nothing is left. Or we may have overlooked that, in other words. So we have to keep that in mind. Sadly, what we should never forget, there's a PCIS, all the standards, all the regulations at the beginning, and by no means there is no high limits. This we shouldn't forget. For instance, one agency belongs to GDPR or PCS or SOPs or HIPAA. All of them beginning for us. You're trying to do something at the beginning when you reach a certain point that you think, but it's never enough. So threats, and with a country where threats are getting complicated at all times, there are certain steps. So with that, they work in our agencies. And last but not the least, compliance by no means equal to security, because if you think compliance equal to security, never can you be successful. Well, I think with the 3 years, approved scanning is kind of periodically, we do the periodic monitorings, and PCA, led by the PCA DSS, all the compliance programs is actually the path at the road. So on this path, we want to march along together, together with the clients. So speaking of that, we certainly are providing these services to you as well. That's all. If you have questions, we'd gladly would like to answer them. Thank you, Mr. Safa. Rightly, you mentioned that today, security in a banking world is a very important part, and for our banks to work correctly. And as regulator, central bank, and is something under the constant supervision. So towards that, both banks as well as cross-card processing companies continuously demands are made, and usually they are being told to do so on the security. Because at any point, if we would talk about development, right? So the most important part is this kind of trust of people towards the cashless transactions. Well, this is what it means if there are 5 bankings. They build it because so as they shouldn't incur any losses. For the right management, there are certain fundamental trust is important, fundamental trust. So in this regard, we did have lots of discussions, we had a lot of speeches, but the overall objective is certainly stem the flagging confidence of people.
Növbəti mövzumuz APA, açıq bankçılıq, çıxışçı Thorsten Sim, PricewaterhouseCoopers şirkətinin rəqəmsallaşma və texnologiya üzrə rəhbər. Please.
Thank you very much for invitation to speak.
Təşəkkür edirəm mənə dəvət göndərdiyinizə görə. Nə üçün açıq bankçılıqla bağlı danışırkən, maliyyə təsisatları və qurumları ilə bağlı da bank, yəni proqramçı PricewaterhouseCoopers şirkəti də bildiyiniz kimi regionda PwC müxtəlif məsləhətləşmələrlə məşğul olur və
Sentence today already. Banking is no longer somewhere you go, but something you do. And I think this is one piece of the main change in the mindset, that you don't understand the bank as an institution, that you understand banking as services provided to clients and listen to clients. I thought this morning there was another speech about client orientation, customer journey. This is the very important starting point to think about your own bank, the banking model, your operation model. Banking is essential, banks are not. Means not only for banking, also for cars. The institution is not important. The client is asking for banking service, and the client is asking, for instance, also for mobility. They are not asking for cars any longer. Maybe not so much here in this region, but this is what we see worldwide. The institutions are not necessary, it should be.
Təsisatlar işte onlar xidmətlərin istifadəsi asanda olmamalıdır və deyə də bilərik ki, yadda saxlamaq lazımdır ki, Apple bankın konkret olaraq açıq bankçılıq kontekstindən bizim növbəti bankçılığın inkişaf səviyyəsini təcəssüm etməkdir. Buradakı sual nədir? Əgər xüsusi bir bizim regiona baxdıqsa, məsələn, Afrika regionuna baxsaq, Rusiya, Almanya, İsveçrə ilə dönüşlər, eləcə də ki, tərəqqi nəzərə çarpan inkişafları görür. Tələbat varmı açıq bankçılığa? Açıq bankçılıqla bağlı tələblərin özünün səciyyəvi xüsusiyyətləri var. Sabah da bir neçə sessiyalar sırf tənzimləməyə əsr olunacaq. Yəni, tez-tez mani olan nədir? Yeni xidmətlərin bazarda çatdırılması ilə bağlı qanunla tənzimləmədir. Bəli, sabah da Azərbaycan kontekstində bu necə dəyişmək lazımdır? Bunu dinləyəcək konkret olaraq ki, yeni xidmətlərin yaradılması kontekstindən danışacağıq. İkinci mühüm sual ki, bank nə etməlidir? Bizim rəqəmsal bankçılığımız, açıq bankçılığımız var, fintech var, bütün blockchain həll yolları var, bunların hamısını da əsas buzzwords'dir ki, ona görə bank nə edir? Bank necə başlayır? Və artıq açıq bankçılıqdan danışarkən proses modelimi hazırlansın, böyləcə də ki, strategiyalar müştənib hazırlansın. Böyləcə də bankçılığınızı daha da səmərəli etmək lazımdır. Bu tam fərqli anlamadır ki, sonradan da bunun mənzərəsini çəkəcək ki, çox sadə şəkildə bunun fərqini institusional bankçılıq, açıq bankçılığın gələcəyini biz göstərməyə çalışacaq. Amma digər tərəfdən də hər bir şey davam etdikcə də fintech-də bankçılığı öldürəcək deyirlər. Yəni, bankçılıq üçün də nəsə varmı? Qısa olaraq onu deyə bilərik ki, açıq bankçılıq çox sadədir. Amma onun icraatı getdikcə mürəkkəbləşir, konkret təhlükəsizlik kontekstindən də. Ondan sonra banklar biznes imkanlarını verir və bunlar da ən çox bax bu imkanların sahibləri olaraq da, yəni təhlükəsiz ödənişlərdən düşünərkən, mühüm ixrac əməliyyatlarını düşünərkən, kontraktların həyata keçirilməsi çox mühüm bir bankın bugünkü günümüzə qədər olan mühüm əhəmiyyətidir və növbəti 20 il ərzində də belə olacaqdır. Bank etibarlı kimi, qurum kimi və belə olacaqdır. Və bunun bu şəkildə yadda saxlanmağımız çox vacibdir. Bu da bir neçə potensial sahələri, yeni bizneslər üçün artıq bank artıq satış məhsullarının nöqtəsi kimi deyil, amma tam etibarlı bir mənbə kimi prosesdə iştirak edir yaxından. Açıq bankçılıqda nədir? Bankınızı aç, datanızı, data bazanı aç. Digər üçüncü tərəflərə məlumatdan istifadə etmənizə imkan verin və imkan verin ki, bu data ilə istənilən developer bankdan kənarda istifadə edə bilsin. Bu çox mühüm bir dəyişiklikdir günümüzdə. Bankçılıq həll yolları, təchizatı, təminatçıları varsa, gələcəkdə bir neçə proqramçı ola bilsin, öz proqramlarını həll etmək üçün onlarla əməkdaşlıq edə bilərsiniz. Yəni, belə deyək ki, növbəti Integ dalğası çərçivəsində aplikasiyaları yaradırlar və sizin müştərilər də bu aplikasiyalardan istifadə edir. Amma onlar ekskluziv sizin müştəriləriniz deyil. Bu müştərilər istənilən müştəri ola bilər. Və bunun da arxasında hər hansı bir bankın verdiyi xidmətlər bank çərçivəsində bu müştərilər bunu əldə etmiş olur. Və biz də statistikaya baxdıq və günümüzdə olan nə mövcudsa, çoxlu platformalar artıq mövcuddur. Maliyyə xidmətləri də daxil, ödənişlər də daxil əksərən. API-ların da sayı, yəni açıq platformalar deyir, interfeyslərdir. Əfsuslar olsun ki, onların təsviri yoxdur ekranda, qırmızı olan bu ödənişlərdir. Sol tərəfdə isə klassik maliyyə xidmətləridir, kontraktdır. Və bunlar statistika çox yenidir. 2006-cı ilin statistikasıdır və eyni şəkildə də təxminən eyni yolda. Yəni, mən nə dedim, müştəriləriniz artıq ekskluziv bank müştərili deyil, onlar digər şirkətlərin də müştəriləridir. Məsələn, biz burada müəyyən misalları da görə bilərik. Zənimcə ən çox tanınan və ən məşhur olan car sharing Avropada maşın paylaşmasıdır. Asiya Mərkəzi Asiyada yoxdur. Mən əminəm ki, bu isə yaxın 2 il ərzində olacaq. Məsələn, maşının paylaşmasından ödənişin də paylaşması anlamına gəlir və eləcə də ki, hər hansı əməliyyatların prosesingidir. Yəni, maşın təchizatçıları, avtomobil şirkətləri, BMW, Porsche nədir, öz maşınlarını istifadə edərək yəni ictimaiyyətə açıq edir və onun arxasındansa banklar bütün əməliyyatlar əqdləri həyata keçirir. Amma digər tərəfdən də nə göstərsin, şəxsi məsləhətçi fərdi maliyyə xidmətləri olaraq bu deyə bilərsiniz ki, bizim onlayn və ev bankçılığı var. Amma burada isə bunların arxasında, həll yollarının arxasında çoxlu süni intellekt də var. Bir də çoxlu data var ki, hansı ki, banka məxsus deyil, digər məlumatlarla birlikdə bunları bir araya gətiriblər. Kim açıq bankçılıq üçün kim bunu həyata keçirir, kimlər hazır edir və bazar tələbatı nədir onun üçün? Aparılan sorğuda PSD2 üçün bəlkə də bilirsiniz və ödəniş direktivası da Avropa çərçivəsində ikinci dalğa birincisi icra edilmişdi, Mərkəzi Asiyada gördüm, amma ikinci dalğa isə Avropada icra olunacaq. Yəni, banklar nə deməkdir? Üçüncü tərəflər açacaqlar, banklar da bunu, müştəri bunu qəbul etdikdən sonra açacaqlar ki, məlumatı konkret müştəri ilə bağlı edə biləcəklərini, üçüncü tərəflər də bu məlumata çıxa bilər, dostluqlar ola bilər. Və bu sorğuda da müştəridən xahiş elədik ki, artıq onlar nəyi ediblər və əksər halda 85% sizin müştərilər konkret alternativ ödənişlərin istifadə eləməyi düşünür, hansı ki, bazarda artıq mövcuddur. 11 nəfər artıq qeyri-bankların istifadə elədiyi əpləri istifadə edir. Bu nə deməkdir? Yəni, sizin öz müştəriləriniz, yəni bank müştəriləriniz, yəni bankın özünün vermədiyi aplikasiyalardan istifadə edir və onları nəzarət edə bilmirsiniz. Digər tərəfdən də banklar qorxurlar nəsə ayrı müştəri üzərindəki interfeyslərə nəzarət etməkdən çəkinirlər. Nəinki interfeysin, eləcə də ki, müştərinin özünü də itirməyindən qorxurlar. Bax, bu gələcəyin bir riskidir. Bu nə deməkdir əslində? Bu necədir? Necə görsənir? Növbəti 5 il ərzində Mərkəzi Asiyada demirəm ki, bütün əsas bank sistemini itirəcəksiniz. Mənim zənnimcə, bu da çoxdakı ekosistemin inkişafı ilə mahəngdir. Əsas sisteminizdən qalmaqla səmərəlliyə və bu ekosistemin istifadəsini də gücləndirmək olar. 100% günümüzdə çox səmərəli, effektiv bütün xidmətlərin arxasında bütün bu tənzimləyici təhlükəsizlik işləri həyata keçirilir və bütün mühasibat işləri görülür. Amma nə görürsə əksində, çoxlu provayderlər də artıq əlavə sizin klassik bankçılıq xidmətlərindən ziyadə istifadə edə bilir və buradan da bir neçə maliyyə xidmət təchizatçılarını da görürsünüz. Bu da ki, fintech adlandırırıq, eləcə də ki, provayderlərdir ki, bu isə provayderlərlə partnyorluq, tərəfdaşlıq yenidir bu region üçün, amma başqa ölkələrdə yeni deyil. Yəni, böyük bir bazar banklarda buna daxil ola bilər, bunu fəal surətdə edə bilərlər, onlara əməkdaşlıq edirlər. Facebook, Expedia, Ticketmasterlər, elektron kommersiya şirkəti və s. axır. Yəni, siz bank olaraq da burada lider olmalısınız. Yəni, siz bank olaraq bazara təkliflər eləməlisiniz ki, gəlin birlikdə icra edək. Və bu fərqli anlaşmadır bankçılıq xidmətinin günümüzdə. Amma digər tərəfdən də bizə yardım edənlər də var. Yəni, məsələn, öz müştərilərini data, analitika üçün onlara asanlıqla istifadə etmək olar. Amma öz bankınızı açmalısınız, artıq qapalı bank deyil. Hər dəfə bu biznes görərkən nədir? Gəlir nədir? Fintech, blockchain və açıq bankçılıqla danışdıqda hər dəfə biz deyə bilirik ki, biz əmin olmalıyıq ki, biz gələcəkdə sağ-salamat qala bilərik. Çünki bilirik ki, nədir? Bu ancaq danışanların yarısıdır. Keyfiyyət biznes işin yarısıdır. Biznes nədir? Gəlir deməkdir. Biz nəyi görürük? Ki, siz əsas paylanma kanalı olaraq açdıqda vacib olan nədir? İllər boyunca sadəcə bankın filialları deyil, bu özü də belə görürsən ki, siz kontaktları müştərilərinizlə itirirsiniz. O deməkdir ki, artıq onlar filiala getmirlər, artıq sizə zəng eləmirlər. Niyə? Daha çox onlayn aplikasiyalardan istifadə edirlər, nə olursa olsun və yaxud da ki, məşğul üç tərəflərdən alır və sizin artıq heç bir nəzarətiniz yoxdur. Bax, bu qorxudur ki, banklar klient interfeysi üzərində nəzarət etirəcəklər. Distribusiya kanalları üçüncü tərəfləri, məsələn, siz də qeyd etdiyim kimi driver olaraq da, bunun da açıq bankçılığın mühüm hissəsidir. Açıq bankçılıq bazarda təbii ki, iştirak eləmir. Açıq bankçılıq öz növbəsində bankların özü tərəfindən icra olunmalıdır. Marketinq kanalı buna yaxşı bilirik və biz konkret olaraq bu ikisindən də bu sahədən birbaşa gəlirlər əldə edirik. Çünki gəlirləri saxlaya bilər və artıra da bilərik. Çünki biz penetrasiyanı bazarda artıra bilərik. Sual, hansı bank birincidir? Məncə bu bank çox istifadəsi asan bank xidmətlərini düşünün tərəflərdən kənarda təmin edir. Artıq bunun statistikamız da var. Bu cüdən bugün günortada böyük banklar da bağlı kiçik banklar arkadaş, amma bu kiçik bankların da şansı var özlərini sürətlə inkişaf etdirə bilsinlər rəqəmsal açıq bankçılıqda. Çünki onların irsi çox olmasa da müştəriləri də bir o qədər çox deyil. Bu niyə onlardan istifadə ilə bağlı? Hər dəfə də bir konkret olaraq bununla bağlı da şanslar da var ki, daha sürətlə inkişaf edə bilsinlər. Biz zaman nəyə görürük? 6 API biznes modellərini SPWC olaraq. Bir tərəfdən çoxlu müzakirələrlə bağlı modülər rəqəmsal bank artıq əsas bankçılıq sistemi bütün xidmətləri artıq təmin etmir. Bu əsas odur ki, partnyorlar sizin üçün bu xidmətləri sizin üçün təmin edə bilsin. Bu sadəcə olaraq təşəbbüs və şərhlərin paylaşılması deyil, risklərin də paylaşılmasıdır. Xidmətlərin 24 saat, həftənin 7 günü təmin etmək üçün nəzərdə tutulur. Başqa bir təməl üstün odur ki, banklar maliyyə hub'ı mərkəzi kimi də qala bilər. Bu da dedim ki, maliyyə əməliyyatlarını saxlamaq, birlikdə özünüzü etibarlı bir komanda üzvü kimi qorumaq çox vacibdir. Növbəti məsələ isə özəl maliyyə menecerləridir ki, bu isə konkret olaraq daha da yaxşı əlinizdəki data ilə, müştərilərlə işləməyin, daha çox məlumatın müştəri əməliyyatları ilə bağlı onların icra olunması. Təsəvvür etsəz ki, siz Yandex-lə işləyirsinizsə, nəinki bu Yandex, eləcə də ki, müştərini də siz görəcəksiniz. Yəni, müştəri haraya doğru gedir. Yəni, bütün bu məlumatı profilləmək olar fərqli şəkildə və artıq bu ərazidə, Avropada müqayisədə daha çoxdur. Görəcəksiniz nə qədər məlumat qorunması kontekstindən, amma ən azından müştəriləri yaxşı profilləmək olar. Dəqiq biləcəksiniz ki, ehtiyacları nədir. Əgər bu, deyək ki, çox sadə bir tapşırıqdır, hər 2 həftədən bir maşın satıcıları, mağazinləri, şova da gəlirsə bilirsiniz ki, o maşın axtarır, maşın almaq istəyir. Eləcə də ki, bütün müştəri bazasını analiz eləmək olar ki, biznes model kimi nə ola bilər ki, sizin üçün gəlir mənbəyi ola bilər, fərqli bir şəkildə əməkdaşlıq etməklə təbii ki, maşın satıcıları ilə, baş üçüncü tərəflərlə. Bəzən isə artıq müştəri bank arasında bu önəmli deyil. Ona görə mümkün ola bilər ki, siz biraz arxaya da keç və öz bank xidmətlərinizi aça bilərsiniz. Yəni, müştəri artıq özləri bu sayda fəaliyyət göstərsin. Bizim müəyyən ödəniş həll yollarımız var. Artıq heç bir bank yoxdur, amma bank ən azından bunu istifadə edir, aplikasiyanı bu səhifəsinə daxil edir. Bu, bugünkü misallardan bir də öz məsələn, fakturaları necə bölmək olar, necə bərabərlik və üçün tərəflərlə əməkdaşlıq, yəni proses içində deyirsinizsə, nəzdə prosesi icra başqa bir sözlə idarə edirsinizsə, tərəflər arasında, özəl tərəflər arasında, bazar yerində isə sizdən asılıdır. Biz misallar da görəcək ki, bu necə həyata keçirilir və məlumat provayderləri. Bu çox maraqlı bir hissədir. Tez-tez bankları maliyyə xidmətlərinin təchizatçıları kimi görürük. Bunun üçün artıq ehtiyac yoxdur. Məlumat mərkəzləri var, təbii IT əməliyyatlarının gücü, onları PCI icralarını həyata keçirirsiniz. Arxitektor memarlar var, kifayət qədər də yaxşı bir mövqedə xidmətlərin hamısını bazar üçün də təmin edə bilərsiniz müştəri üçün. Yəni, öz məlumatınızı satın. Açıq-banşlıqdan düşünürsünüzsə, müəyyən qanunlar da lazımdır ki, öz məlumatınızı satın, profillərinizi digərinizə satın. Necə ki, Google eləyir, kim olursa. Amma bu özü də bir banklar üçün bir kanal ola bilər, belə bir xidmətləri yaratmaq üçün. İnfrastruktur provayderləri üçün də bunlar da mümkündür. Bir neçə bank Qazaxıstanda yaşadığım yerdə onlar nə düşünürlər? Öz məlumat mərkəzlərini kiçik və orta bizneslərə çatdırmağı düşünürlər. Təbii ki də burada öz məlumat mərkəzlərini bir tərəfdən, digər tərəfdən isə nədir? Xidmətləri öz bank çərçivəsindədir. Bəli, əgər bizim edirsinizsə, bizimlə saxlayın. Bu tecdə açıq bankçılıq olmasa da ən azından bunun bir yan tərəfi. Bu necədir? Buna bir misal çox mürəkkəb görünə bilər, amma nəticədə budur gündəlik, bunu gözləyirsiniz. Asandır, müəyyən ehtiyaclar var, elə deyilmi? Kredit lazımdır özünüz üçün, şirkətiniz üçün də kredit lazımdır, yeni maşına ehtiyacı var, elə deyilmi? Ondan sonra da maliyyə tərəfi də var ki, bunun hamısı lazım olan məsələləri, istəkləri, ehtiyacları qarşılanmaq üçün və bu maliyyənin arxasında da bu da sizin bankdır. Müəyyən, təbii ki, iştirakçılar var ki, normalda onları Facebook'da nəzərə almışsınız məlumat almaq üçün konkret olaraq bir şəxs yenidən gelib hər hansı bir əməkdaşlıq etmək üçün ödənişlər edir və orada innovativ maliyyə məsələləri də var ki, biz geniş level banklardan danışırıq və bu da ki, banklar üçün də gəlir gətirir, istənilən bu xidmətləri çatdıranlar, amma onların fintechində, bunun arxasında bank lisenziyasına ehtiyacı varsa, onlar bunu kifayət qədər label kimi edirlər. Təbii ki, bunu bank kimi deyil, bankdan gəlir qazandırır məsələn. Və burada da tənzimlənən bank isə daha klassik, daha mürəkkəb işlərlə məşğul olur. Məsələn, pensiya fondları da gələcək qənaətdir və mənim də daha da mürəkkəb Məsələn, kreditlər ola bilər. Buna görə də məhz bu diversifikasiyadır başqa sözlə. Bu necədir bu diversifikasiya və bunu kimlər edir? Müəyyən partnyorluq var burada. Fido bankı getmək istədim, Alman bankına getmək istədim. Bunlar əsasən öz sistemləri yoxdur. Bunlar infrastrukturu təmin edir və çoxlu üçüncü tərəflər də bütün bankçılığa doğru gedirlər. Onlar nə edirlər? Bütün bu üçüncü tərəfləri idarə edirlər ki, hansı ki, nəticə etibarilə siz müştərilər görürsünüz ki, onlayn bankçılıq sistemində kreditlər, hər şey təmin edirlər və onlar da çoxlu fintechlə günümüzdə əməkdaşlıq edir və təbii ki də onlar məlumat mübadiləsi edirlər. Heç də tam açıq bankçılıq deyil, amma belədir. Mən bunun özü də şirkətin də Alman şirkətidir. Görürsünüz ki, özüm də Almanam. Almanya şirkəti, Almaniyada doğulmuş. Onlar kifayət qədər uğurludur Afrikada, çünki onlar nə deyirlər? Biz bankı 24 saat ərzində yarada bilərik, bütün məhsullarınız da daxil. Bu çox tam fərqli bir yanaşmadır. Bunun həll yolunun da memurluq kontekstində modulyar tiplidir. Çox açıqdır, hamı onu istifadə edə bilər. Və nə üçün və bu nə üçün uğurlu olublar? Onlar əməkdaşlıq edə bilirlər. Gördüyünüz kimi də mən nəyi qəbəldə qeyd etdim? Biznes modeli necə dəyişir əslində? Sol tərəfdə isə bizim bugün gördüyümüz nədir? Bankdır. Əməliyyat modeli ilə, məlumat mübadiləsi ilə və kiçik ekosistem də var. Birbaşa partnyorlarla, hava yolları ola bilər. Digər tərəfdən isə sizin açıq IT-niz var ki, orada açıq interfeyslər var və hər bir kəs ondan istifadə edə bilər öz sistemində, öz datadan. Amma siz həmişə digər tərəfdən istifadə edirsiniz. Bu da öz növbəsində sizə çoxlu yeni biznes modellərinə imkan verir, şərait yaradır genişlənməsinə. Bu da qısa yekun xülasə idi. Hər dəfə digərlərindən kritikdir. Digər biznes modellərinə də baxmaq lazımdır dünyada. Azərbaycan üçün uyğun olanı qəbul etmək lazımdır. Sələmcə, bu çox rahatdır. Və banklar da 100% heç zaman bunu tam dəyişə bilmir. Məsələn, elə bir partnyor tapın ki, hamını tam dəyişsin. Heç də şərt deyil ki, PwC elə bir şirkət tapsın ki, o şirkət öz növbəsində maliyyə xidmət həll yollarını bank sistemindən kənarda yarada bilsin. Və ondan sonra da üçüncü məqamda çox mühüm bir məsələdir ki, müştəri ilə münasibətlərin, yəni yeni developerlər, yeni partnyorlar deyil, bizim daimən etibarlı tərəfdaşlığımız olmalıdır, əməkdaşlıq olmalıdır. Bu əsas bankçılıq sistemini etibar etdiyinizi seçirsiniz. Teşekkür ederim.
Sorularınız var mı? Mikrofonu zahmet olmasın. Çok sağ olun, teşekkür ederim təqdimatınıza görə. Bu tənzimləyici tələblərlə əlaqədar olaraq Azərbaycan sizin gözləntiləriniz nələrdir və stratejik nöqteyi nəzərindən Azərbaycanın bunu nə vaxt etməlidir? Bu həqiqətən çox mürəkkəb sualdır və mən də Qazaxstanda da işləmişəm. Bir tərəfdən də xidmətlər yaratmaq çox asandır, çünki yəni ki, burada hər iki bu sahədə bilgilər o qədər yüksək deyil və biz görürük ki, bu dalğa Mərkəzi Asiyada doğru gedir və mən tövsiyə etmiş olsaydım, mən istərdim ki, onlar sadəcə klassik biznes modellərinə baxmasınlar bankların və əsasən onlar bunların ətrafında bunlar qururlar, banklar ömrünü bitirənə qədər yeni biznes modellər və ekosistemlər beynəlxalq səviyyədə diqqət yetirməlidir. Çünki bir şey aydındır ki, bir müddət sonra 26 misal üçün fintech olaraq dolmuşdu, yaranmışdı o vaxtlar və onlar daha sonra Birləşmiş Ştatlara getmişdi. Maraqlı odur ki, burada bu şirkətdə onlar bank deyirlər və bank lisenziyaları yoxdur və bir çox şeylər görürlər ki, banklar xaricində etməməlidir, amma sonra tənzimlərə gəlirlər, bir neçə Sonra xidmətlərdən vaz keçməlidirlər, çünki onlar bunları təqdim etməyə icazə vermirlər. Mənim nöqteyi nəzərimdən siz onlar yeni biznes modellərə baxmalısınız. Ekosistemlər yaradılanda bunlara diqqət yetirmək lazım və Avropada, mən bunlarla bitiririm, Avropada iki maraqlı inkişaf vardır. PS2 vardır və klient bunu qəbul edir istifadəsini və digər tərəfdən çox böyük proseslər vardır ki, CDPR-da tətbiq edilir, call centerlər vasitəsilə və ilk növbədə bunu deyir ki, qəbul edirsən və cavab verir bunlara. Və dediyim kimi, bir çox şeyin də hal-hazırda baş verməkdədir bu regionda, tənzimləmə nöqteyi nəzərindən və mən arzu eləyərdim ki, onlar bank sektorunun inkişafına çox diqqətlə baxsınlar və üçüncü tərəflərin fəaliyyətlərinə diqqət yetirsin və bütün iqtisadiyyat üçün bu çox vacibdir. Ki, sonunda etibar, bütün iqtisadiyyata ən vacib rolu etibar oynayır. Qazaxstanda hər kəs vaxtadan növbəti 2 il ərzində Azərbaycan üçün dəqiq bilmirəm, nə vaxt verəcək? Yəni müzakirələr gedir hal-hazırda. Bəlkə ola bilər ki, Azərbaycan daha tez bunu edəcək. Bu qanunun yaradılması beynəlxalq təcrübə yaratmaqla bir o qədər də əslində çətin deyil. Yəni növbəti etapda bu həyata keçirilməzdir və mən düşünürəm ki, 2 ildə ala bilər. Çox sağ olun, təşəkkür edirəm prezentasiyanız üçün, təqdimatınıza görə.
Spikerimizə keçirik. Bu haqda artıq bir qədər danışıldı bu gündə.
We presented about different blockchains, about different projects presented, and one of the important projects is one called the instant payment, implemented by the central bank here in Azerbaijan. We working in this direction, and I would like to give floor to Mr. Emil, who will present on that. If you don't mind, I will make my presentation standing. I know that you're tired, and that's why I will emphasize on the most important, most crucial points. First of all, I would like to speak about the infrastructure you're talking about. Here in Azerbaijan, the central bank, one of the goals of the central bank is this: to support the banking sector here in Azerbaijan and to organize the activity and to provide their reliability. In the framework of this mission, the Central Bank of Azerbaijan, in real mode, they have the special system, the clearing system, HOX, AZIP and HOX system, and they are major components of our national payment system. And in parallel with that, in order to widen it and to provide better access in our regions to financial services, another infrastructure is the so-called state payment platform. And through this, you can pay the fees and you can make all your regular payment in centralized form, and collection of money. It's also possible with this system. And one of the important steps is another project created by the central bank. This is the interbank card center. Through this, all issued cards can provide the interoperability. And probably you may have the question in your mind after having this structure. So why do we need to instant payment system? I would like to mention that it's the structure of the national payment system, AZEPs and HOOK systems, are actually based on the principles accepted in the world. Another component is the governmental payment system, and in general terms, all card systems can work in 24/7, but in some innovative methods, but using the innovative methods, payments methods included. But
all money transferred is not only for beneficiaries, for meaning that for business subjects or owners is not open for them immediately. For this reason, so as far it's not visible for them to use this collected money immediately, that's why the payments, this creates the problems. It's problematic for business entities, and some business entities cannot use it full scale. And we think that it would be good for business entities to use instant payments to, let's say, using very practical methods like QR code and so on. And this is the demand from them. Shortly, I would like to mention the world practice in this regard. As we said, nowadays in more than 30 countries, instant payment systems are available, and now even 10 countries started the activities in order to establish the system. In 2017, we recently in Europe, in SEPA Instant Payments started its activity to provide instant payments, and the rapid development of the system turned it into one of the major trends. In World Payment Report, you can see that this is the instant payment systems are number 2 and 3 in many categories. In world categories, when we look at this, in many 30 countries it's available, as I said, and here in Azerbaijan, Mr. Amal said that this project, we started this project already, we initiated this project, and how this instant payment will be available, we will see now. I will demonstrate. As we mentioned, instant payments will be possible through will be possible integration with the close integration with ASIPs and GPP systems run by the central bank. So providers, the organizations providing the wallets, electronic wallets, and will be able to use it, and liquidity will be provided by the central bank. So the users will not experience problems with liquidity. Another issue is the GPP, Governmental Payment Portal. Main facilities and bodies, governmental bodies and educational bodies are integrated nowadays to this system. For this organization, more than 200 different services are provided. And as a result of this integrated, physical and business subject can do payments through IPS, so those integrated to the portal. And other companies integrated in the system are banks and non-banks providers, payment providers. Banks and other providers, according to the IPS requirements, they will modernize their own internal system, domestic system, and will give their clients an opportunity to work online. As a result of this integration, the clients will be able to pay payments through the internet portal, and also through using electronic wallets. It will be done on real-time mode. And I would like to say that in contrast with the regular system, this is the so-called B scheme. In contrast with other payment system, here clients starts with A comes to a B, but this is the one joint transaction. So if at some level, at some step, it will fail, the transaction will fail, it will be considered withdrawn, taken back. It's being done in real time mode, and for final users, it's always acceptable. So meaning that they will be available to use immediately collected amounts. And as far as it's being done through IPS, along with all other players, the third parties also can be integrated. And one of the third integrated parts are a portal of IPS, and merchant applications and gateways will enjoy very wide functionality. Physical and legal persons through the IPS portal, they will be able to get information, and at the same time they can run their own operation. And other business subject, they will be able to collect payment through placing the portal, the link to the portal. And through the mobile applications, users using NFC QR code, so meaning that through simple identification system, they will be able to make their payments. A merchant application of IPS is designed for small shops, and through this application, when you place them, through the application, again using the QR code and another method, it will be able, they will be able to collect payments. In terms of the big supermarkets and trade centers, payment points also can be integrated, and through this integration, NFC QR code can be used, or you can make your payments by indicating your mobile number. Another site is the card processing centers. Nowadays, here in Azerbaijan, it was mentioned, we have around 70 post terminals, and IPS services are used when these services are provided. What does it include? ATMs, and through ATMs post terminals, clients will be able, by indicating, but through simple indication, will be able to run all necessary operation, cash in, withdrawal, etc., etc. All other operations will be available for them. In general terms, IPS, as we see, based on innovative solutions. So all payment mechanisms are based on innovative solution. But the reason, one of the reasons it cannot quite taking into consideration that smartphones are not widely penetrated in our society. The other method is suggested is another protocol. What it means? Payers through mobile operators will be able to open their own cabinets, so-called cabinets, and then offline through the internet, independently, they will be able, through any mobile phones, will be able to make all payments through IPS. And as I've mentioned, through QR code and other simple identification, they will be able to make their own payments in real time. So I've mentioned about the infrastructure of IPS, but what kind of authentication and notifications will be provided for them? And I would like to brief on that now. In general terms, we have several alternatives. We envisage several alternatives. Depending on the choice made by the user, they may use identification method, and one of them to so-called push mobile. But authentication through push mobile, and then the push through USSD. What does it mean? If the user is selected that I want to use the push method, and during the transaction, let's say that I can do it through USSD or the application, then a request will be sent, and the payer will enter the cabinet, and with using fingerprints or password, they'll be able to confirm the payment. And another authentication method is the so-called TOTP. In contrast with the regular ones, TOTP, it will not be sent SMS. It will have on it starts on operator, and in offline mode, the client will be able to enter an application, and the code will be generated, and notification will be possible through this. And at the same time, as I mentioned above, through the push, users will be notified. It also will be possible. In parallel with that, if banks want to suggest something as an alternative, users also will be able to use them. So we took into consideration all different mechanisms. We thought that it can be provided by bank or the system. Clients can enter the system and flexibly change. For example, they say that I want to use this type of services from the bank, then the request will be sent to the bank that payer want to use, let's say, TOTP, and after seeing it, bank will run the identification, and actually it applies to all other methods of identification. So the major idea I would like to emphasize, I would like to say that we have a lot of expectation from TOTP system, and in Azerbaijan, the implementation of QR-based payments and the use of NFC will be widened. Request to pay mechanism will be implemented. What does it mean? This is about the merchant payments mainly. This is the preferable method when merchant payments. So I'm sending request. After confirming it, money will come back to me, for example. So this quality this feature will increase the quality. Another functionality is this. This is about the identification, and shortly I will tell you. So the centralized base will be placed there. In IPS, the card will not use. Only IBAN is not used, and the system of wallets, electronic wallet, will be used. And in central base, the IBAN of the client will be mentioned, and identification method, the mobile number, IPS ID will be generated, and maybe it's a national ID. So anytime the clients, let's say, they comes to ATM, will write to the IPS ID, and based on this, IBAN will be taken, sent to the bank, and based on that, bank will authorize the client. Once again, I would like to emphasize that every transaction, for every transaction, authorization, etc., in the framework of instant payments, will be accessible for all end users. So this includes organization and physical entities. They will be able to use this immediately. And I hope that you really will benefit out of the information I provided to you. If you have a question, please. Hello, my name is Enver Guliev. So I would like to ask the quality control of the instant payment. Is it bound by the central bank? For example, I use the mobile banking from one of the top banks here in Azerbaijan. Let's say if I do it in the morning, for example, it arrives only in several hours only, not immediately. So when all these problems we experience now will be resolved? So does it depend on the central bank? And for example, if we experience some problems, we need to go to the bank and they generate some code, etc. Why all these problems, all these subjects will be resolved? And it applies not only to one bank. You can hardly find one bank where you do not experience. Of course, it's related to the bank. Let's say we are doing to the bank infrastructure. And actually, it may take quite a long periods. And for this reason, in all the ses pis diye çok karışır. And when you pay it, there are periods of time the answer to request will not be finished. So there are time limits, and when you can finalize this and you can do this transaction during the certain period of time, meaning then that you pay something, you pay it to someone, it means that they receive. So instant payment, the concept is this, that in instant payment it's not possible that you pay something and the beneficiary is not it yet. So the system will provide all these opportunities, and they will be able to call, then they ask the status. So again, I would like to say that, well, let's say I'm paying my utilities, etc. I'm just wanting this, and I want in online mode to be done immediately, but it takes days sometimes. If it's not working day, it will be skipped, etc. So even before the payment. So I want to invest my own money to my own account, even in this case. I said in my presentation that this system need to be integrated fully. So you see that your funds are transferred, but core banking is not supporting it. For example, in some banks, it may take 10 hours, or it may take half an hour, and you will not be able to do something during this period. But IPS requires that core banking should be active 24/7. And until when it will be available? We started this project. We are in the process of talks with banks, and taking into consideration that the project is big enough, and I think in November next year, the first step will be finalized. The following speaker is Ayten Mehmedova.
Hər birinizi salamlayır və vaxtınızı çox almadan qısa bir məlumat vermək istədim sizə rəqəmsal investisiya haqqında. Bunlara aiddir crowdfunding, mələk investor, venture investor və toxum investorlar.
Crowdfunding. The idea of crowdfunding comes from this idea. So this is the digital mechanism. Everybody can submit the idea, his or her idea, and they may request for the funds for this idea, to support this idea. There are two types of crowdfunding. One is for charity purposes, and another form is conditional. And normally it's being done for charity or no commercial, for social projects. Money are collected for these purposes, mainly in crowdfunding. When these projects are implemented, people supporting the idea, that's depending on the value, so some kind of present may be given to them. For example, or let's say this website is presented, their names, for example, will be indicated, and thank you letter will be sent to them. But in terms of when we talk about a conditional crowdfunding, it is for this is about money collected for commercial purposes. After the project is finished, everybody who supported the idea, everybody will be able to get some kind of gifts or prizes for that. So one of the advantages of the crowdfunding is this, that in order to implement the crowdfunding, all the funds needed for that you can get in a more easier and the more convenient way. First, this simplified method is available, and with no geographical limitations. Also, it provides opportunity to access new markets. It is possible to to monitor the advantages of the service or the product provided. And through enterprise.com site here in Azerbaijan, for the first time, people have an opportunity to add their own project as for crowdfunding. And another innovation is the enterprise.com through this website, you can everybody. Not only you can attract the attention not only local businessmen but also foreign businessmen, venture, for example, venture investors. These are there are several categories up to, for example, up to the 1 million, and through sharing their own funds, they play the role of the seed circle. And angel investors, so-called angel investors, the other category are angel investments. They are talks. One of them is Niklas Lenstorm, another is Sonale de Ricker, and coming to venture investors. These are about the investor investing more than 1 million. This is not from their personal savings, but they do it from this. They prefer to use the funds from the investment companies. At the same time, there are 3 top venture investors, enterprises. There are talks now with them to create Christopher Sackett, Soltrain, and others. And coming to the 3 investors, I would like to say that and together with promoters, their investors they have shared together with promoters. It's considered as the most risky investment. And normally, the seed investors are those who really rely on the owners of the ideas. But at the first stage, the angel investors support, and later on they will taken and supported by angel investors. Seeds and seed investors are most prominent and popular seed investors in the world. And our portal now is in process with talks with them. I will not take you too much. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mrs. Aytan. Thank you very much for giving us very interesting information. And by the way, it was very interesting to me. I visited your website. This is the innovation here in Azerbaijan. We know that some startups experience with big problems in Azerbaijan. Yes, the funds is a very crucial issue. But of course, I think that you need to further develop these ideas. And we know that the white paper must be there for you to make it more attractive for companies. Do you provide this type of white papers with this type of documents? Thank you very much for your question. I would like to say that, of course, we always do correction on our sites because we started it. We started on very recently, only 1 month ago. And around 80 projects now placed there. Some projects are still waiting to be placed. We are reviewing them, looking at them, and we are addressing questions from investors. We automatically translate into 3 languages and place them in our portal to make it available, understandable to people from abroad. And if potential investors have additional questions, we can address this question and coordinate answers and to send it back to investors. If you have questions, please. So how about cooperation with technoparks and business incubators? So what are differences with what you're doing and what they are doing? And are there any priorities? So difference at the priority. The major difference is this. As I've mentioned, for the first time here in Azerbaijan, the crowdfunding became available through this portal. Everybody can place his or her the project, and so-called angel investors from, let's say, from the West, from the United States, from Britain, can participate. And in contrast with other initiatives, we support them both in terms of market research and the development of the business plan, and also we do our best in order to support provider. What makes it specific? What makes this portal specific? This is the first time so-called geo-economical map is presented, and through this map potential investors can see the location of the project they are interested in, not only citizens but owners also, business people can demonstrate to the whole world where located when. And you can look at this map, at these opportunities. enterpriseazerbaijan.com. This is the web address. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ayten. Yes, I entered your website, and I would like to recommend all of you to visit this site. And I hope that you can do it also, the application, and do you have these type of plans to develop it further? Yes, we have these plans, and I would like to mention that on this map, the special zones and service sectors are indicated. The information is there, and all branches of different banks are indicated there with additional information. And when you enter there, you will be reoriented to the websites. Thank you very much, and I wish you success. Using this opportunity, I would like to express my thanks to all speakers here, and thank you very much for all our guests. Thank you very much for sitting and listening to the end. We will continue our forum tomorrow. It will be very interesting, and I would like to see you again tomorrow.
Azerbaijan Banks Association. Third International Banking Forum. Number of partners 96. Number of total speakers 39. Number of foreign speakers 22. Number of total participants 1,000. Number of foreign participants 200.